things because we are Ireland. How we measure that on the curve? How
Well,
we measure that? Yeah.
sea level is like an average, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a
Sea level is
average.
sea level is what?
Because sometimes the sea level can, or like the high tide or whatever, right? It can.
Oh, okay, great. Can you tell me how we measure mountain in Switzerland? Because it's tides, we have sea level.
I guess they would use like a theodolite and do geodesic measurements.
From which sea level? From the Mediterranean, Adriatic, or from Atlantic?
Average.
That's good.
Average.
That's good.
What is average? Does sea level change the level?
Well, they record the sea level at various times and places and record what it is on average.
Mountains of Switzerland?
That means that we have sea level in Holland above the sea level, and then we have in UK sea level under the sea level, and then we have in America sea level on the right point.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, like, it follows the shape of the ball, so therefore it maintains its own altitude across the sphere.
Oh, really? Through the land down? How we know that it's 0 point on the bottom of the mountain in the middle of the land?
I guess in theory that the sea level would only apply directly below the mountain if the sea were there.
Okay, great. And if you are in the middle of USA, that means you need to take consideration sea level from the middle of USA. And from the middle of USA to the beach, how much curvature you have?
Well, I mean, you would just like assume, like hypothetically, what if the sea were in the middle of America?
No, hypothetically, listen, this is how it's easy. Hypothetically, you imagine zero, it's flat ocean. And then you go to the middle of the America and then go high, because what is the zero level, what is the level, what is the zero base, and then you measure the mountain. Is that easier way?
Well, I mean, you can definitely measure things that are on a sphere, right? Like if you had a basketball and you put
that means if in this moment, for example, if oceans are totally flat, if this become because the Earth is sphere, what would happen if now oceans are flat? We cannot measure mountains then. It will change elevation.
Well, like let's say you had a boulder, right, and you wanted to measure.
No, let's say this sphere now it's flat, and let's try now to measure elevation. That means it will be the same elevation or it will be different elevation from the sphere.
The same.
How is that possible?
Because it would just be like if you had stretched out the sphere to be flat, like you like unrolled it,
That means the flat things is the same like a sphere.
Yeah, it would be the same elevation.
But water is curving on the sphere.
Well, on a sphere, you're measuring the elevation from the center of the sphere.
Of the sphere. And how we measure from the center of the sphere? We go first to the center of the sphere.
Well, generally,
listen your sentence. We are measuring from the center of the sphere. Listen only the sentence. We are measuring from the center of the sphere.
Well, generally, they like started at sea level.
It's the same, bro. It's the same.
Now listen the sentence. We are measuring from the center of the sphere.
Your measurements are the same.
And who measured that?
It's the same measurement.
Like you can have
whichever direction.
Listen how it's easy. You can have radius 3,959, and then you can calculate. But you didn't measure anything. You don't know if it's radius 39. You don't know if it's that is a center.
I'm right, but we got that by like an indirect measurement. I would say Aristotle needs help with that. That's what
Eratosthenes. Oh, you
Oh
want
my
to speak
God.
about Eratosthenes?
Here we go.
because it's
All right.
important. I'm not
Let's
saying
break
ignore
You
it.
want to
down.
believe in you want to believe in that bullshit, Eratosthenes.
Guy put two
Well,
sticks
I mean, it's a
down.
test people can do.
But
even to this
test?
day.
No, people cannot do the test of Eratosthenes.
Yeah, it's
Nobody
an
can do
experiment.
it.
Yeah,
No, nobody
People
can
have.
repeat that.
Colleges have
Nobody
done
can.
this before.
Listen to me. Can you say the story about Eratosthenes, word by word, and then can you repeat that?
Verb by
Yeah.
verb, no. Sticks and shadows
Okay,
and
let's.
measure
Okay,
angles.
How do you know? How do you
okay.
know? Sorry.
Okay,
Sasha.
sorry, because I like Eratosthenes. And let's say Eratosthenes, what was that, 20 years ago?
No, that was quite a bit ago.
Okay,
What?
where? Somewhere in Africa? let's say?
When
Some
exactly?
shit like that.
465 years ago.
And let's do now today. Let's take two sticks. Let's go to whatever town, what he choose. And now it's coming the problem, you know? We need to go straight 500 miles with the other stick.
Yep.
And then another problem. We are 2,000 years ago. With what we are going that distance? You can choose.
Camel.
Okay? How much time we need to pass 500 miles?
About 2 weeks.
About 1 month, I calculated.
Well,
But,
okay. I could do 2 weeks of a camel.
Okay, 2 weeks. But you didn't. Is that motorway going straight, or you need to pass some hills, rivers?
It's over desert dunes. Okay. 1 month. 1 month with camel.
And don't forget, you're going straight 500 miles, not 10 meters straight, 500 meters.
How are you going to tell you're going straight 500 years ago?
And then you have communication between point A and B, that it's true, that there is shadow so like that, and then is shadow here, it's like that. That's the story about Eratosthenes. What we can repeat easily today.
Again, people have done it and have repeated it.
No, they haven't.
Really? Can you show me which guy was in Africa going 500 straight
Why do you have to be in Africa? You don't have to be in Africa.
repeat the same experiment what Eratosthenes did.
But that's not
You have to be. If you're going to repeat the experiment, you have to be in Africa, back to Egypt.
I think what's important is that you have to know kind of where the sun comes, right? That's one of the important things. That's why he did
my God, here we go.
Nope, I'm going to keep talking.
Well, it's good to have story, but to not repeat it. But some guys repeat it, not the same way, because they took the sticks, they used the Google, they used some position. They said, look, it's working.
Holy fuck!
But I want to repeat Eratosthenes experiment because we are using Eratosthenes. Let's repeat that one because it was easier, even because 2,000 years ago we have now technology. Let's do it like he did it in an easier way.
Google Maps. Hello, Alexa. Repeat Aristophanes. Experiment. You must be 500 miles south of your current position. And 500 miles north.
What's she saying?
Oh, it's same result.
She's still searching for camel.
They're looking for that camel, that good camel.
You know what people want to say is Eratosthenes story, but to move immediately to the sticks, immediately.
Yeah.
There are sticks, shadows, sun, and that's it, globe. But how he did it at all? Or you cannot know because ancients was advanced,
Ancient, before Google. Octane, you hear that?
What if you did the experiment yourself? Like you had 3 friends that lived in different countries, and y'all like.
I'm telling you about. I want to do exactly like Eratosthenes, and I cannot do even with 100 meters. I will be off if I go 100 meters. You will be off. Try to go 100 meters straight.
Anyway, so the crux of the matter is that the sticks and shadows show the same fucking thing on a curve or flat Earth, right?
No, it doesn't. No,
Yeah, no, yeah, it does.
no, it doesn't.
Yes, it
Yeah, it
does.
does.
Why doesn't it?
Because again, the sun's height is different. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but high and low.
The
It's different.
results are exactly the same.
Listen, this sun is low. It's different.
I'm just saying there's a very.
But you said
strong
sun is
case that
high.
doesn't
It's
agree.
different. I say sun is low. It's different.
Octane.
Well, so we can actually
Octane.
measure the distance to local lights.
We can actually assume the distance to the sun is
No, it's
3,333 miles.
we are
also-
measuring to the sun. That's
how
very
you measure
good video.
how you
that
measure
everyone's
distance
gonna
to the
watch.
sun?
3,004.
How you measure distance to the sun?
Guesstimate.
No, there's a mathematical formula for this.
Yeah, of course.
I
That
forgot
is
the
mathematical
name.
formula to measuring the distance to the sun.
Octane. You are.
Let's make mathematical formulas for measuring me. I will stay on 100 meters distance, and you can measure.
Jeez, you're a small man. 5 for 5.
I mean, if you just go on Google and type in how to measure the sun's height, flat Earth, you'll get.
I know how to measure sun. First, I will assume the Venus size of the Venus. Then I will make triangulation.
Octane.
Sorry, say that
First, I
again.
will say that. First, I will say that. First, I will assume that the size of the Venus is the same or similar, like Earth size, and then I will make triangulation. But first, I will assume that Venus is not double size. I will assume that it's the same size.
And the Earth is round. Yeah.
I will not calculate. I
there's
will not measure.
assumptions.
I will assume that at least this is the best science. I will assume the size of Venus, and then I will get all correct results.
I mean, I don't deny that there was assumptions when you did the experiment.
Octane.
Oh, really? Which
I don't deny that.
Which experiment showed that Venus is the same size like Earth?
Yeah. Which one?
Wait, but Venus? I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, can you type distance to the Sun and Venus, and then read about that?
So you want the distance to Venus?
No, distance to the Sun and make plus Venus, and then it will be written about why it's Venus important.
Octane.
Can't you just explain it? I'm just playing
Octane.
games.
One of your mainstays was that the Eratosthenes experiment.
Yeah.
That's buggered now, bro.
What?
It's
Did you
buggered.
hear me?
It's buggered.
Buggered.
Buggered. It means somebody fucking put up a shape pipe.
Fucking what?
Up the shape pipe. It means nothing.
Let's see.
No, true story.
Hey, I know, I believe it.
Okay, so what was your next verse?
I don't know if we were moving on to anything.
Oh, you don't have one? Welcome to Flat Earth.
Horizon.
Octane, welcome to Flat Earth, bro.
Yeah, thank you. It'll be like my 5th year or some shit.
5th, 6th, 7th?
I've been here since 2016, so I don't know if early or late.
You're old school, bro. Old school.
Yeah. What I miss is the 1.0 server. No check-ins. People could just join and start talking. Oh, those were the days. But now we have this check-in process. It's not as fun.
Hey, tell somebody who gives a shit.
No, I won't, because I'll probably just get banned.
Ban them for life. You like Aristophanes? Aristophanes. You like him? You like him, lad?
I mean, he's a pretty smart dude for what he did, and he was pretty accurate too.
Man, that's
Well-
the story. He didn't do anything. How you can say what he's so
What
genius
now?
what he did? He could not go 500 miles. What are you saying?
I mean, he didn't. He didn't alone
But
do
he
it. He
didn't.
had
That's the
people
point.
who
That's
hired.
the story, man. That's the story.
He had
What
people
are you
who hired.
saying?
No,
He
that's the
hired people
story.
to help him with his experiment.
Oh, we have proof of that also. That
So-
he hired
It was
those
like,
people. We
I mean,
have-
that's why it's
we
so
have
well
docu-
known. There's,
you have document of hiring people. Are you saying?
I mean, so for people that far ago, there's usually not like pure
Man,
documentations. It's
man,
usually
this is-
word of mouth. We hear from other people
Man.
that they existed because it's so old.
And you believe in that story?
Old story.
I mean, it's an experiment
Aristophanes
that
didn't even
modern
exist
people
until
do.
100 years after he died, did he? He wasn't written about until 100 years
Regardless-
after he died.
Regardless if
existed.
he was real or not, the experiment is still 100% valid.
But it works
Yeah.
on both.
Yeah, it works in both, bro.
Okay,
So it's valid.
Right.
but
Well,
it doesn't, because when you look
no, it
deeper
does.
into it, it doesn't
It
make
does.
sense.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, but
That's
you-
why.
you-
Yes, it does. Do the math. Works the same.
You assume it's to the sun from Earth based on assuming the distance to a different planet, based on assuming the size of Earth compared to a different planet,
I told him that.
based on the Earth being a ball.
Assumption.
Yeah. So all assumptions on assumptions.
I don't know. I'm just gonna post a very simple video that kind of
Listen,
gets what
listen.
I'm trying to say.
Octane, don't feel bad.
I
right?
would just watch
Listen,
it.
listen,
Just watch the video.
Listen. Well, okay, I might, but
Okay,
Mr.
thank
Brian,
you.
Mr.
Consider it.
Okay, you know what? For you, I will. But Mr. Brian Cox, when they ask him, "What is your one proof? Your one proof of flat Earth?" Do you know what he said? Ships go over the horizon. On live TV, on BBC, ships go over the horizon. That's his one proof for global Earth. Do you understand how ridiculous that sounds? You
I
understand
mean, that's
how
a pretty strong one. I mean, that's why like Aristotle came to the conclusion that was
wait a minute.
one of his evidence.
Octane, do you understand perspective and things that go in the way? And do you know?
Well, when things go away, they shrink into a dot. They don't get.
That's not science. That's not science, though. That's not science. That's got fuck all to do with science.
Octan, who is claiming that sun is 3,000 miles?
So when you do the math, that's what it comes
No,
out to.
who is claiming that? Who is claiming that?
I'll
People
do
who
it.
do the math.
I'll do it. I'll claim it. Fuck it.
Both you.
Oh, but
And
I mean,
nobody-
I have
and
talked
nobody
to
else.
no. I have talked to a few people on the server that say that yeah, we done measurements and it kind of comes out to
Okay.
3,000 miles. I mean, I believe there's a popular flat Earth book in the past, and the guy did the math, and it came out to 3,113 miles. That's
Yeah,
why the
but
video
who
titled that.
who on this server, let's say like 24/7
I don't know
will
their name.
stand
It was
up?
a while back.
No, who will stand up in the name of the 24/7 and say, I know that that sun is 3,000.
Yeah, no one.
I need to throw them out.
I mean, but if you
Nobody.
guys are saying no, but if you guys are saying that this experiment also works on the flat Earth, but
It does.
That's
Well,
no, but it doesn't. There's
No, it doesn't.
Octan,
different heights.
Octan, in
Well,
the same way, like
Do the
in
math.
the same,
Gonna
in the same
cost
way,
like
like you. Sorry.
That depends on, are we using imperial units or metric units?
good idea.
Imperial.
Yeah, I'll get another
Small
2
fucking-
pairs of those ECHT ones. Yeah, they had a sale on too. So.
It's the same thing, bro. It works out the same. Exactly the fucking same.
First of all, one flat earther cannot calculate also distance to the sun because the one real flat earther doesn't know the borders of this.
And but you guys
Whatever.
do claim the sun is local, no? That
So-
it's within the dome.
So your first proof
That's
was
what it was.
I'm
Okay.
not claiming anything about dome and anything about local. What even physical, even I don't know. That doesn't matter. It's not
Well, it
24/7.
has to be.
No, it's not 24/7 sun distance. And if we see the shadows and everything, how will that make the curvature in reality? How will that fall?
Again, it's
How?
just an indirect measurement.
It's indirect measurement. That means I see the shadow. That means that what I see, the ocean's flat. That means that curve because I see the shadows.
Well, because we could test this in math in real life, not with the sun.
Yeah, of course. Of course. I like math. All my life I liked math. Because of math, globe doesn't work. Only because of math, nothing else.
Octane's belief is in Aristophanes, and we just destroyed it. And the second one was, what was your second one? What was your second one, Octane? Ships or something.
Because I like the Horizon one. I think it's pretty easy to see.
So we destroyed both of them, and now what? What's happening now?
Well, I wouldn't say they're disputed. I think we just disagree.
Have you got a third?
You think that it's the point of disagree and agree?
Oh, yeah.
The two things.
That means you believe the people who are saying, let's say.
I mean, I do have trust in the institutions to a certain degree.
Of course.
So,
which institutions?
I mean, eventually you have to trust people, right?
Which institution you have trust?
Well, I mean, if we're talking about like the Earth and stuff, usually space agencies.
Well, why would you trust them? Did you see anything about them?
In the field of
flying?
Because they work in the field.
How much of material of NASA you saw in your life?
How much material have I seen, like personally?
Yeah.
I mean, I've probably seen some, I think, like at a museum, for example, but I don't know. I can't quantify. I don't.
How much of non-fake videos you saw?
Oh, like videos, not like the physical thing. I would say quite a bit. I mean, but they're not fake.
Did you? Not fake. Did you see any strange things in live stream NASA? How to say?
I mean, I see like artifacts and stuff like that, but like nothing that was like.
Did you see?
Can't happen.
Nothing strange in NASA's like a streaming TV streaming.
No. I mean, I've seen your guys' videos, so I mean, I already kind of know what you're like alluding to.
Okay. That means that you didn't see, or you saw, or.
Well, I did see. We just disagree on.
Okay. Did you see string in the space?
No, I can't see any strings.
I see, and everybody can see attached strings on the back of the astronaut.
I mean, when you say everybody, it's not really everybody. Actually, there's more people on my side that believe there isn't a string.
Okay, great. Great. Can I show you a GIF when it's you can see that?
Yeah.
And then you can tell me you don't see that, and I will say okay, good. And I will ask other people if they see that or if they don't see that. Is that okay?
Yeah, but to be fair, this is a flat earther, so there's a strong bias to seeing the wire. Just putting that out there.
Did you? Is it? Am I posting the faked photoshopped GIF?
What?
Could be also. That means that I will now post the fake photoshopped GIF because you will not see even if you see.
Okay.
What is the point of posting if you have something to say before that? What is the point of posting? If you know the truth before posting, what is the point of posting?
I mean, because I might be shown something different. That's why. I never know if I have like seen everything.
Did you see bubbles in the space? I will now count only count what I saw. I saw big hat in the space in front of big hat of the astronaut. Big hat in the space.
One.
That's one. That's old one. The bubbles in space. I
mean, but how do you know there's bubbles and not just debris? Right.
Okay, great. I saw two astronauts, Russian, Boris and Marta, staying outside of of ISS doing nothing with the Gandalf or a sword or something like that.
The Grey Wizard.
Huh?
Good. Gandalf, the Grey Wizard.
No, because he's taking something in a hand. Nobody can realize what the fuck is that. But they're outside
Position.
half an hour doing nothing and speaking and doing nothing. Yeah. Puppet. One
Joe
moment,
Biden. Joe Biden.
Puppet. One moment, puppet is coming from nothing, like a big bag, and then it's
Joe
everything.
Biden.
I mean, but that's a theory, to be fair. I mean, no one truly knows the cause, but that seems to be the best theory out there.
Joe Biden is definitely a puppet.
No, I'm saying puppet. It's coming. Then people fading.
Wait, what's the best theory?
Then people
Like
fading.
Big Bang, or
you
that's
know,
the majority theory. I don't know.
Did you see how people?
I don't really research it. But...
Oxcan, did you see how people fading in the space?
Yeah, I seen that video.
Oh, great! How we can fade in the real time?
So, what was the source of that? I never actually learned the source of that video because I know NASA does like things for like kids and stuff.
Okay, this is 4 or 5. What I said, puppet. Let's continue. What is doing George Washington Bush in visiting the NASA in wheelchair? Did you see that one?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? Who, where?
Bush, I think, older one, president in wheelchair visiting NASA.
Okay, what about it?
There is a blue screen behind him showing how they can show the bubbles, coloring bubbles. The astronaut behind the blue screen, the NASA.
Oh yeah, I believe they have. I believe they have blue and green screens on the ISS, but that's to show like demonstrations and stuff. I mean, especially like with like kids and stuff, because they do like magic tricks and stuff for like kids on the ISS and stuff.
Oh, they are in space for doing magic tricks for kids. That's in the program. Oh, cool. Great, cool. And also, it's in
space cool. That's right. You guys found space cool.
Is it in program that French astronaut has the tennis ball in the final of the Roland Garros? That's also in the program.
They have. I mean, I would have to see the game. I don't even know what you're talking. Tennis ball?
Man, I was watching Djokovic playing the 2 years ago final of the Roland Garros. They was live after the match, 2 minutes. There was live entering from the ISS. The French guy has the tennis ball in the fucking ISS during the French final.
Tennis ball in the ass? My God, how that?
Because French guy was thinking like that. It will be final. It's good to take tennis ball, and I'm tennis player. Also, I played like for 20 years. I need to show that, and they will because it will be live. It will be live after Roland Garros on fucking tennis sport channel. They put live. I show the French guy, and you tell me I need to see that. I saw on national television, not on YouTube. Fuck.
Little tiny fucking tennis ball on a big ball.
Yeah, then string is attached, passing there.
Hang on. Sasa, where are you from, bro?
I'm from. Fuck it, that flag, destroy it.
Romania. No, where are you from, bro? No, honestly.
I'm from Yugoslavia.
Where was that?
That was attaching with Romania.
Ah. Okay.
I am from Croatia now.
I see.
Oh, now I'm from UK.
Now, you're in UK now?
Yeah, I was in Italy 12 years.
Well done, bro. Well, welcome. We're glad you're here.
Yeah, here it's freedom.
So where you came from? I'm gonna go. It's 5:40.
All right, bro. Hey, who's going? What do you say? For fuck's sake, he's just left. Not even a word of goodbye. All right, now I'm assaulted. For fuck's sake, bro. Bastard. All right, fuck off, you cunty.
I would believe NASA everything if they have so many mistakes.
Too many. Yeah.
There will be problem, if you don't have all these videos about NASA and you have, for example, like in the time it was 6 hours of video on YouTube what they are mistaking, what where they was catched, If they don't have that, maybe we will be a little bit confused because you don't have any point to point it out. Everything is, looking everything perfect, but it is not like that.
We had a conversation with them before about the moon, and they still AP Mac. They just got no idea. No, I believe.
But okay, that was in the time when we were young, or somebody even was not born. But we are now here present, and we can see with our eyes what's happening on ISS and that bullshit,
Yeah,
they have program.
We spoke about that as well.
It was like talking to myself 20 years ago, but when I had no fucking filter, no idea.
For me,
It was saying, the wires, they're all, they're just shadows.
Yeah, it's just it's a glitch. It's a glitch. It's a glitch, mate. Somebody reaching for a hat and putting it on a shelf isn't even fucking there. It's a glitch, man. It's a fucking glitch. It's shadow. It's shadow hat. Yeah, listen. There's, there are some people that you're never going to reach, and I think that unfortunately these guys might have been two of them. I don't know so much about who the fuck was the last guy. Okay, Frost. I don't think you're ever going to reach. Guy I was talking to, if I can remember his fucking name, because I got a mind like a goldfish. I think he's a flat earther.
Listen, can I read this? This is important. Our whole universe was in hot, dense state. Then nearly 14
million years ago. Billion.
Expansion started. Wait, the Earth began to cool.
Do you really have to fucking you bastard?
The outcrops began to draw. Neanderthals developed tools. We built a wall. We built pyramids. Math, science, history. Yeah, great. That all started with the Big Bang. And look at the devil. The Big Bang gave only air the water, nobody else.
What a bastard! I thought he was going to say, "Listen, I've got something profound to say." 15 million years ago, the Earth expanded. I said, "Yes." I said, "Go for it, bro. Go for it." He's fucking. He's doing the Big Bang Theory theme song.
Yeah, because Big Bang exploded. When Big Bang exploded, everything was hot, And Big Bang decided, listen. Yeah, and Big Bang decided, listen, we will put all these oceans only on the Earth because this is the best things to be on the Earth. Oh, that was nature. It's only on the Earth oceans. Everywhere else, it will not be water because that's Big Bang.
Yep, and we all know how fucking Big Bangs are prone to make things fucking grow together. Yeah, because
I will put these oceans in vacuum.
Big explosions make things come together, don't they? In little balls, little tiny balls, all across the universe. Explosion is a destructive process. It doesn't fucking make things. It destroys everything.
When 500,000 bombs fell on my town in 90s, my town was even more beautiful. There was a swimming pool, new one, because there felt like 300 bombs. Hotel felt 20 bombs. Hotel was even bigger and more beautiful.
It's just a fucking it's crazy, bro.
Because you need to understand that from chaos always is coming order.
everything. Order.
After its order, if you drop the atomic bomb, you will have the beautiful air.
Trees gonna sprout up. The flowers gonna start growing. Yeah, human beings just.
Not in the first place. In first place, the house it will be destroyed, but after that, it will
Cows?
grow even. Yeah,
Oh yeah.
and yeah,
They're
and
not.
then from that some amoeba will come, and I don't know.
But I used to think about that. I used to think I knew everything because you know what? I was one of them nihilists, kind of fuck me. What was I? I was a bad nihilist. I thought that explosions and big bangs and theories were science.
Don't forget, in the Big Bang was a language also and information.
Yeah,
When it exploded, it said, "Now spread it and learn people." And when people come, learn them to speak.
I thought I knew everything, but I had no clue, not a clue, who brought up the Big Bang, where the Big Bang came from, what the fuck it was doing
Nothing.
here, and where the fuck it was
From
going.
nothing.
From
If
nothing.
you have nothing, then you
Right.
can have Big Bang.
So, as a what do you call it? There's a name for it. It's kind of a I can't mind it now, but a fucking dickhead. Dickhead would be the good word for it, because I was a pure dickhead. It's just dickhead. I had no idea where the Big Bang came from. I had no idea where it was going. I had no idea where dinosaurs came from, but I believed the whole fucking shit. And I thought I knew the answer to everything. Little did I know, I was the fucking dickhead. Dickhead, bruh. Dickhead. 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 Capital letters. And then the flat earth came along. I thought, Jesus, these guys here. I'm going to go in. I'm going to destroy them. I'm going to make the funniest shit I ever fucking made up because these boys are fucking ridiculous. And girls. And I came out and I went, holy fuck. Holy fuck. I know fuck all. I know nothing. The earth is probably flat. Just in one fucking thread, bro. On one server. Hallelujah. Thank God. Praise the Lord. Man. These people these days, they're so caught up in their own fucking importance. They think, I'm going to take selfies. I'm so fucking amazing. I'm going to, hey, where do you see what I had for breakfast? Nobody cares, bro. But they do. They think it's amazing. They think it means something. It's bullshit. It is. Where is the world going? It's fucking stupid. And I know I sound like an Italian, but it's fucking stupid. It's the worst thing I've ever seen, man. I mean, I don't want to be here in 20 years. This is going to be fucking the worst place you ever want to be. Full of narcissists, people taking selfies. The measure of your phone is how good a selfie can take. Can it do it in itself? Can you put it on the stand? It's just like, what? No, fuck up, bro. This world's going completely insane. It's a little bit like myself. Good night. I didn't even know what fucking gender I was when I woke up today. Can somebody tell me? What the fuck am I? My man, woman, he, she, they, he, her. I have no idea. I could be a fucking table. Am I a table? That's funny, bro. Am I a fucking table? You just sit back and enjoy the ride. Just you sit back and enjoy the ride, bro. I'll fucking sort it out. Don't you worry about it. Petrol? Nah. Okay, wait, but petrol? That's a bit expensive. You pay for that. Okay.
Imagination Station. We've got Jeff in this morning, and we're talking about January. So it's revolving around air.
Exactly. So, I brought in some air with me, which is not that particularly exciting, but I do have some air with me today. But I also brought in some other gases. So this balloon I filled with a different gas. Can you feel kind of like the weight of it?
It feels heavy.
It feels heavy, but when I take this off, you'll notice that it's about, wants to kind of float away.
Oh,
right?
let me see. Yes, I do.
Excellent. So you've probably seen, your uncle at a birthday party or something take a helium balloon, which is what's in here. When he goes and he grabs one and he undoes it.
And then he ends up talking like this the entire time, right? Which is always fun. If you want to give it a shot, Chris. Right?
Sure.
All right. So, and the reason why this is happening is that helium is actually.
Jeff, what's going? Oh my gosh, it really works.
It does work really well.
I didn't really believe you.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, I'm gonna take a deep breath in, deep breath out. We want to clear that helium out. Now, you don't actually want to do this at home.
We think we're somewhat back to normal.
Yes, good. But you don't actually want to do this at home because it will. Your body's not designed to breathe helium.
Okay.
It's designed to breathe oxygen.
Right.
And by helium's not going to hurt you, but lack of oxygen will. And
right.
So we have a trained scientist here with you today, so we're doing this, but you do not want to do anything like this
Gotcha.
at home. Okay?
Message heard, don't do it at home.
Now, the reason why it makes your voice squeaky is because it's 6 times lighter than air.
Okay.
Which means sound propagates through it 2.5 times faster. So it doesn't change your vocal cords, it changes the rate at which sound propagates through it.
Very interesting. That's the science behind it.
That's the science, but I decided to bring in a little bit of a special gas. I have some sulfur hexafluoride. Can you see it? Isn't it beautiful?
I'd be lying if I told you I could see a difference. I'm not seeing anything.
So it's translucent just like normal air is. So we're gonna have to get a little more clever if we want to see it. So I'm gonna remove.
Now, how are you pulling the lid off here? Explain this.
I'm just pulling this lid off because I've actually put the sulfur hexafluoride in here, and it's 6 times heavier than normal air. And so to see it, this is just a normal air balloon, right?
Okay.
I'll take this one from you.
Okay.
All right, we'll just get rid of that. Go ahead and take that and just place it on top of my tank here.
All right.
Just like you're putting a bobber in some water and just.
Shall I let go?
Yeah, just go ahead and let go. Okay.
Very cool.
Isn't that just amazing there? Isn't that just so cool?
Yep. And if you could see too, the balloon isn't attached to anything or surrounded by anything.
You can go ahead and tap it. It's almost like it's a cork in water. And that's because, don't do it too much. You're going to get rid of all my sulfur hexafluoride. That stuff's expensive, Chris, okay? Now, it's 6 times heavier than normal air. Helium was 6 times lighter. So what do you think would happen if we inhaled some of this?
Our voice would get very deep.
You think so? Well, you're about to find out. So I don't want to do this. So here you go.
Oh.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, you ready?
I'm a guinea pig in many forms. Ready? Same way as the helium?
That's good.
Luke, I am your father.
Keep talking.
I can't believe that just came out of my mouth.
Okay, we're gonna take one deep breath in and deep breath out. Let's do a second one just to make sure. And your voice will be back to normal 3 to 6 weeks, don't worry. Go ahead and talk.
You're not gonna be invited back next week, I'll tell you what.
It's pretty cool, right? And what's really cool is since it's so much more dense than the air, you can kind of pour it. So if I...
Okay.
I can actually talk by pouring it directly into my lungs, okay? And it's a great way to learn about, density and air and
Wow, just don't try to pick up any ladies that way, okay?
I don't think it's gonna work too well.
All right, super cool. So we're just talking, it goes around with the January, so we're talking about the density of the different gases and, of course, how it affects the propagation of sound waves that come out of our simple airwaves in our voice.
Yeah, very cool.
All right, you guys are just down the road, Imagination Station, and January goes through
all of January, of course.
I just had to ask the obvious question just to make sure. All righty.
Thanks for doing this with me, Chris. Very cool.
One more time?
Oh, please do.
we will have much more W2L11 your day when we return.
Sure, yeah. What brings you to the server?
Oh, I was just hanging out on another server where they just talked about like being on here, and they said, you know, that the URL or invite, I guess, is just flat Earth without any spaces. So I just punched it in. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
No,
what do you understand about the topic?
I mean, I haven't really concerned myself with it. You know, I'm if you want to say that, you know, I'm not a flat earther, if that's the correct term. I don't know. But on the other hand, I find people who are like coming on here, like trying to debate you, whatever, calling you stupid and so on. I find them like to be extremely obnoxious themselves. Very, I don't know, like ignorant.
Yeah, that's fair. Sounds very fair. Well, welcome. I went ahead and gave you the VC verified tag. Be aware that there are a handful of rules and expectations, mostly correlating to Discord terms of service. And I'll let you know that this is live streamed. This specific voice chat is live streamed on a handful of platforms, but primarily YouTube. Just be aware of those things and use standard internet discretion.
Right. Yeah. You know, the obvious stuff, basically.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, if you have any questions, curiosities on the subject, there's a handful of us that are quite familiar with the topic. And
right. I mean, one interesting thing, or like one thing I'd just like to know from you is, you know, I've heard of this concept, you know, what's it called, relative buoyancy or something like that, and I'd just like to, yeah.
It's referred to as relative density, but yeah, go ahead.
Right. Yeah, I'd just like to know like how that, like how that would work. Like, does that work for you with or without gravitational pull or something? You know.
Yeah. So when people use the word gravity, they oftentimes have an idea in mind, and interestingly enough, that idea usually correlates to a very archaic interpretation of up and down and why things go up and down, referred to as the Newtonian gravity model. Are you familiar?
Yeah.
So, like the concept of mass attracting mass, are you aware that was superseded and actually abandoned a little over 100 years ago?
Is that so?
It was abandoned for a newer system that you've also more than likely heard of, known as the warping and bending of space-time, the theory of relativity from Einstein.
Right.
And did you know that is currently being reformulated and, for all intents and purposes, will ultimately also be abandoned in the current understanding? And by understanding, I'm using that word very loosely. I could call it a narrative. I could call it a story. Right. But they're abandoning that for a medium or an element or a component that exists between matter, such as there's different theoretical elements that they're inventing, like the graviton, or the Higgs boson, or antimatter, or black matter, to explain in a more consistent way what we see in reality. Now, right. I'm going to give you a little bit of an analogy. You may have been in a conversation before where somebody just says God for all the answers.
Okay. I mean, not really, no.
Okay, or basically what I'm saying is, if you just say magic is the answer, magic could answer everything, right? So, and I don't mean that literally. I mean that logically.
Yeah.
So if magic can do anything, then magic can fill the whole of explanation for anything, because you could just say, magic is the answer. Magic is the answer. Magic is the answer. And I'm using that as an analogy for what's currently happening as they continue to obscure into deeper forms of sophistry, I would call it.
Right.
They say things that sound really smart, but they're really just using a synonym for the word magic when they invent ideas like particles or forces. They just make a new name, oftentimes after somebody's last name or something, who talked about the subject, and they name it this new thing after that, and then they're like, this explains it. This answers all the questions. So I know that's kind of a convoluted way, a roundabout way to get to the point. Things go up or down. The question of what causes things to go up or down is only answered in part by relative density.
Yeah.
I had a really good analogy for this the other day. Oh yes, here was my analogy. Are you familiar with when somebody slams their hand on a piano or doesn't know how to play the piano and it sounds really bad? They call this dissonance.
Yeah.
Okay. So my question for somebody else the other day was, why is dissonance, why does it sound bad?
Right.
Why does harmony sound good and dissonance sounds not good?
Yeah. I mean, like if I'm allowed to answer with
of course.
at least what I know, it has to do with more or less the frequency being, let's say in a let's just call it pleasant ratio, like to each other, right? I mean, that's more or less how I understand it. Like, yeah.
I would just reduce it down and say, why are those ratios inherently good as opposed to bad ratios being inherently bad or unpleasant? Right. So I'm asking a question that might not necessarily have an answer, but you do understand the effect, and you don't have to understand the cause to fully understand the effect.
Yeah.
That it's just another roundabout way of saying we can fully understand the effects of things going up and down and all of that. The cause may not be an answerable question.
Yeah.
But here's what.
Yeah.
Sorry, I know I'm talking a whole lot. I don't mean to cut you off. I will just add to this whole thing. The fact of the matter is, mass attracting mass was never demonstrated. It was an idea, somewhat of a post hoc, drawing the target around the object. You know, you shoot an arrow and then you paint a target wherever the arrow landed.
Right. Kind
of an after the fact. Well, this is the explanation, but we can't demonstrate it.
Right. I mean, I'm not. I think it possibly could be demonstrated, but I don't think that it up until now it has been demonstrated in a way that's like super impressive. Like we haven't really attracted like a meteoroid or something just with, I don't know, like a gravity beam or something.
A gravity beam sounds like a really fun device, like in Half-Life 2 and stuff like that, but I'm not aware of that existing in our reality.
I'm pretty sure that there's some that particles, not even like on a molecular or atomic level, but just like basically dust has been recorded, basically just attracting itself, more or less.
Yeah, you have to. I would say this: ask the question: are there other possible explanations for for the effect that you're witnessing? So, for instance, let's say you see a particle of dust, and you're like, "Whoa! I just witnessed other dust particles going to that dust particle." For instance, right? Or is there more than one possible explanation for the cause?
I mean, if you just said
it's just a yes or no question,
right? I mean, if you don't account for other variables, right? Surely there could be.
So, in regards to, is there more than one way to explain something you're witnessing? And that I would say yes.
Mm-hmm.
So, determining which one it is would require experimentation. The issue is, are you able to account for all of the variables?
Okay. Yeah, I get what you're trying to say. But I mean, there is stuff like the Cavendish experiment and so on that, have been performed in basically in surroundings where there's basically zero, there are zero other factors affecting it other than gravity. Air's been sucked out, it's been done pitch black and so on, right? No nothing, no sound, no vibration. Just what we would assume is the gravitational pull.
I appreciate you using the word assume. There are very many issues for the Cavendish experiment.
Yo, that was a fucking major red herring, bro. Like, and this is why it's like.
Are you so hold on, Elijah? Are you addressing our conversation or the live stream debate?
Okay.
I can't hear you, Elijah.
Neither can I.
Elijah, there's an active flat Earth. I'm not going to call it a debate. It really doesn't deserve to be called a debate. Argument taking place. I believe that's what he was referring to when he was popping in here, because he was probably replying to the text chat.
Right.
Yeah, there are all these sorts of things that can be pointed to. The most important is there's a claim that there's curvature.
Right.
That curvature would obstruct your ability to see beyond a certain point.
Mm-hmm.
And if you see beyond that point, there needs to be a sufficient explanation for why that is.
Yeah.
And if there's blockage, or if there's an alleged blockage, but then it's not actually blockage, then the blockage is invalidated.
Right. I get what you're trying to say, yeah.
And that's really the primary. Another aspect of the conversation would be it's impossible to demonstrate gas pressure without a container. Pressure implies pressing. Gas goes in all directions and must be pressing off of a container in order for there to be pressure.
Yeah.
So we have gas pressure, therefore there must be a container for the gas pressure to exist in the first place.
Okay, but don't you think that the container could be more abstract than something that's as solid as glass or metal?
If that could be demonstrated, yes.
I mean, just to humor it, I would think under the presumption, that gravity functions as, let's just say, is consensus. I will just call it that. I would think that would suffice as a what you call it?
As a container?
Yeah, exactly. As a container.
Sure, I've heard the argument that gravity is the container many times. The issue with that is that demonstratable? Can you demonstrate that in an experiment?
Right. I mean, it's kind of like when you it's how do I say this? It's kind of like when like a water droplet surrounds an object or forms at all. I'd assume that it's like more or less something similar.
Adhesion?
Yeah, I mean, you don't really have to call it adhesion, right? It's more like surface tension.
Yeah, and you think gravity is the answer for why surface tension exists?
No, I think that surface tension exists. I think that, like I said, I'm a complete layman when it comes to physics and so on. I'm not pretending. I'm just thinking that this might apply to gases as well, as they, at least I'd imagine, also have like a surface.
I can imagine amazing things myself, and I'm not trying to be rude when I say that.
Yeah,
I can relate to how powerful our imagination is. The issue is that has not been demonstrated.
Mm-hmm.
I am not aware of any demonstration ever where that's the case.
Probably Google that. Let's see. Surface tension gas. It says. I mean, there seems to be some stuff about like the surface tension of gas and so on, but we don't have to like geek out or something like that. Like the complete opposite of what I want to do. I don't want to like make you read some stupid paper.
So you said you found a paper referencing surface tension of gases?
Yeah.
Yeah, post it.
I mean, like I said, I haven't read it.
That's okay.
Right. It's just something that I found just now. So that's the thing.
That is fine. It does say liquid, though.
It says gas, liquid, surface tension. So, I don't know what it will say in like specifically. And I mean, like having, that's you know the types, like the people who will just search something without having a clue of what it actually means that they're like referencing, then taking that as like evidence.
Yeah, and I would just say it says liquid too. So if you're going to,
I know. I'm just, there's many like results for what I just posted. It's just something that was like the first result. Again, like I'm not here to be a missionary or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because to be quite honest, for the most part, the whole question on whether on like what the actual shape of a planet is has little to no effect on my life at all. Because I mean, if it's,
let me ask you this question: have you ever? It's kind of a vague question. Just think about it for a moment. Have you ever made a decision based on trust of the individual, based on trust in an individual?
I know exactly what you're going down on, like which road you're going down, and I support it 100%, because the main problem I have with the people that, the types that would go here and say something like, I'm going to debate these stupid flat earthers, or something. I'm going to destroy them with, science and logic and stuff like that, is that basically, just without judging any group here, at least for the few first sentences, I think it's much more rational to believe your perception more than, just somebody that you're told to believe, right? Mm-hmm. I think it's much more suitable in for most circumstances, right? I mean, in many cases, we would call a person that just believes something which they perceive to be false, but are told to be true, delusional. Yeah.
So there are very many people that place a large amount of trust in certain people and or organizations, and inform their decisions based on that degree of trust. If they were to be made fully aware of the lack of honor is not the right word, the lack of justification for that trust, right. If the untrustworthiness were to be exposed, it may help people make more, apply more critical thinking, and be a little bit more scrutinizing before making certain decisions. I understand there's the phenomenon of cognitive ease, where we tend to make there's certain behaviors that we find ourselves doing quite regularly, and we do them the same way, so we don't really think about them very much. That can be expanded out in a lot of different ways, and I think that there are people, you take a foot forward, a step forward, and you expect the ground to support you. That's a reasonable thing. But if you're, let's say you cross bridges on a regular basis, right? Like wooden bridges that are being made by different people. If you found out that there was this one company that, skips steps, doesn't manufacture bridges properly, and basically is just pretending, it would be important to know that. It's just a loose metaphor.
Mm-hmm.
But
I get what you're trying to say. Yeah, it's many a times, people keep believing what they're believing, even if they're presented with authentic information that they, that what they believed in previously is false, right? Like they will discard that authentic information in favor of, what they have been believing for quite some time. And that's mostly, that's almost like part of the whole gambler's fallacy thing, simply because they invested so much of their time, effort, and just basically life into believing in a certain thing, even if it's not like actively believing it, as in like that they don't think to themselves, oh, I believe in this and that. They just do passively, right? They will obviously put up at least a bit of resistance when being convinced of something that's contrary to that.
So how many long distance observations are you aware of that point to falsifying a radius claim for Earth?
Oh, I don't know. I don't really, like I said, I don't. I mean,
no, it's okay. You could just say I'm not aware of any. I've heard of one or two. Like that's all the answer I was looking for.
Like I said, I saw some videos, right? But I'm not tracking that. That's kind of like looking out for looking at those things, like waiting for them to happen and then looking at the results. I don't know. That kind of seems like. It's obviously it doesn't track at all, but it's kind of like if you allow that comparison, like baseball for flat earthers. Like it's like you just wait for it to happen, and then like hopefully like your team wins, more or less, right? But I seriously don't have any recollection of like any serious trials or experiments like that, except for my own, which aren't really planned or scientific in any way.
Yeah. So this specifically would not be referred to as an experiment. I'm referring to just what's known as long distance observations. Right. So if you're not really particularly aware of any, it sounds like you're kind of just, as far as this topic goes, you're hanging out for a verdict at some point. That is that fair? Kind of. Sure. Your position on it? It's like, it looks like they're arguing about something, and one day maybe we'll finally know the actual answer. Something along those lines.
Yeah, the thing is, if we were to like seriously debate, but like if I was some like staunch globehead, if you want to call it that, and you were to completely like disprove me in every single way, I would probably not change my opinion simply because I have been more or less, and to be frank, kind of programmed to instinctively like reject flat Earth as like a serious belief. Mm-hmm. And not only that, but how do I say this? Basically, just see those that do believe in it as ridiculous. That's like something that I don't know, can't really do anything against. But the thing is, I want stuff like, for example, Hollow Earth to be real so bad.
Yeah, because of Godzilla, of course, man. Yeah, that's what I was hoping for as well. Damn, Godzilla brought Hollow Earth. Damn, I was all in for it. Yeah, a huge monster like that in the middle of the earth. Damn, it went crazy. One thing I was just curious about your age, though, if you don't mind. I'm 34 right now. What's your age?
Oh, I'm 21.
21. Okay, so I was in globe religion for like about 25 years. So my case is worse than yours. There you go. I win. I'll stop it there.
Boom. Yeah, no, I'm not. Like I said, I'm not trying to judge.
We're all programmed to think exactly what you just said. All of us. And I think one day, if you can realize that there's nothing to debate, then things would change. Because it's not like anything can be debated about. You know what I mean? Nobody's going to be able to debate how tall you are unless neither person or one of the people don't know how tall you are. So out of ignorance, they might say, well, I've stood next to him and it seems like he's shorter or it seems like he's taller. In that sense, the only way you can debate it is if you're actually debating ignorantly against something that already is. Then there are things to debate, like things about opinions, like your favorite color, your favorite restaurant. But when it comes to measurement, or when it comes to persons, places, and things, well, that we can go to, those things just matter.
Yeah.
A thing is a thing. There's nothing to debate about a thing being a thing. In this case, the Earth is supposedly a globe thing. Well, we test that. We can test whether or not the dimensions are accurate the way the math describes them. And we have an argument called the Black Swan, where we focus on the distance to the horizon, which is supposed to be geometrically blocking the rest of the Earth, because the rest of the Earth is hidden by the curve, right? That's why we can't see everything. That's what Professor Dave just said in his debate. And the bottom line is that horizon is never geometrically where it's calculated to be. As a matter of fact, it's further. As many times as I've actually seen it, and there's been the times that I've seen it on video now. Well, video came first, but then I went out to actually view it myself. But at that point, you don't debate whether or not the horizon is geometric. We just know that it's not. There's nothing to debate unless you're a person who doesn't understand what an obstruction is.
Right.
Obstruction being the geometric horizon. Metric because it's supposed to be measured to be 1 mile away if you're 1 foot off the ground, or a 6 foot person, it'd be somewhere around 3 miles away. That's its measure, the measure of your physical blockage from the rest of the Earth. So the moment that you realize that that's actually not true, there's nothing to debate about it. It's just something to realize.
Right. I mean, like the obvious follow-up question is, I mean, it is said that supposedly the Earth is not spherical, but more like basically like a discarded apple, almost like an apple you've thrown against a moving vehicle or something.
Yeah, I think Gospel Bearer has one of the best answers for this.
Yeah.
If Gospel Bearer is still there.
He's on a call.
Oh, give him a second.
Right.
But I would just say overall that's not the case. Overall, they would say that it's a minuscule amount, and for all intents and purposes, it is curving at a specific rate. That's like when they say Kansas is flatter than a pancake, but then you're like, well, on a planetary scale, not really. Oh no, on a planetary scale, yeah, but when you're standing there, not really, right?
Yeah, but I read about that. Didn't they actually if you scale Kansas down to like a pancake, isn't it even flatter than a pancake?
Yeah, flatter than a pancake. But the thing about that is you can't have two different kinds of elevation, right? Because when we talk about 8 inches per mile squared, then it's the elevation drop between you, the point that you're standing on, and the Earth that's curving away from you. And consequently, that would be what the horizon is. the cutoff at which you can see the land, because it's curving away from you. But you can't have that kind of elevation drop and have an elevation profile of flat when determining the flatness of Kansas, because that's exactly what you would have to use. Like the profile on Google, the elevation would have to be flat for you to know, based on that zero baseline, how high and how low things are on an average.
Right. I have a completely off-topic question. What do you what, in your opinion, is the more or less like optimal flat Earth fast food item? Because I'm ordering food right now.
Fast food item? I try not to eat fast food.
Yeah, but my refrigerator broke, so I don't know. I don't really have an option right now.
I would say, what would I say? I would say, dang.
How about a nice flatbread sandwich?
Thomas is Italian. I don't.
I mean, I'm thinking about like a real like trifecta here. So basically, on one hand, like you'd have the like the donut Earth, like the torus, right, where it's like double hollow, represented by onion rings. Then pizza balls for the globe, and then
what's a pizza ball?
Yeah, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, it's basically just like a made from like pizza dough with a bit of like mozzarella and sauce in it. Yeah.
Oh, Gospel, I think you were on a call. Oh, go ahead. Your third item.
Yeah, and the third one is like it could either be a pizza or like a chicken burger.
This is what, if you can go somewhere and get an omelet, that's a good quality. There's not a lot of garbage in omelets. I mean, some people, you could have the argument about if ham is in it or whatever, but omelets oftentimes have, pretty legit things, depending on the quality of the cheese. But like bell peppers, tomato, onion, those are all good things.
Okay.
That omelet is raw. I don't know. Maybe it's just melted cheese.
I mean, many people often overcook their omelet.
Yes.
But on another note, like, what do you think is more flat Earth like, a burger or pizza?
I don't know. I have different ideas about how things might be.
The bun, because at the on the underside of the bun, you have a plane, and then under,
You're just thinking about a burrito, bro. and I find it hypocritical that you didn't say burrito the whole time, because I know you were thinking about it.
Burritos don't have a flat level surface.
Yeah.
Well, not level. I mean, you got to hold it level for it to be level, but they don't have a flat surface.
Get iron it. I mean,
so you tried it. You were reaching. You were reaching. As a matter of fact, that's exactly what I had only 30 minutes ago. A steak and chicken burrito. So I'm very upset that MJ called it out, because he could not have known that unless I really eat them as much as I do.
Yes,
so
exactly. Yeah.
Oh man.
But on another note, back to the Gospel. I was telling him you would be the best person to talk about, because when we were talking about the curvature, he's like, yeah, but don't they say it's not perfectly spherical? It's more like an apple. So
yeah. So check this out real quick, Spangle. They say oblate spheroid. They'll even invoke the word pear.
I said, an apple thrown against a moving vehicle. That's my what I said.
Okay, but just in case that idea ever creeps into your imagination, let me help you with it. Based on the globe model, based on the equatorial radius versus the polar radius, you understand the two reference points?
Yeah.
Okay. There is a 0.3% difference between those numbers. So again, 0.3% difference between those two numbers. So it is my claim, which I think is a very fair claim, to say that it's extremely disingenuous, and there's probably other words that I could use, like subversive or distracting or red herring, but it's very disingenuous to say oblate spheroid or paroid or any other thing besides an almost perfect ball is what they claim this Earth to be. So to distract by that and say that it's lumpy this or it's this or that is so inaccurate according to the numbers that they provide. It's absurd that they even go there, but they do. And I find that quite suspicious that they go there.
Don't you think that might be due to like 2-3 factors? The first one being that you can kind of like spin the polar radius like around if you just discard like the Greenwich line, and the next one being that supposedly water kind of like covers it, kind of just flattening out the dents, if you want to call it that.
You know what? I think I'm glad that you went there, because I just went through a video the other day. I kind of cut you off. Keep going, and then I'll post this really helpful video.
Right. I mean, the next funniest thing is that there actually is an ice wall, and they were just like shit, let's just like make this up.
All right. So on the concept of, take into consideration all the claims of the globe, okay? Take into consideration the pathway of the moon. Take all these things into consideration, and then I want you to look at the map in this video. It's also in the thumbnail of the Earth, the tides of the water, okay, and the different, quite apparently spontaneous or incoherent locations where these tides differ. This, to me, is a very helpful visual to dispel the illusion of a globe, to dispel the illusion of the moon causing the tides. There are places in this world, and you can watch that whole video, it's nicely done, but there are places in this world that have 4 tides a day. There are places in this world that have 2 tides a day. And there are places in this world that have a mixture of both of those, as in not always the same.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah.
So when people are like, the water, the earth is spinning and the water bulges a little bit, or any of those sorts of things, that's not what these tidal maps demonstrate in the slightest. But anyway, again, 0.3%. I give an analogy for that. After you shave your face, you have removed. I mean, if you do a really great job, you've removed maybe up to, possibly even more, but probably only up to 99.7% of the hair. Every time I shave, I can shave against the grain. I can use a 1 blade. I can use a 5 blade. I can use an electric. I can use whatever. No matter what I do, if I'm trying to not actually shave my skin off too and just destroy my face with, by scraping the skin in addition to the hair, right? I'm not trying to hurt myself. I can still feel the hair, I rub my hand against the grain. I'm like, yeah, even after a fresh shave. Now with the grain, it's pretty smooth. It's pretty legit, but against the grain, I can still feel a little bit of hair. My point is to say that 0.3% of the hair is present means that you're unshaven. Oh, look at this unshaven man, which in reality he's a freshly shaved man. He just dried his face off. And oh, look at that unshaven man, is the equivalent to calling the earth some type of oblate anything or paroid anything. But even worse. It's even worse.
I still have only one question.
Yeah.
Should I order a burger or pizza?
Yeah, they're both relatively unhealthy foods. You're probably going to have a better physical response to a burger in general, as opposed. Pizza tastes fantastic. I mean, unless it's just crappy pizza. But burgers, I think, have a more dynamic nutrition set.
Yeah, I mean, that's why the Italians didn't really achieve anything militarily after they became Italy, because how are you supposed to build any muscle with the protein from pizza toppings? How's that supposed to work?
That's a funny theory.
Yeah. I mean, look, people always rave about the great Italian cuisine, and yet it only consists of dough, tomatoes, and cheese.
It can be argued that nearly every continent and almost every culture in the world has a variation of the meat, cheese, bread combination. You can make an extremely long list of foods across the world that have that combination, whether it's lasagna or a burger or pizza or a burrito. The meat, cheese, bread combo is all but universal.
I mean,
in different proportions.
I don't even know about that. The only thing that comes to mind when I think about the rest of Europe is cordon bleu, and that's a weird specialty.
Yeah, I like chicken cordon bleu.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. Yeah, but I mean, this kind of gets me thinking about the French cuisine and how people always say that it's great, but can't even name 3 actual dishes.
Croque monsieur.
Cuisines of the East aren't at all based on cheese and bread.
Just
I know there's a lot of Asian cultures that avoid cheese, but that doesn't mean that they don't have a carb, meat, and other component trifecta.
Yeah. I mean, I have the feeling that you kind of like generalized it just maybe a small bit there.
Yeah. But there is a long list, right? Pizza, bread, cheese, meat. Burger, bread, cheese, meat. Burrito, bread, cheese, meat. Lasagna, bread, cheese, meat. Spaghetti, bread, cheese, meat. Like yes, it's
come out of Europe.
Yeah, that's all. Like most of it is like a just a remix of Italian cuisine, or is just Italian cuisine.
Is a burrito?
I mean, kind of is just like Spanish. I mean, like isn't the Mexican cuisine just you take whatever's left over and then wrap it up and put some cheese on it? Like you refry it and put some cheese on it.
Thank you, Napalm. It's so accurate, though.
Wow.
I love Bubba. My favorite. He really was, honestly, an extremely endearing character. Like, whoever wrote that character, and of course the actor just did a fantastic job, but that's one of the most endearing characters that I can remember in film.
Yeah.
I love Bubba.
Yeah. God. Would you believe me that I only ever saw like Forrest Gump in German?
Sure. Is that your native tongue?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, well, yeah, sure. Why not? It's fine.
I find that I found out that it sometimes freaks people out that like we watch almost all movies like dubbed exclusively.
Ja, und auf und fliegen out meine Marsch.
Okay, that's like like a very broken sentence with some vague like offensive words.
Yeah, because it's a reference to Wayne. It's a reference to Wayne's World. So, if you've seen Wayne's World, I don't know how it was dubbed
in German.
Yeah, und auf und fliegen out meine Marsch. Yeah.
Yeah.
For the non-German speakers, that's and monkeys might fly out of my butt. Pretty much.
I mean,
I see.
Kinda. Like, with not enough imagination.
And back to the imagination thing. It comes full round circle.
Yeah, everybody reminds Wayne from Wayne's World's classic catch wave when he sees a woman. Boing. Okay, now I'm just fucking with you.
Swing.
Yeah, obviously that's what they say in Germany, the German dub as well.
Mm.
Yeah, won't you believe it? They also dubbed the second movie. Okay, but still, be like on the food delivery question:
burger,
chicken burger or normal burger?
Ooh, it all depends on the quality of that chicken. Because if it's well done, not well done as in fully well done cooked, but like if it's the right level of juiciness, a chicken burger could be pretty good. But yeah, I think you have a higher likelihood of success with the standard burger, but depends. I don't know.
There are a few like variations on the burger. The Big Burger Basic. I mean, they're all just called big, but they're just like regular. That's a quarter pounder. Basically, without cheese. Then the same thing with cheese. Then the Big Burger Western, which is the same thing, but with what I believe is barbecue sauce and bacon and cheese. The Big Burger Tijuana, same thing, but with guacamole, red onions, and Santa Fe sauce. I have no idea what that is.
Yeah, do that. Sounds good.
Yeah, but to be honest,
I'm a sucker for some guacamole, though.
Yeah, but I don't know like how well it will go with like Santa Fe sauce. I have no idea what that is. Yeah, but I'm probably just gonna stick to that thing then. I mean, in all likelihood, like the place is run by some people who have to eat halal, so they will most probably like make a decent like chicken sandwich.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, some of the best chicken I've ever had was at a Turkish restaurant.
Yeah, I mean, they're basically stripped of all like pork privileges for the most part, right? So that's basically what they had all of their like guild points into, right? let's see. I have to log into my bank account just to verify this payment. I don't know why it does this to me.
Yeah, always be careful when something redirects you to your bank.
Yeah, no, I have to like log in on my phone.
Oh, okay.
To like put a TAN into the thing or whatever. Okay, there we are.
Sorry, I sneezed. Sorry about that. Sorry about that.
But you know, I mean, this might be like my hubris or whatever. But I have the feeling that like here where I live, we use significantly like less seed oil when we like make food, even if it's like junk food.
Wo in Deutschland kommst du? Nordrhein-Westphalia?
Yeah, I'm just gonna answer that in English. Currently, I live in Berlin.
Berlin. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Are you from NRW?
No, I'm not from that place. That's all I'm gonna call it. In many places, I guess it's tolerable, but other times, you know, it's kind of a hellscape, right?
NRW, or where you're from?
No, like NRW, as you call it, right? North Rhine-Westphalia.
Yeah. You say it's a hellscape. Are you from somewhere else originally?
Yeah, I mean that whole place, right? It's basically chock full of like cities, right? That basically just rose to their position during the Industrial Revolution, right?
Yeah, a lot of foundries and stuff like that in the area. Yeah.
Yeah, and that wouldn't be a problem by themselves, right? But then they were, they were basically bombed to hell, and they didn't really like rebuild them right, so they still look kind of like temporary in some ways. Like in Cologne, for example, they've got a lot of heritage, you know, with the cathedral, or I guess like church, or whatever. And I mean, they have Roman ruins, blah, blah, all of this, right? But their inner city really isn't pretty. And that rhymed. So you know it's true.
You're a poet and you didn't even know it.
Yeah, God. Now it's time to freestyle. The curse of a person who tongues with pot.
We knew it. He's been sitting on that bar for a while.
Yeah, God. Yeah, that sometimes happens, doesn't it? You're trying to say something, but it's not like there's not like you have to wait for the opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels a bit forced then. Yeah.
Yeah, Lord knows. I've had that situation before. Yeah. And have it. I mean, this is like a weird question because I probably already know the answer. But have any of you ever been to Cologne?
Yeah. So I was there for a very short period of time, just like an afternoon. Yeah. I've spent quite a bit of time around like
concerts?
Duisburg, Dusseldorf, Dortmund area. I have a friend who's originally from Oberhausen.
Right. Yeah. So, and you only spent your time in that whole area?
Yeah. Well, I was there for his wedding and spent a lot of time. I actually, if anybody has the opportunity or the ability to experience another country by staying with a family, it's a much more enjoyable experience to spend time with families and kind of learn more of the culture than to just kind of see the touristy aspects of areas. Mm-hmm. And that's what I was able to do with my friend's family, which was really cool. Yeah, I spent 2 weeks in the area. Didn't do a whole lot of tourist stuff. Went to like Kolkum to see the castle and get some wine. And yeah, everything else was just kind of hanging out with family, learning cultures, just the little differences between, you know, American and German culture. So it was really cool.
Hey, you went to Kolkum. I mean, you at least went to a place, yeah, kind of worth seeing, right?
Yeah. That's a beautiful little town on the river.
Mm. Yeah, got a lot like those, you know, in that whole area. But
yeah, I don't know. I left my Kolkum sticker out of the picture that I posted.
Why? You feared that you'd be doxxed? Nah. But a friend and I, you know, I met the friend like when I did my semester abroad in Manchester. We actually like drove around basically the whole middle and south of Germany for like 2 weeks in my car, and also slept in it. It was loads of fun. I also got to see a lot of like areas that I haven't seen before myself. Yeah, really is something.
Germany's beautiful. And speaking of like the industrial aspect to that area, I think it's in Duisburg, there's a like an old abandoned steel factory or foundry where they've converted it into a park, and you can really just kind of go all over this whole entire like factory. It's lit up at night with a bunch of lights. There's rock climbing within some of the containment outside for the coke that was used for the processing of steel. It's really cool, and it's just completely open to the public to climb all over this whole entire old structure that used to be a steel mill. And one of the funny things is when we were there, you're kind of climbing and going through all these areas of this old shutdown factory, and there's just sharp metal edges everywhere and stairs that are really slippery. And I was like, there's no way that you could ever have something like this open to the public that's run by the public government. There's just no way, because somebody would fall and sue and whatever. And my friend was like, yeah, well, if you fall and hurt yourself, that's your fault. Why should anybody else have to pay for that? And I'm like, I like that attitude. Why is it somebody else's liability because you're being an idiot?
Mm. Yeah, that's kind of like the attitude, yeah.
Yeah. We have such a like so many lawyers here in the States, and this culture of like suing people for money and all that kind of crap, that something like that would just never fly.
That's true. I mean, that kind of sucks though, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I mean, near Berlin, there's like this place called Ferropolis, right? City of Iron. That's what it's called. And basically, it's like a place where they used to dig coal out of the ground, and this big, I guess, crater is now filled up with water, and in a little peninsula that is smack dab in the middle of said now I guess lake, but ex crater, right? They still have all the machinery that used to work there. So basically, you have these ginormous machines that are just standing about, right? These old coal diggers and whatever, and they actually do festivals and concerts there. So that's a bomb location for a festival, right? In this peninsula, the middle of this lake, with all these big coal, I don't know, like tools there, right? Really is something.
Yeah, it's probably very similar to the one that I went to in Duisburg. I think they call it like Duisburg Landscape Park or something like that. I'll see if I can link it. Really cool, beautiful. The way they have it all lit up with different color lights and stuff at night. It's really awesome.
Right. Yeah. No, I have it. I have it on Google Maps. Found it right away. Yeah, I mean, it is cool, isn't it? You can bet that, or you already know that so many like banned pictures, like photos, have been taken there.
Oh yeah, when we were there in the evening, my buddy was like, by the way, you might come around the corner and see a naked girl getting her picture taken. It happens here a lot.
Kind of weird. Yeah. You know, but like I said, I'm not from North Rhine-Westphalia, and I'm also not from Berlin. Like from the general, like Wiesbaden, Taunus area, like near, like west of Frankfurt.
Cool. So are you new to the server?
Yeah. Spank new.
Yeah. What originally brought you here, if somebody hasn't already asked that?
Yeah.
I was, just preparing for some exams, and because I wanted to ask a question, I joined like a mathematics Discord server. You know, that's, I don't know, kind of dorky if I think about it. But then I joined like the voice channel, and they talked about like this place, how they debated, I guess, you, right? And they said that the code to get to the server is just flat Earth without any spaces.
Yep.
Yeah, that's exactly what I typed in.
Cool. So when they were talking about it, and they said they debated, what was their kind of like overall general attitude about that, or like their opinion about that?
Well, I guess you can basically sum it up in a single word. That word being smug.
That's a good word.
As in, they were being smug, or the server was being smug to them? They were being smug.
Yeah.
Was it somebody from this server that was saying to come here and debate that was being smug, or was it somebody that came here to debate that was being smug?
The latter.
Gotcha. So just kind of like a general attitude of condescension.
Yeah.
They were probably just butthurt because they were provided evidences that they refused to accept, and it probably got them hurt their feelings.
Yeah.
It's typically what happens.
Spongle, are you willing to snitch this person for entertainment purposes for later on?
Can't even remember the name.
All right.
Like they were just in and out, more or less, right?
Gotcha.
Yeah. God.
Well, we have a mathematics professor that comes here often. He's not a flat earther, but he does regularly visit the server.
That's perfect. I need him because I need to cheat on a maths exam.
What category of math?
Okay. Basically, I've actually successfully done this exam before, but at a different uni. And I switched unis, right, because I didn't really like my old one anymore, and I wanted to move. And for some reason, they didn't recognize that mathematics course, right? So now they are more or less forcing me to retake Mathematics 1, which is like, I guess,
algebra.
Mostly, yeah, linear algebra and differential equations and stuff.
Why would you need to? Why would you need to cheat with that?
Because they basically told me. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what it's like in the US, but they make it like extremely pleasurable to do and also learn mathematics here. Next thing is, I've only been told like a week ago that I have to take it because that's how long it took for them to decide on whether or not to accredit it, right? And me thinking that I not only have Mathematics 1, but Mathematics 2 as well completed, right? Or having had completed that in the past, right? Thought that, I won't have to do Mathematics 1.
So this may be helpful information to you. I just double checked. The CLEP exam exists in Germany as well. CLEP, College Level Equivalency Program. Hold on. Never mind.
Yeah. Also, Whammer, I saw what you wrote into the chat. Yeah, I don't like colleges. I don't know. They don't really exist here.
Yeah. I'm curious if there's a CLEP in Germany. So in America, you can be in college and you can take a test for like $85, and if you pass it, you don't have to take that class. Are you familiar with anything like that in Germany?
No.
Okay.
It's mandatory.
It's called testing out. Yeah, you can test out of mandatory class. It shows that you have the competence, so you don't need to be educated on what you're already competent of.
Yeah, I know.
Double check.
Yeah, I'm getting in touch with my uni again, but seriously, I just want to pass this so I can carry on and I don't have to add a semester to my studies.
Yeah, for sure, because it's money too. It's not just time.
Yeah, in this case, it's just a smaller aspect of it, right? Doesn't really destroy you with debt here.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, but oh god, I just remembered. Yeah, I can't post any pictures. Otherwise, I would have posted the very first page of the script. Yeah. Ridiculous.
For a course to test.
Yeah.
Yeah, just ask. Is there an exam I can take to test out of a class?
The point, the point is, I don't want to take any exam at all because I've already done it. That's and I've got the module handbook. I've got my what you call it,
Well, maybe you can. Why can't you transfer the credits then?
For most of my courses, I could and I did, but but in this case, I don't know if they didn't allow it, and I'm now getting in touch with my uni again. To
you got to appeal.
Do it. Yeah.
All right.
Because it's
algebra's not a big headache, bro.
Yeah, it's just like it's how do I mean, look, it's not like you don't need to tell me that it's like not that big of a of a deal, because I've already done it. It's just that the like the material that they give you is so it's just so like I would describe, like just kind of chewy to go through, right? It's just very tedious.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like they the first like three pages are all about sequences and series with overly educated definitions and laws and so on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And it's like if I didn't know what all these signs meant, right, I would be lost. But all of this just builds up to them saying, oh yeah, by the way, you can calculate interest with this. It's so ridiculous. Like, I don't need the first three pages to get how to calculate like interest and like compounded interest. Completely insane, right? Just, I don't know, feels like a lot of chicanery.
Nice vocabulary.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's I mean, the worst thing is I always enjoyed mathematics, whether it was in school or like the last time I like took it in uni and so on. But this time it's just it really is just I don't know. It just feels mean-spirited. Like this is a first semester course, like a first semester class, and I have the feeling that they make me go through this just to like kind of test me, because everybody who's new to the uni has to do it to like prove their worth, even though I've already done it and I'm like a few semesters deep. Sucks.
Mm-hmm.
God, like
they don't trust you because you're from Frankfurt.
I mean, then they should trust me because I'm like from the actual Frankfurt and not from the second Frankfurt that's actually closer to Berlin. Yeah.
Can I ask you one quick question, Spongle?
Sure, go ahead.
If in reality the Earth is not a globe, would you want to know that?
I mean, the obvious answer is of course, right?
Well, not everybody. That's why he asked, because we actually find a lot of people. No, I wouldn't care. You alluded to that earlier.
No, it's not that. What I meant to say, it's just that it's not that I wouldn't want to know. It's just that there are a lot of things that are more like pressing right now for me. That are more like immediately important for me. And that's
I can understand that.
More about them and like solving all of these tasks before I would get to this.
Sure. If you're starving to death, for instance, you got to have a full belly first. If you're gasping for air because you're underwater, you got to come up for air before you address any other, topics or ideas. So, loose connection to Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs and all that conceptualization. So you gotta cover the base needs in your life before you start addressing some of these topics, maybe. But I think it's a relevant question. He was just making sure that that you were at least interested in the topic.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if I'm like starving in the desert and also like thirsty as all hell, right? Maybe if somebody told me and showed me that the Earth is flat, I would gain like a bit of energy just out of spite, just to like get through this and spread that information.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh God, the funny Maslow pyramid, right? I mean, that's kind of a funny marketing concept that I was also taught, but I mean, it's obviously like overtly bullshit, right? I mean, there are enough people who produced artistic things while they're in prison or somehow in danger or not well.
Yes,
right? I mean,
there's level skips.
Yeah, you don't need to be fat and like safe and well fed just to like paint or like to write something, right?
You could refer to it as a state of mind as well, though. You need to be in the right state of mind in order to access those higher levels, so to speak, I think is the premise, not necessarily, and everybody's level is subjective as well as far as that thing goes. But anyway, I think Dave was also kind of hinting at trying to bring the conversation back to the topic of the server and the topic of this live stream, where we do try to work through the conversation with folks that either are not aware or are being contentious against the topic, one or the other, where we work on letting people know why the Earth is not a ball. And I had asked you earlier, were you aware of any long-distance observations? And the general answer was no, because you hadn't been looking for them, basically. Something along those lines, right?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. So does anybody have any geographically relevant long-distance observations for that part of the country? Napalm or...
For Germany?
Sure.
Not that I can think of. But I had a question for Spongle. Do you think it's a good foundation for you as a person to understand where you are and possibly who you are? Do you think that's a good foundational knowledge to have?
Yeah, I mean, I'm more or less like certain that I know these two things.
Can I ask another question that's kind of related?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because it is important when we ask, do you think it's important to know where you are? But because people assume that they do know where they are, it doesn't really engage the thinker juice the way, you know what I mean? They're just going to go, yeah, of course it is. And I know where I am, right? So do you think it would be, if you were actually being deceived and nefarious dealings were going on,
yeah,
do you think it would be important for you to know if it impacted you personally?
Yes.
Because you don't know how it impacts you because you don't know what's going on. But if it in fact was true, would you want to know?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead, Napalm.
Yeah. Another aspect of the question would be, those that are under the impression that the universe exploded and order came from chaos, and that they are complicated rocks, and all these sorts of beliefs that go along with that presupposition, they have a limited capacity for their perspective, and they also have a constraint for how they determine how to make decisions in life with those presuppositions in mind.
Mm-hmm.
So that, I mean, it's just there's a big difference between that as your presupposition and the concept of creation, intention, design, which implies purpose.
Yeah.
Big difference between those two. So that in my opinion is the relevance of the question.
Okay. And now?
You said, and now?
Yeah.
What we observe, you've got, for instance, you've got the law of causality. You have philosophical ways of addressing this question. But then, in addition to just logic, you have our reality, where you can look at the fact that things are level. On average, across the land, it's level. The sea, under the sea floor, it's level. The sea itself is level. The sea level. And you've got all this straight flatness that is in opposition to the narrative that everything exploded and there's just a bunch of Dippin' Dots floating through. I know I'm being facetious, but just a bunch of balls, exploded particles that coalesced, and some didn't. Some did, and some didn't. And I mean, it's just a big chasm between those two different ideologies. But they're not just ideologies; it's what we can demonstrate and measure and see in our reality, that the surface of Earth, where we live and where we can see and where we can touch and look and measure, it's flat and level, and that implies something very contradictory to the story we've been told, basically.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah, so coming to an understanding that you are at the center of the universe, right? That everything kind of revolves around us, and it might not be as far away from us, as we've been told, can have some pretty major subconscious or psychological, I don't want to say ramifications, because ramifications would be the current model. But there's certainly a lot of aspects within your life that do change with this understanding. And I say understanding because it's not a belief. It is an understanding of the nature of the world around us. And if you've been told a lie or incorrect information about the very fundamental nature of where you are and who you are, that has some pretty large ramifications to how you act and operate in the world and society as a whole. Do you feel you're of any importance or significance in this universe?
I hope I do.
You hope you feel? It was kind of a question. Do you feel that you...
I mean, from my own perspective, obviously, I think I do.
Do you think that this belief would maybe change or would increase a little bit if you understood that what we call the world is everything, that this realm that we live on is everything, that there's no billions and trillions of light years away, there's no possibility of, us just being a nowhere planet in the middle of an ever expanding universe, and we're just some speck, just like all the other billions and trillions of specks. Were you taught that in school?
No, not really, no.
So in Germany, do they teach the Big Bang and the evolutionary theories?
I mean, they kind of allude to it, but they also teach creation.
So your school curriculum does involve at least the other side of that equation, and they do teach a...
Well, actually, when you say creation, can you elaborate?
The Christian creation.
Neat. Was it a religious school or a normal school?
Normal school. Like
fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, you basically...
Well, they taught creation how so? Explain.
Well, basically, it's just like normal class. Like, basically, you begin having that class. So basically, starting in, I think, maybe even first class, right? You're separated into Catholic and Protestant. I guess.
I'm sorry. I don't care about that stuff. No disrespect. I'm talking about.
We were just one sentence away.
Cosmetically, because we're talking about We're talking about the Big Bang and evolution and things coming together by way of gravitational accretion. That's that creation story. So, in terms of the actual creation, right? Like, what did they talk about in regards to cosmology?
Okay. Like I said, in religious class, we talked about creation as it is in the Bible. Right?
That was very vague and obvious, but that's why I'm asking you to elaborate, because you're the only person that can say that. Like, make it interesting, please.
Well,
I'm just asking.
Do you remember the details, Spangle?
I mean, you all know the story, right? Like with the 7 days.
Some better than others. Did they say, God made everything in 6 days?
Yes.
Okay. So they taught you that, but then they also taught you that did they say believe? Like, what was your conclusion when you were done with that portion? What?
Oh, my mic is hot. Sorry, guys.
Oh, okay. What was your conclusions, Mongol? Like, when you were all done with that portion of school, were you like, okay, some people believe God made everything, some people believe that nothing exploded and made everything, and these are both beliefs? Or were you like, people used to believe this story about God, and now they know that nothing exploded and created everything? Like, what was your conclusion when you were done with that portion of school?
No, we were taught creation as fact.
Oh, okay. But what about evolution and Big Bang stuff? Are you saying they didn't go over that?
I mean, not at that time. I mean, we're talking about elementary, right, onwards. We talked about selective breeding and adaptation, right? And I guess evolution can be put into that, but it was far removed from, like a lizard turning into an ape or something.
Sure. So basically what you're conveying is that indoctrination doesn't start, or did not, at least as far as your experience went, it didn't start at a young age, that aspect of indoctrination.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not...
That's an atypical experience for Americans.
I'm not, okay, right. I'm not an atheist, if you think that.
Okay. No, I didn't really make any assumptions. I'm just asking questions for clarification.
Right.
It's peculiar. Like, that's not the normal experience. It wasn't my experience going to school in the 90s, the early 90s, and
I mean, I'm still not convinced that all of the details are clear. Because, in all honesty, before Flat Earth, we all knew that most people regarded themselves as Christian, even if they didn't go to church, even if they, for whatever reason, didn't really espouse the faith. But they're like, of course, Jesus died and whatever. They used to go to church and yada yada. That's most people's feeling towards it. At the same time, they'll have a conversation with you about exploding stars and black holes and whatnot, as if that's real. So that means that the indoctrination did happen in a way that was far more subtle than we really think.
Yes, I mean, that's obviously true. I guess it happens mostly through media and the internet. That's my best guess.
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Elijah, I don't know if you heard the part that he's from Germany, and then he's also young 20s. So these are all different contexts for differentness. That's fascinating. Seems to me. Sorry.
Oh no, you're good. I was interrupting you.
It just seems to me that you're suggesting that an 8-year-old in Germany, at least, that has or had a similar experience to you, wouldn't be under the impression that, of any Big Bang narrative, apart from what they might be getting in cartoons and all the other areas. But as far as from school, you're suggesting that that's actually not part of that early stages of development context.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, in this day and age, you'll get it from Cat in the Hat. You'll get it from the Octonauts. You'll get it. You'll get all of those narratives from.
Oh, wait a minute.
Everywhere else.
That's hard to believe. Because again,
I'm taking his word for it.
My media tells me, and there's also Europe, and. It seems to be the consensus right now. Of course, when I speak to other people, I have more of a mixed reaction. It's anecdotal, but generally speaking, from the powers that be, the YouTube channels that I watch, and any other sources of media, people think that the Earth being a globe is universal knowledge, and it can't be universal if there are some countries that are like, nah. You know what I mean? Like there are many countries that supposedly have a hand in the space station, and then there are other countries that just have things orbiting, satellites orbiting and whatever, doing various different tasks. So everyone's on board, and they can't be on board if some people are like, yeah, I know some people are taught that it's a globe, but not me. I just don't believe. I don't know. It's odd.
Culture has a big way of, reinforcing the whole heliocentrism, globe model, all of that fun stuff, and it's not too surprising to me that in Germany you were taught the biblical aspect of it. Many Americans probably don't know the closer connection that the church and the state tend to have in Germany than they do, say, in like the United States. There's a very large presence of Christianity within Germany, and it's a very common thread within that country. And like I said, the separation between Christian state isn't quite what it is here in the United States. So it's not too surprising that you were taught that in school. And you could possibly correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that even being a part of a church or a congregation, your tithe is basically extracted directly from your pay. It's that closely related to the state.
But it's not about being taught both things. I'm more considering the takeaway. And he's saying his takeaway wasn't that he was indoctrinated with understanding that this is how things came about. Yeah, there's that thing over there, but he's saying, I think, that didn't particularly happen. And that his takeaway was at least open enough for him to think for himself. And I'm saying, okay, well, is that everyone's takeaway? Because on one hand, I have a mass media and nobody from Germany stepping up, most certainly, saying, hey, that's actually not true. They're saying globally everyone thinks this. Where is this coming from? Like, I don't see the people out there in droves coming out to say, don't put my name in your mouth.
Well, let me just say, what I meant mainly was we were taught creation. I don't know like which like Earth model they used in like first grade. It's just that I just know, like, because I know that we had religion in school, and I distinctly remember being taught like Christian creation and the whole story behind that, right? But I don't know specifically like which Earth model they used. Like, that's, at least in my mind, that's such a minute detail that I don't even remember it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, interesting. Fine.
Yeah, but yeah. I mean, like the average, like I guess like life of somebody from like my area was like, you go to school, as an infant you were baptized, you are taught basically more or less everything about the Bible in the in elementary school, carrying on. Right?
Can they hear me? Like, you're interrupting a sentence. Don't do that.
I mean, like the basics, obviously, and in middle school and so on, you go deeper into the material, right? Talking about the individual prophets, right? What it means and so on. And then when you're around like 13, 14, 15, you get your confirmation, right? Where you become a full-fledged member of the church.
Good old Skygazer in on the conversation. I was hoping he was still alive.
No, I'm alive, bro. I was like just saying, yeah. I was like cheering on. So what was the comment? Like, what were you gonna say, bro? I think GP. I think you interrupted the whole thing. It was gonna say something epic.
No, I didn't interrupt.
Yeah, no, it's just you go to your confirmation. I guess like classes or whatever. Like in order to prepare you to become like a member of the church, like a true member. And I mean, you go there like for like half a year or like a year on every Saturday or something. And at the end, right, like more or less part of the tradition is that all your relatives give you a lump sum of money, and many buy themselves like a motorcycle or something.
Hey, Spongle, was I incorrect in my statement that typically the church will take a tithe directly from your paycheck as being a member?
Yeah, but you can kind of like block them from doing it.
Imagine like living in a world where it's like some kind of hot take. Imagine being like the kind of red pill Neo situation where it's like, yo, like Morpheus takes you to the red pill level. And it's like the red pill is just about like, well, yeah, the church, like when you're like giving money, it's like going to the church, like 5% is like going to administrative fees.
I mean, you can also just like
no, but also like that's not that impressive and interesting.
Skygazer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're being a little disruptive. Slow the roll.
I'll slow the roll.
That is nothing new, unfortunately, man. It's unfortunate that the last time I heard you was months ago, and someone was telling you to stop being disruptive. So that's just unfortunate.
They have really strong beer in Norway. This is what I understand to be true.
know about that.
So GP, I'm from Norway in Finland. I'm taking your vibes, when I'm the knight on the kind of like semi-dirty not shining armor, just kind of like a semi-muddy armor where it's like, man, this guy needs some shit done, it's kind of like, oh, it's for fun, bro, it's not a big deal, but it's funny. But I love this channel, I love you guys, so let's not make a big deal out of it.
You want to be a better man.
All right. Just don't interrupt people in the middle of their sentences, that's all.
Do you think the Vikings were the first flat earthers?
No, I think the first people were the first flat earthers.
All right.
Yeah, the question would probably better be phrased in like, who are the first globe earthers, right? Because pretty much since time immemorial, the baseline standard of what we observe and what we experience in reality is a flat and stationary Earth. So somebody would have to come in with some compelling, not necessarily evidence, but a very compelling deception that what we see, feel, and experience on a day-to-day basis is actually 180 degrees from what the alleged reality is.
Right. I mean, they're all the...
Yeah, and
Go ahead.
Go.
So, Spongle, on a daily basis, do you would you say it's a true statement that you experience the Earth on a daily basis as flat and stationary, meaning you don't experience a spin and you don't experience any type of curvature? Just on a daily basis. Like if you got knocked in the head and you were in a coma and you woke up tomorrow and you didn't remember anything and there was nobody there.
If I got knocked in a coma, if I got knocked in a coma,
bro.
No. If I get knocked in a coma,
homie. Yeah. Slow your roll, homie. So if you woke up from that coma and nobody had told you anything, you have zero backstory as to the nature of the reality or the shape of the realm in which you're living, how long do you think it would take without any outside influence to come to some sort of idea that you're living on a spinning ball?
I don't know. I wouldn't know what the fuck I'm even living on to begin with. Like, I don't think that I would like really think about it. Like, I'm thinking to myself in the Bronze Age, for example, right? What was the predominant perspective then?
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but there's a lot of people listening.
But you are.
I'm very sorry. I'm sorry, but can you explain? Like, it's kind of hard to listen to, but can you explain who is talking when he's talking? I'm sorry.
Who is talking is not you. That's pretty much what's taken place, and we're having a conversation here with Spongle. We have been for quite a while, and if you feel that you have anything of value to contribute based upon the current questions that are being asked, I would say find an opportune time to maybe interject that value. But if you don't experience that, maybe just go ahead and sit on mute. Sorry. But anyways, Spongle, go back to what you're saying regarding the Bronze Age.
It would interest me what they would believe the shape of the Earth is, because that could probably be my perspective then as well. If like I had to come up with something by myself.
Right, because just on a daily basis, what do you experience the Earth as?
That's like, I know what you want me to say, but the thing is, I'm not even sure what I'm even experiencing.
Well, I think I think that as a I'm a side I'm a side viewer, and I think that you should just explain because you're criticizing the level of subjectivity that's happening in the current kind of thing. So I would like you to just please, because I think you're failing to realize how many viewers that are viewing you for you, and you need to present the pure you to the audience. So please disregard the authorities and become the pure you just for once in our lifetime, and let's see what that happens.
Okay, I'm sorry, I really have no idea, first of all, what you meant, and second of all, I don't know what I would think the Earth's shape is like if I didn't.
If you're responding to Skygazer, I'm sorry, I was on the phone. If you're responding to anything Skygazer said, he gets intoxicated. I wasn't I was being lighthearted about the Norway having strong beer as kind of a hit kind of thing.
Yeah, I know, I got that.
But he's a friend of mine. When he's sober, he's actually a really great guy. It's just drinks a little too much.
When he drinks, he's even a better guy. Like he's even out of a higher caliber or whatever.
Yeah, he gets really esoteric and cheeky and rude, disruptive, and a little incoherent. That is what alcohol does. But we can move on.
Right.
So basically, I guess you're saying you wouldn't begin to know unless you could see it or measure it.
No, it's just
which is pretty much what we're saying.
I wouldn't know because I'm so far removed from that situation where, I haven't been told what to believe or what not to believe, and so on and so forth. Right?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Is measurement about belief?
No, but it's like listening to somebody who tells you what they measured belief.
Exactly. You would have to believe someone who told you they measured something to be something, right? Like they claim that there's this measurement for this ball, but when we go, where is it? They take us to calculations based on it already being a sphere, or presuppositions that would take a circle and then assume it's a sphere, like with Eratosthenes, when you can do the same thing for your kitchen floor if you made the same assumptions. So there's actually no measurement. As a matter of fact, there's supposed to be a measurement, and I spoke about it earlier. The measurement is supposed to be 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height of the feet. That will give you the distance to the horizon based on the measurement that the Earth is a sphere with the circumference of 24,000 and change miles and radius of 3,959 miles. So that calculation or formula is a direct result of the supposed measurement. So the problem is, when we use that calculation, we don't see where the horizon is measurably where the math dictates it should be. So it can't be derived from the measure of the surface of that size. The only way you can determine the shape of something is to count its size and measure it. Only people who have a belief in this situation say unless, because no, that's actually the only way you would do it. In fact, you already know this, as you said, without any other outside inputs or whatever. How would I know what shape it was? Exactly. But the thing is, the way you would determine it is the way they've claimed they've determined it. And when we ask for where that is, it's non-existent. So
okay,
calculations out the wazoo all day long, but the actual measurement, nope.
Sorry, I'm just finishing eating here.
Schnitzel, currywurst.
No, I actually ordered the 3 different Earth model meal, right? Like pizza balls representing the globe, onion rings representing like hollow Earth / donut, and the burger representing flat Earth. Yeah, but again, I think like
you know what's funny? Yeah, the burger can't really represent it, right? Remember what I said earlier about the bun and what I said about the portion of it that's flat? Is it because that's an aspect of the thing in question, right? It's not actually the shape itself. So it's like, again, like none of us are even claiming to know anything other than topographically what it appears to be. as far as the whole thing, how could anyone know? That's the same. That's all we want to know. How could you know? How do you know?
I guess like a good way is but just think about like my vacation experiences is being at some place like the shadows setting in a completely different manner, as well as like the earth the sun doing so, right? Which is like obviously, and basically the times of when the sun sets and rises being different. And if I were immortal and nobody else were around, I could probably figure out like the difference in if there is a difference, right? Difference in degrees between the shadows of the sun to a certain inanimate, immovable object. Like two of those at different positions.
You know what's funny about the difference in degrees? The difference in degrees is going to be measured off of the fact that you're using a flat baseline. Like a protractor. Isn't that interesting?
Okay, but the basically the effect it has is so negligible. It's kind of like you kind of have to use the Taylor approximation for that, as in you can at a certain level you can ignore certain factors and just approximate the the result, right? I mean, it like if you
can you give me an example?
Okay, if you try to calculate the area of something, right? Like the area of your garden, right? You, for the most part, you ignore the, and it doesn't matter if this has to do with the globe or whatever, but for the most part, you ignore curvature. You just do square foot by square foot, right? Or like foot times square foot, right? And that's what you do. And the Taylor approximation, like I said, could also apply to like a round Earth, where at a certain scale you could ignore the curvature of the Earth. For example, when you're measuring the degrees of a shadow.
Not when it's 500 stadia apart. That's insane to say.
What? No, you measure.
I'm sorry. I was thinking in terms of Eratosthenes, because that's what people usually go to when they talk about measuring the Earth. But yeah, it's funny because listen to what you said about ignoring the fact that there's curvature, except for the fact that that's just begging the question. That's just saying, well, we're going to ignore the fact that there is and act like we're not. Well, how about you're just doing the latter thing and there is no curvature to take into account?
Yeah, the Taylor. Oops.
Because when I say give an example, you're saying, well, that you're not giving me an example. You're supposing we would be measuring the square, the area, right? And you're supposing if it's curved, we ignore that. I'm asking you to give me that's not
okay.
That's not an
another example. Okay, imagine, right? You let's see. You have like a mound of trash or whatever, like a trash dump, whatever, like a dump that you've basically kind of recycled into it becoming like a large, basically steppe-like patch of grass, right? And even though there is like a slight increase and decrease, like basically you go up a tad bit when you walk in one direction, down if you walk past a certain how would you call it, point, right? If you were to calculate an area on it, you could just, without any real harm to the calculation, ignore the curvature or like the steepness,
the slope,
whatever. Yeah, the slope of this, right? I mean, also,
yeah, I get that. Yeah, but that's also supposing that you're on a hill. Like, I get that. Like, if I'm on a hill and I want to know the length of, yeah, I get that. What's your point?
Yeah, the point is that, like, just because some factors at a certain scope aren't as relevant, and ignoring them because of that doesn't prove that they don't exist. Like, all I'm trying to say.
And that response is in relation to what was said. Like, what specifically?
Well, I started talking about like the Taylor approximation, how it's like basically you said, well, if you measure like the degrees of a shadow, whatever, blah blah, like they basically use a flat tool against a supposedly round object, this case like Earth, and I said that basically on a certain scale, right, you can ignore certain factors and still achieve a like a more or less.
Well, when you were talking about the hill, you weren't talking about it. Really didn't have anything to do with scale. It had to do with, well, you're measuring from point A to point B on a hill. But when it comes to measuring an angle, you can't do that off a curved surface. You can't do that. Well, you can, but how would that be related? But you can, but it wouldn't be related to the curved surface because the plane would just be extended out in a linear fashion, right? From whatever point that you're measuring. And the problem with that is we're measuring the difference between 2 points. So the baseline must be in the same horizontal frame of reference, which means it's flat.
Bruh. I mean, look, how can the Taylor approximation be valid for one thing and then not valid for the same thing?
I didn't say what was and what wasn't valid. I was only talking about angles, and in order to apply that to the ground, then the relation would have to be that we're talking about a horizontal plane. That's all I said.
If we have like an obelisk that's like what, 7 feet tall or something, I don't think that the curvature, like if you were to assume that the Earth is a globe, right, I don't think that the curvature would have an impact on your measurement of the degree of the shadow and so on. It's just so minuscule that you can just factor it out.
Yeah, but that's why I said the distance that Eratosthenes is supposed to be working with, that's not minuscule.
Okay, I mean, I was just talking about how I would do it. I don't know about Aristotle.
I feel you. I just thought you were. I mean, because when I brought it up, I was specifically thinking about that distance, not like the distance between me and the end of my garage.
Okay, I mean, what?
Like, because locally, everyone assumes it's flat. It's so big that basically, as far as we can experience, it's flat. So that's already flat as a given. Like, so people are already going to say, well, the curvature in that sense is irrelevant. Well, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about 500 Stadium.
What? In which case?
Between Alexander and Syene, man.
Okay, I mean, I haven't referenced that at all.
I did, and you began to answer to it. And I'm like, I don't know why you're saying what you're saying. It's not like I'm opposing what you're saying about, how minuscule something is and blah blah. I didn't contend with any of that. You brought that up in response to me bringing up the angle and how it wouldn't work.
I mean, I talked about how you could measure the angles of shadows and so on, and I guess you alluded to that, but I didn't really react to that, other with a bit of confusion, I guess.
Okay.
I really like that GIF, by the way. I saved it.
The kicking the ball out one.
Yeah. Yeah. Also the last.
So what about trying to validate that there is curvature, right? Because in that sense, sorry. In that sense, the conversation is a little different, right? Because we're actually supposed to be getting a value of something rather than saying, well, we don't have a value because it would be too minuscule. We're actually supposed to be finding something. So in the sense of curvature, we're supposed to be able to somehow figure out that there's convexity over certain distances based on how high above the surface of the Earth you are. And whenever we do that, and there's no curvature to be detected anywhere, we don't really get any responses other than, well, that's because the measurement you're taking, the straight standard that would normally be a laser, happens to be bending with the rate of curvature that is also presupposed, i.e. begging the question. There's this obstruction that's supposed to be at 1 mile, but it's at 10 miles instead, which doesn't make sense because they're not talking about the geometric horizon. They're talking about light arriving to your eye from that blockage from another location. So it's actually non sequitur. When we say, where is the obstruction? It's not there, but they tell us the reason that what they think is obstruction is somewhere else is because, well, light bends around the ball at a certain rate. I don't get that.
Okay, I mean, sorry.
Like, everybody knows that light travels in straight lines for the most part. When they're detailing seeing something, I've seen them specifically say, the reason that you can't see my face behind this piece of paper is because light travels in straight lines. If not, you would expect to see my face from around this obstruction. So it's fairly simple, fairly straightforward. We understand that there's Snell's law and refraction and how the angle of incidence can change when it goes, when light travels from one boundary, through a boundary from one media to another. But bending along the surface of a like light rays bending along a curved surface to give you a picture perfect image of what you normally would not be able to see, you can't even practically demonstrate that can happen in any other circumstance other than you trying to ad hoc explain why the numbers don't match. Not you specifically, but typically the people that we talk to that try to argue after we've laid out the fact that the horizon is not geometric.
Okay.
So it's just odd that people either don't want to talk about like actual direct measurement, because they pretty much say, well, you can't really do that. That's not really possible. But prior to 2 years ago, that's exactly what they did to try to disprove flat earthers. CFI investigators were powered by National Geographic, and they went out to the beach with some flat earthers. They put the camera as close to the water level as possible at 1 foot. The guy says that means that the horizon, the visible horizon, would be about 1.2 miles away, which means he's going off of the same formula we're going off of. And the boat goes out into the distance, and he's in the video, he's detailing how the stripes of the boat are disappearing because of the horizon. But in the video, and during the entire time he's talking, you can see that the horizon is behind the boat. So I don't understand what's hard for people to just accept what is. Clearly that was a huge faux pas on their part, and they didn't even realize it. And then when we pointed out to people, they just go, what about other pictures from NASA?
Okay.
Did you get the part where he was saying the horizon they claim to block something is actually behind the thing that they're claiming to be doing the blocking?
Not really, no.
Okay. So let's pretend that I hold a sheet of paper behind my head, right? And you can't see all of my face for whatever reason, and you can clearly see the sheet of paper behind my head. And I say, the sheet of paper is blocking the front of my face. But you're like, the sheet of paper's behind your head. And you're like, yeah, but technically the sheet of paper is blocking the front of my face. You would look at that person like a crazy person in that example, right?
Okay. So what's the connection here?
The connection is that's what they're doing with the horizon. The thing in the middle, the object to be analyzed, a boat, an oil rig, whatever, can be seen, but also maybe there's like something going on with it. But the horizon is behind it, but the horizon is the object or the thing being claimed to be doing the obstruction, but it's behind it. So the claim that the horizon is doing the blocking or the obscuring or occulting or whatever, you know what I'm saying? I got a Discord phone call, so.
I mean,
if it sounds confusing, it's because that's exactly. See, there's globe Earth rhetoric, and then there's anti-flat earthers that try to come out and rework and rejigger what has actually been claimed simply because we're pointing out contradictions and fallacies. Oh, there's a fallacy here. Oh, the reason for that is this. But no accredited university is on record for saying the things that some of these anti-flat earthers would say, just to challenge the fact that we're questioning something that we've come across that's supposed to be a fact but just isn't.
Okay, again, like I wasn't really confused by it. I'm just trying to look at a few pictures to confirm what I think it means.
What do you mean?
Like, I know what it means more or less, right? Like your piece of paper behind my head, it's obstructing my face or something. But
so that's an idea that was proposed, right? It's like, imagine this, right? So you get that. Now, instead of saying, well, this is true, let me say, imagine that the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, due to the fact that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Therefore, when I'm looking out into the distance, and I'm looking at something that I know is marked to be, say, for instance, 6 miles or 9 miles, and then I see the horizon that's supposed to be at 1.2 miles away based on the formula, but that horizon is actually beyond 10 miles, that is how this imagining is analogous to Gospel Bearers imagining. It's the exact same scenario.
Here, I put a GIF in the chat. So just the first oil rig, okay? They're going to tell you that there's a portion of that oil rig that you can't see the bottom of. And the claim is that the reason you can't see the bottom of it is because the horizon or the geometric, the curve, right, is blocking even the first oil rig. Okay? You follow so far?
Yeah.
But the horizon, the thing that's in question here, is behind the first oil rig. It's behind the second oil rig. And to claim that that horizon is the thing that's doing the blocking is downright silly.
I don't see a problem with any of this, though. Like, I'm a sailor. I sail on the down low, right? And this all seems completely normal.
How many horizons are there?
No, you have to you have to decouple what you actually, because that's what they try to do, is hijack our experience and tailor the globe to it when actually there's no connection. So your experience and what a geometric horizon is has no correlation whatsoever. So whatever you've seen, just know that you've never broken out an Earth curve calculator and said, yup, that checks out. That's the point. That's what we're trying to point out. You may have seen something and said, well, that's being blocked. Cool. Okay. That's the Earth curve.
I'm going to ask it a different way. Smoggle. If there's a horizon at 1.22 miles in this GIF, how is there also a horizon beyond 9.6 miles?
I don't know what, like, 1 point whatever miles, like, I don't get what
Okay, from 12 inches off of water, from 12 inches off of the sea level here, you would expect, based on the math, the geometry of the 3959 mile radius, you would expect a 1.2 mile horizon. That's where that number is coming from. It's from geometry of a 3,959 mile radius. So again, based on the claim that the Earth is a ball, based on the claim that that ball has a 3,959 mile radius, the horizon is supposed to be at 1.2 miles, 1.22 miles. If there is a horizon at 1.22 miles, how is there also a horizon beyond 9.6 miles?
I mean, the man is not flush to the ground.
It doesn't matter.
It does.
Again, the math of where that 1.22 miles is coming from is based on an elevation of 12 inches.
Don't know what that means. 12 inches?
1 foot, 12 inches, a third of a meter or whatever.
Right, but I assume this person is standing at, taller than a foot.
No, the camera is physically 12 inches higher than the water level.
Okay, so what? I mean, I've seen this so many times when I was sailing. And I don't see like two horizons here at all.
That's correct. You don't see two horizons. To claim that there are two horizons would be silly. That's the point I'm trying to make.
So what?
There's only one horizon. The horizon that you see.
If you live on a globe, you have to go on this imagination ride, right? And imagine that the obstruction of the rest of that land that you actually do see is at 1.2 miles. That would be factually correct in this imagining, based on the rhetoric from the globe, based on geometry. Except what we see is not that. So a Glober's attempt to explain that is why we drew the parallel to the piece of paper. Because in essence, they're just basically saying that and going, yeah, it checks out. What's the problem? Like, you're kind of going, I've seen a horizon. What's the problem? But I don't think you get what we're saying about it being geometric. Like, the formula is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. In the examples we're talking about, both National Geographic and the Black Swan that we have with the oil rigs, the observation was taken at 1 foot. You plug that into the calculator, it's going to give you a distance of 1.2. So, distance of what? Distance to your horizon. Except the distance to the horizon is not 1.2 miles. So it can't be blocking anything. You see the horizon beyond where it's mathematically described to be. If you lived on a ball with a sphere at the radius of 3,959 miles, there's really no way around that. The only thing we can say is, well, no, the horizon is beyond 10 miles. Yeah.
I mean, I'm still kind of looking at it.
What part of what I'm saying aren't you getting?
No, it's just, let me just look at it for a few minutes.
Yeah. That's fine.
Oh, okay. My bad. I thought, is it posted in the chat? Does anybody have that video? Because if not, we can just watch it now. It's like from the 3-minute mark to like the 4 minute. It's like a minute long. It's not that long, if you like.
I just.
Right, because you can either go to a beach yourself, or you can use some of the materials that we have. Hey, that's the beauty about it, is you can actually figure this out on your own. You don't need some higher source to validate whether the math is wrong or right. I mean, they've already proposed that this is what's going on, so all we're trying to do is find the evidence that it's either true or not true. That's all.
I mean, the only unusual thing is that it appears as if the it simply appears as if the platforms were like deeper into the water than they are. But I guess like all of this is more or less perspective. But I mean,
hold on.
Which I'm not going to go that far.
Can you see what you're not supposed to be able to see?
What do you mean?
If you're not supposed to be able to see it, right? Okay, I'm sitting in my room. I have an open door. There's a stairway to the right of my door. From where I'm at, I can't see the staircase, right? But if I could all of a sudden see it, that would mean something.
Well, I've just been coming here for about a year, so I don't know. This is different.
Are you hot, Mike and Elijah?
Sorry.
So no, it's okay. Again, there's an allegation, right? There's an allegation based on the proposition that Earth is a ball. The allegation based on the math is that there's going to be a hump between you and another object at a great distance. That hump should stop you from seeing things. That's the point. The good old-fashioned ships going over the horizon claim.
But you did mention perspective. I think he's aware of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, if I just remember like back to sailing school, right? It's like 2-3 things. I distinctly remember one thing where like we, because obviously we had to always consider perspective, right, distance, and so on and so forth when we were sailing more or less towards the horizon and so on. And basically, like if you like we did this, we put like basically just a jar or something similar with like writing on it on one end of the table, like looked at it from like the other side of the table, but basically just from like flush table.
This is non sequitur.
And it looked very weird. Like it looked like the basically the bottom was kind of just disappearing almost, right? As opposed to when you're at a normal.
Yeah, that's a perspective issue. That's non sequitur to the point we're trying to make.
And also the next thing is that, for example,
oh my God, if I say something is non sequitur, he continues.
Let me carry on.
With a fallacy.
Do I have to
on the back of a point we're trying to detail to you so that you get it? You're trying to make a point on top of that is no relation to the point we're trying to get you to understand.
You haven't even heard what I'm about to say. How can you conclude this?
Okay, well, you got Cash App?
Okay. The next thing.
Because I'll bet you $5 if you're willing. Let's make it fun. I hate to waste my time.
Okay. The next thing is that we were also taught that, for example, when it came to light, we were easily deceived by something like the sun setting, as the refraction of the air and water makes it seem as if the sun was actually higher than it was, and being in reality being below the horizon more or less, even though it's
that's begging the question.
Above it. Right.
That's begging the question and non sequitur to the point.
Kind of making it hovering.
Okay, I can't. This is rude as hell. When someone even wants to stop you to ask a clarifying question or stop you to point out that you're off track, like it shouldn't be something that's rude, because now I can see how people can consider me being rude at this point. But in all honesty, we're having a conversation about something specific. Now you're talking about perspective on top of a begging the question fallacy. When you have something that's obstructing your view from something else, you have no perspective of the thing that is beyond the obstructive. That's the point. There is no obstruction here where there should be, is the only point.
Okay. Either way, perspective is something that's more complex than, you just look at it and it's there.
Yeah, but it doesn't apply to the globe model perspective. That's the problem.
It's like the bridge is out or something, right? So he's trying to make the point that you should not be able to see what you shouldn't be able to see. But we see, therefore, the claim that you shouldn't be able to see it is invalid.
Well, we don't see the base of the oil rig, and we shouldn't see it, and we don't. The position.
The horizon is wow.
Yeah, the horizon's behind the rig. So if you're going to say that
the horizon is completely irrelevant if you factor in refraction.
The horizon is relevant unless what you're saying is a non sequitur. Then I can see why you're saying it has nothing to do with anything, because now you're making a point that's not relevant or related to the point that we're making, which is what I tried to tell you in the beginning. Now, when you're talking about geometry, and when you're talking about something being physically somewhere to obstruct you, in this instance, at 1 mile, there's nothing that's going to change that. For instance, if I come into town every day and I know that my house is a mile away and I can see my house a mile away when I come into town, that means there's going to be no instance in which I come into town and it's like, oh, wow, I see the hospital that I know is behind my house, and oh, gee, look at my house. It appears to be behind the hospital that it's normally in front of. That will never happen. Perspective doesn't do that. Geometry doesn't do that. Nothing in this existence does that other than ad hoc thought projects.
What?
I.e., being able to, exactly what I said, being a hypothetical situation, like, well, we have a horizon that's 1.2 miles, but it's actually beyond 10 miles, but it's actually 1.2 miles. It's the same thing. Exactly parallel.
And while we see it at 10 miles, he's also trying to say that it's obstructing 30 feet of a rig that's in front of it. And then he says that it appearing at 10 miles is irrelevant, while at the same time he says it's obstructing a rig that's in front of it.
That's why I asked you how many horizons you believed in.
Okay.
Spongle.
So?
How many horizons are there?
How many? What kind of question is that?
There's only one answer.
How am I supposed to answer this?
With the correct answer. It's a number.
Okay. I don't know, 3? Doesn't even matter what I say?
Yes, that would be an incorrect answer.
Okay.
I'll ask again, how many horizons are there?
You probably want me to say 1.
Can you show me a way that there could be more than 1?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, let's slow down, because we're not talking about there are
Elijah, there's an issue here. He just said you probably want me to say 1, which implies
I know.
that he thinks there might be more than 1, and I cannot wrap my mind around any possibility of there being more than 1.
It might get pedantic, because then he'll be like, well, look, here's this source that says there's a geometric horizon, a local horizon, a celestial. What is the other horizon? All these other horizons, but refracted? When it comes to no, not refracted. That's nothing. That's not real.
There's only one.
We're talking about the horizon that is the visible boundary appears to be a boundary between the sky and the ground. That's the horizon we're talking about, the one that's visible, the one that we see when we look out into the distance. How many of those are there?
Okay.
Come again?
This is the response. This is the image he posted.
What about it?
Yeah.
What do you guys talk?
What was that, Fred?
So what are you guys talking about today? What's the subject?
We're just trying to I don't know what we're trying to do. What are we trying to do, Elijah?
How is an inferior mirage related to the geometric horizon?
I mean, it's just, the oil rigs appear higher.
Are you gonna do it again? Answer the question.
I'm saying what is truthful. Just because you don't have the nerve.
So an inferior mirage is happening. An inferior mirage, because that's what this picture is showing. An inferior mirage is happening in the photo with the oil rigs. How is that related to where the horizon is? Because you know what inferior mirages are, right? They're what things appear to look like in respect or relation to the horizon. We're talking about why the horizon itself appears to be displaced. So what you're saying in this picture right here is non sequitur to the point that we're really trying to relate to you. Now, if you don't want to understand, then I'll just stop right now because you're a cool guy, and it doesn't have to get into this. It doesn't have to get to the point where I feel like now you're just playing a game.
I seriously like see nothing wrong with it. Like, is this?
Well, you're not addressing it. That's the problem. You're not addressing the issue. When you say you see nothing wrong with it, you don't understand the argument to address it in the first place. In fact, every time you brought up an example, it was do you know what non sequitur means?
Of course I do.
Okay, so then what's the problem?
Can I maybe walk him through the modus tollens argument that may clear some of this up? Maybe, maybe not.
I did it in a metaphorical way. Yeah, go ahead and do it in the more pure way. That may be helpful. But then, yeah, go ahead.
So, Spongle, if I can direct you to the live stream voice text at 50 minutes after the hour, you'll see that I memed a picture there from the oil rigs, the Black Swan, and there's some text on top of it. Do you see that?
See.
50 minutes after the hour, 50.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, cool. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to walk you through this modus tollens argument, which modus tollens would state that if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. You with me on that?
Okay.
So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q.
How do you come to that conclusion?
So that's just based on simple math.
Geometry.
Correct.
Here.
So not Q. So in this picture here, where do you see the horizon? Is it in front of the oil rig, in between the oil rigs, or behind the second oil rig? Where does the sky appear to meet?
Right. I mean,
the sea?
It like behind and between.
There's only one place where the horizon would be, right? The horizon is defined as where the sky appears to meet the ground, or in this case, the sea. So if you're on a boat, you're a sailor, and you're looking at the horizon, and this is what's in front of you, this exact image, where would you say the horizon is? In front of, in middle, in between, or behind the oil rig?
I mean, I would say behind them.
Okay, cool. So this picture was taken, right? The video is just above this, from a 1-foot observer height. Meaning that if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then we should be seeing in this image a horizon no more than 1.225 miles. Now we have these oil rigs in this picture because they're known distances. So that last oil rig is 9.41 miles from where this video was taken.
Okay.
Do you understand the ramifications of a horizon that is not only further than 1.225 miles at a 1-foot observer height, but much further? Meaning that based on this observation, right, the radius and circumference of the Earth would have to be orders of magnitude larger than what it's claimed to be.
Don't you think that it has more to do with the basically, what you call it? Basically, that the bottom where the oil rigs would meet the water is obscured.
Where the oil rigs meet the water is not obscured. We see that in the image.
No,
the only thing that would obscure that would be the horizon.
No, what we see there is far above the water.
What do you mean? What we see is far above the water?
Can somebody post the image that's closer to dawn or dusk, where you can see the lights at the bottom of the platforms reflecting off of the surface of the water? As a matter of fact, in the image that you're looking at right now, do you see the buoy that is in between those two oil rigs? I'm assuming that the buoy is a little further than the first oil rig, but regardless, it's in between, and you can see that buoy there sitting on the water. There's nothing obstructing it.
I mean, you call a buoy, I can't really tell what that is. Just seems like.
I mean, you're just being you're being skeptical for no. You're being skeptical for no reason. That is a buoy, and if you wanted to actually investigate me saying that it's a buoy, you actually can, because this is a location that you can look up on Google Maps, and you can figure out all of these things in that area are there. So why don't you just do that and listen to the words that are coming out of our mouths instead of saying, "Well, it's not." What is it if it's not a buoy? The fact is, you can see it.
Yeah, but I don't know what it is.
So,
like, you only said it. Like, isn't it your stance that you shouldn't just believe what you are told?
So the point being,
because I've already looked on Google Maps, bro. Some of us have actually called and actually pinpointed all of these locations.
It's irrelevant what it is.
It is. It is.
Right, because the horizon is behind the second oil rig. If the Earth was a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, the leading edge of the globe, right, the geometric horizon, should be obscuring things starting at 1.225 miles. Do we see any indication of that in this photograph where the horizon is more than 10 miles away at 1 foot observer height?
Yeah.
So you see in this image 2 oil rigs, one at 6-something miles, the other at 9, almost 9.5 miles. And you're saying that the horizon in this image is at 1.225 miles away?
Yeah. I mean, possibly. I don't know. I haven't done the maths, but the thing is, I see that a significant portion of these oil rigs is obscured.
Okay.
It's not.
Why would you say that? We've been talking on and on about how the horizon is appearing way further than it should be. It's behind the oil rigs, and now it seems like you're trying to suggest that that very thing is obscuring them. Why would you do that?
I'm not saying
you're being disingenuous.
I mean, basically, you're assuming that. How do I say this? Well, I mean, Photoshop them into where they are, and
it's from a video.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, just put them where they're supposed to be, and you will see that they just don't.
What do you mean where they're supposed to be? They are where they're supposed to be. They are where they are.
They are where they are.
But they are where they are from a perspective, but they aren't where they are truly. Like, if you were to, like, without any air and the water being, I don't know, steel or solid, right?
Okay, they're at 6.3 miles and 9.6 miles, respectively, if my memory is right.
And
that's where they are. That's how we know that your horizon is not where it has to be in order for the Earth to be the globe that you seem to think it is.
What do you mean? I see that it's obscured. Like, you see clearly
obscured by what?
Portion, but water.
Okay, water. Okay, yeah, they're submerged. That's fine. Okay.
No. It's, you can't, like, look straight through it. Like, the more or less the horizon is in the way.
The horizon is behind it. Okay,
do me a favor. Take a screenshot of that image and draw a line on it where you think the horizon is within that image.
The only thing that's blocking off the bottoms of those rigs is the water level, not the horizon, which is behind them.
Okay, let me walk you through what I'm trying to say. The horizon, which you mean, is basically where you cease to see or think to see.
Yeah, exactly. We're walking you through the fact that has to be at 1.2 miles on your globe.
What I'm talking about is basically where the horizon starts and things become obscured because of the curvature. Right, that's the horizon that I'm talking about.
That's the story.
That's supposed to be at 1.2 miles. That's the whole problem here. It's supposed to be at 1.2 miles. We've measured it to beyond 9.6. So
but you see that the bottoms, like the legs, are obscured and they're clearly not, like, hitting the water.
They go into the water. They go all the way down to under the water. So yes, the water is obscuring them because they're oil rigs that are on bedrock, which is below the water.
on, man. Don't do this to me.
No, you don't do this. You're trying to say that something that is behind something is obscuring it. That is just, it's fucking stupid.
Have you ever looked at a sunrise or sunset at the beach?
Yeah, you told the story about the sun not being where it looks like it is. You told that story. Again, that's besides the point. It's a red herring. It's a non sequitur. It's not related, okay?
It's completely related.
Okay, listen. If I told you, listen, you have two eyeballs, right? I'm not going to assume anything. Do you have two eyeballs?
Yes.
And you can see out of both of them?
Uh-huh.
Okay. What if I made the claim that if you put your hand in front of your face and you closed your left eye, you could no longer see your hand, and then you closed your left eye and you could still see your hand? Would you believe my claim, or would you dismiss the claim as invalid?
What are you talking about?
Okay, I'll say it again. You have two eyes. If I made the claim that by closing your left eye, like your eyelid closing over your eye, winking your left eye, all of a sudden you won't be able to see your hand. This is the claim. But then you try that out.
Okay.
And you still see your hand.
Yeah, with my right eye.
With your right eye. Wouldn't you dismiss my claim that you would no longer see your hand?
So how does this connect in any way to this?
It's another example of a modus tollens. It connects in that they say that the radius of the Earth is 3959, okay, in miles.
Okay.
That demands a horizon. That demands a horizon of 1.2 miles. It demands it.
Right.
Geometrically.
Okay.
That claim is invalid. It's not demonstrable in reality. It has been disproven. It's fake. It's as fake as me saying by closing your left eye, you will no longer, your hand will disappear out of existence. It's an equally invalid claim, and it can be demonstrated over and over and over and over and over. There's probably 100 examples. There's probably more than 100 examples. There's as many examples as you can make up or discover, find, demonstrate, whatever. This can be demonstrated anywhere and everywhere is the point. And it has been demonstrated over and over again. There's no curve. There's no curvature. It's an invalid claim, and it's been falsified.
I just don't see it.
Yeah, exactly. You can't see the curve. It's invalid.
I can see. What I can't see is the non-existence of said curve.
The non-existence of said curve, precisely.
No, that's what I can't see. What I can see is the curve.
Say that sentence again.
I can't.
Are you telling me you? Are you telling me you can see the non-existence?
No, that's what I. Look, what I can see is the curve. What I can't see is the non-existence of it.
Okay, point to the curve. Where do you see it?
Where do I see it? I see it in the fact that like the oil rigs themselves are obscured.
No, that's just you seeing things. What you are saying is obscuring them is behind them. That is impossible. So
what's obscuring the oil rigs? What's obscuring the oil rig? The first one. What's obscuring the bottom of it if you think it's being obscured?
The water.
Right, because it goes down into the water, right? So you're saying the portion that's above the water on any typical day is being obscured by the water in this picture?
Oh, if you were to go closer, you would see more of the base of it, but there's more or less water in front of it, blocking your view of it.
Right. So that's on the first oil rig. It seems
as if it's like slightly on a slope.
So that's on the first oil rig. You're claiming that in front of the base of that oil rig, there is water obscuring it based on a horizon, right? Based on a geometrical curve. So then what is obscuring the front of the second one, and why do we appear to see water over a curvature? How is that taking place?
Refraction.
Okay, you're trying to have it both ways. You're using refraction to displace your geometric horizon to 10 times the distance that it can possibly be at, and then simultaneously you're claiming that that thing that's been displaced to beyond the oil rigs is also obstructing them. So you're saying, we don't see the curvature we're supposed to see, but we also do see it.
That's why I asked you how many horizons there were, and you acted confused by that question.
Yes.
Yeah, there's one horizon, the one that we see.
Okay.
You're adding in an imaginary horizon and pretending you see it.
No.
Or believing you see it.
Yeah, I grew up sailing. I kind of know what I'm looking at.
Right. So when we say that the horizon, the definition of a horizon is where the surface appears to meet the sky, right? So you're saying that at the base of that first oil rig, anything horizontally from the base of that first oil rig that we see above that level in the picture is actually sky, but then you're saying it's water. Do you understand why we're having a very hard time with your statements? Because the horizon, if it's blocking where the sky appears to meet the water, is blocking that first oil rig, but then we see water again, and we see another oil rig, and you say at the base of that oil rig, there's another line where the water appears to meet the sky, but then past that we see more water, and then we actually see where all across the image we see water meeting sky. Do you understand how illogical that statement is? And how it in no way reflects the actual image. You're just creating this statement because the modus tollens argument completely destroys the
land
plane
logic.
Of the radius.
Clearly, none of you have ever gone to sea.
Okay, look, here's what you don't understand. For the horizon, for the curvature of the Earth to be obstructing things from the bottom up, it has to be at that specific, necessary, geometric 1.2 mile distance, and it has to be also in front of the things that you think it's obstructing. This is really basic.
Okay.
Yeah.
He doesn't even know what the word what's the word geometric mean? Can you define geometric? Is that something you can define?
What?
Do you understand what geometric means?
Like yelling at me from a car or something?
Oh, so now you're concerned trolling yourself? Oh my gosh, here we go.
Yeah, he's not yelling at you. Just because his mic sounds that way doesn't mean anything in regards to the question he asked you.
Okay. I mean, in general, as far as I recollect, it's concerned with like objects and space.
Here, I'm posting definitions because that's what I do.
Yeah, I think that's where his mind is not understanding the word geometric. Because people throw this word around and they don't understand what it means. You know, we as human beings throw words around without understanding the definition nowadays, and that's a problem. I do it myself, so I've had to go back and learn things that I thought I knew, and so I guarantee he has no idea what that word means.
Well, I posted the definition. This is akin to saying that the wall behind you is blocking you, and then saying that you see that it's blocking you. Like you're looking in the mirror, right? You're looking in the mirror at your face, and you're saying that the wall behind you is blocking your face.
I absolutely have no idea what you're talking about.
Spongle, are you having a mental breakdown or what's going on?
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Oh, man. The timing. Yeehaw.
That young man seemed somewhat confused to understate it.
Somewhat. What Quetzal said at the end was just so perfectly timed. You having a mental breakdown? You said it so sincerely. Well, looks like they're having fun in the other room, so I don't know why I can't convince them to come down here. Like how many
bunch of people in BC check-in right now.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yes. More people up there than down here.
They must be talking to somebody they're not ready to bring to the live stream. Same, I don't know.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Anyway, happy July 6, 2022 to everybody that cares. It's another beautiful day on God's green earth.
Amen to that.
Question.
Okay.
Answer.
The other room, VC check-in. Why are there so many people in there right now?
They get started in a conversation. They get excited. Other people go to check things out, and that's that.
So that's really all new people that just joined.
No.
Or almost. Oh, okay.
No, there's a bunch of mods and golds up there. There's like one person without a role, one person that got a listening pass. There's 2 people up there that are new. So whoever they are, they're probably spiraling and not able to control themselves for the live stream, I guess.
Understood.
Yeah, that's an indication that somebody's up there not being sincere, so they don't want to bring them to the live stream. But I'm just guessing.
Oh, okay. I've just never seen that many people in that room before, so I wanted to know what's going on.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a party in the cognitive dissonance room too.
I didn't even see that.
Yeah, you can't see it unless you have a role to see it. But I posted the CogDis VC in the live stream voice text. There's a bunch of people hanging out in there too.
I'll get my role in a little bit if I just hang out here a little bit more, is what they said.
Yeah, as far as the CogDis goes, that's some people take an interest in communicating with the people that are spiraling mentally out of control. So that's what happens with that. So the more you talk to people in like the lobby, for instance, holding their hand and helping them not spiral out of control, the more you will be a good candidate for talking to people that are in the CogDis room.
I see.
Oh.
Does anybody I don't know, does anybody do like watch parties on like videos in here? Not really.
Yeah, people do that. Not in this room, down in the movie theater.
Oh, okay.
That's what that's there for. Feel free to use it.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you see the rooms labeled cinema, that's where people go and watch videos together and stuff.
Videos, movies, whatever. Yep.
I'm on mobile, so wait, I could stream it on mobile, but I just got a gaming computer set up and I'm still getting it all worked out, but I'll start doing that stuff on there because it'll just work better.
Sure, you can do it there. You can also, if you're talking about streaming games, Chill Chat works for that. Felt like there was a gaming room somewhere way down below.
I don't play games, and I thought this was a flat Earth server, not a gaming server, but that's fine if people want to play games on
Didn't you just use the words, I just got a gaming PC, or did I misunderstand you?
Oh, I do have a gaming PC, but I'm not a gamer. It was just given to me because somebody got a nicer one, and they're like, well, you're going to college, you need a computer, and nobody needs this, so if you can make use of it, have at it. But like the specs on it are like more than what like a normal person would want, like in a computer.
So you're in college, what, Red Brady?
No, I'm not. I'm done.
Okay. Well, you sound younger. I was just curious. Have you talked to anybody about this subject in real life, and how did it go?
Yeah, no, usually people just look at me like I'm nuts, or they don't believe that I'm being genuine.
Okay. How many times have you tried to talk to somebody in real life? A few times?
Well, probably only like 5 or 6. I usually keep my cards pretty close to my chest. I think that's it.
Yeah. You don't want to cast your pearls before swine. And you want it to be the perfect, not perfect, but the optimal opportunity that somebody's actually showing interest in what you're talking about, because they're not going to listen if they don't, you know?
Yeah. The last thing you want to do is just start off like, do you think the earth is flat?
Yeah,
like,
you don't.
No, you don't. That's the last. Yeah, you gotta ease them into it. You gotta be smart about it.
Cool. Sounds like you're on the right track. How long you've been looking at this subject?
What do you think about the Socratic method of questioning?
It's the ultimate. It's the most logical method to use. I mean, just asking questions, and you can never go wrong asking questions. Maybe Gospel has an opinion on it.
Yeah, I think it's an effective strategy to circumvent people's programming. Yeah, Sebster. Oh, he's not even in the VC. Reply, get in the VC. But yes.
Sorry, what?
Turtle. I feel like we've talked to you before, Turtle.
Yeah, I think we have. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, somebody blew up one of the Georgia Guidestones.
When? Just now?
What?
Within the last couple of hours or something. Yeah.
Really? I wonder if there's one with the 500,000 number on it. That'd be weird. Well, they all have the same number. They're different languages, right? If I remember right. They all have the same encryptions in different languages, I believe. That's wild. If you post something about that.
Yeah, I love this whole live stream like setup. So like if somebody said something like really profound or something, it's like, oh, I'll just write down on my notes like this date, this time, and then so I can go back and remember like what people said, and like do like research on stuff if I didn't remember like the first time. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean, Red Bridge. It's good to organize your research. Go ahead, Gospel.
I don't know. I just got a weird call. That's all. No big deal.
So how long have you been investigating that it might not be a globe, Red Bridge?
Several years.
Couple years.
I was totally against it for a while. I've got a radio license, and the mathematics that it takes to get in contact with the International Space Station, I was like, that's it. That proves it. There's no way they're flat. They're all stupid. And then I looked into it a little bit more, and I realized that the same exact mathematics would work either way on either model. And from that point, I've been skeptical about it. I'm not 100% flat earther. I won't say definitively. But from what I've seen, it looks more like that's what's going on as opposed to a heliocentric model.
That's fair enough to say. I mean, whatever you try to choose to label yourself, I just look at we're like independent investigators asking questions, and we all got taught we're on this spinning globe, but we're questioning where's the spin, where's the curve, and we're not getting good answers, you know. So.
I just bought a. Oh, sorry, what?
I was going to say, whatever the Earth is, the main point for me anyway, we all got taught it is this one certain thing. And as far as I can tell, it's not a ball and it's not spinning. So that's where I'm at. And nobody's answering those questions, right? Go ahead with whatever you're going to say.
Oh, I just bought a high-powered hunting rifle yesterday, and it got me thinking about like how they there's this just stupid old wives' tale how they use like the Coriolis effect for like sniper rifles, like shooting like over a mile. They have to like calculate the curvature of the earth. It's like, no, they train you to shoot at the target. You're not doing some crazy math to like
distance and arc calculations.
Yeah.
Yeah,
a lot of the claims would tell you that the Earth spins under things like pendulums and sniper bullets, but not bees and airplanes and helicopters and blah blah blah. You know?
I don't think it'd be any good for flat Earth tests. Bullets, it's going to make it too complicated because it curves. Lasers, that's the way to go. I mean, there's lots of things you can do.
Lasers seem to be the most accurate thing, but these anti-flat earthers will claim lasers are curving around stuff too, but who knows? You know, lasers seem to be the most accurate to me too.
Yeah. I'm worried they're going to become illegal to get really high-powered ones. I can't afford them right now. I'm just like, better get it while I can. Like, the BLM and the Antifa kept shining them in like people's or like cops' eyes and stuff, and so I have a feeling there's going to be legislation that's going to make it to where I can't get good enough lasers without some stupid permit, if at all, and it's going to ruin that. Oh well, I don't have enough money for that right now, so it's a moot point.
I smell onions being fried.
So, Gospel, it looks like somebody around 5 a.m. somebody blew up one of those, as far as I can tell.
Yeah. I was for the sake of the good old community guidelines, I just wanted to throw it out there that everybody ought to pay attention, make themselves aware of the law. Things like trespassing, limits on the grams of explosives. Like you might be allowed to have a firecracker in some states, but you might not be allowed to have a stick of dynamite, let alone blow it up. Destruction of property laws, all those sorts of things. Be aware, make yourself aware of these things. The laws are there, so that's what I'll say. But yes, it looks like he missed a few. Was my primary comment.
Oh, I missed a few on what? Like
no, not you. The dude that blew up one of the stones. I was just joking that he missed a few. Like go big or go home. Like you get, he's probably only going to get one chance. Now is he going to inspire other people to copycat to break the law? I don't know.
Yeah.
Don't break the law, guys. I mean, that's why there's laws, right? They're not there to break on purpose, right? I'm not missing anything there, right? I don't know.
No.
But it does look like he missed a few.
Should have used Tannerite. That would have. Maybe like pre-drill a hole.
Maybe that's what he used.
A
hammer drill.
And then once you got a drill board, then you put an explosive in there or whatever. Yeah.
There is probably a calculation for the right location that would maximize the distribution of energy.
Are they going to get replaced? Probably, right?
Who knows? They're allegedly a mysterious, not unidentified, but they're shrouded in mystery. Yeah. I don't know. I think that the Georgia Guidestone thing is just a nuisance, a public nuisance that is a distraction. Like, I've done calculations on the Georgia Guidestone's cryptography, and I've spent 400 hours analyzing them. As like, okay,
yeah.
I agree with the gospel, but the only value I find them is allegedly there's I haven't been there myself, but they drilled a hole where flares is constantly there. If you look through the stone, so it's just another example of the, Earth's not moving. But yeah, it's probably just a big distraction. Supposedly it was the land and the stones and everything was purchased by some guy named R.C. Christian, which is an anonymous name for somebody. And they had them constructed in like 1980. They got a lot of weird stuff wrote on them. Probably just a distraction.
I would, yeah. Well, people do that just for fun, for no reason, just cause. Remember that thing from that big tower they found in the Arizona desert and like the canyons from that, like, what was it? Planet of the Apes. Yeah. People just like to put stuff up and the whole mystery, and yeah, it's all distraction.
So, Turtle Nick, if we already talked to you, I missed it if we did. Are you there, Turtle Nick? If you don't want to talk or can't, not by his microphone, whatever. What else you got, Rat Bread? Anything you want to bring up?
I guess not. I wanted to watch this Flat Earth video, but I don't know if I can stream any good on my tablet. I'm going to just save that one for next time when I get it on my computer. I'll set up. But I'm going to probably head out soon. I'm on a mission from God, so got to go.
All right. Godspeed.
Alrighty. Take care, guys.
Good luck on your journey, my friend.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Maybe I'll get that done this afternoon, and I'll come back and we can watch it together if you guys want. We'll see. God willing.
All right.
All right. Take care.
Leave just the regulars in here besides Turtleneck because they don't want to talk right now, I guess. Maybe doesn't hear me. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. Best place on Earth to talk about Earth. If you know of any time someone measured directly the curvature of the Earth, the motion or spin of the Earth, please come and share it with us. Some of us have been looking for those two things for quite a while. That's funny, Liveless with the Blues Brothers reference. We're getting the band back together. We're on a mission from God. I'm gonna pop up there and see what's going on and check in, see if anybody's maybe getting close to coming down here and talking. Be back.
Wake up, live stream. We're coming in with some
Yo, what's going on? Hope all is well, fam.
They're coming in.
Let's go, baby. Come on in, folks. Water's warm. Ask away. We are here, ready and willing
And
to
I see
help.
we got a Cog Dis room, which is hopping too. Maybe we'll get them in here. Let's see.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have Eli. Let me take him off mute. We have Eli Coiney. And there's also Tickley. Let me give you guys some roles.
Yeah.
But welcome, guys. Welcome, guys. If you want to go back and listen to this conversation, you're more than welcome to. Do you know where to find the link to view that?
Oh, really?
If you scroll up in the server a little bit, there's the first little bracket is called important and special info. The first tab is the welcome tab with all the rules. Make sure you read through those. And the second to bottom hashtag is the social media links tab. In there it has a couple YouTube channels. I think there's an iTunes and some Twitch and all that stuff. So if you'd like to go back and listen to this conversation, you can clip it out or use it however you'd like. But the links to find those are there. This conversation we're having here will be on air. So just keep that in mind. You don't want to dox yourself or anything like that while you're here. But yeah, we're looking for a good conversation. So welcome, guys. Where do you guys want to pick up? So you learned what an antecedent relationship is, then, right? So
why don't you pick up from me having a steak? And I said, where did that steak come from? And he actually said it came from a cow.
Correct.
And then we can pick up right from there.
Yeah.
Or can you redefine the antecedent relationship regarding the steak or the banana and how that will link to pressure?
Sure. I'll do it again. No problem.
No.
So the cow would be similar to the container. The peel of the banana would be similar to the cow in the container. So we asked him, so where does this, how did you get steak? Oh, it came from a cow. That's the antecedent relationship. You don't get steak without a cow. Okay, so same thing with banana. You don't get to eat a banana unless it came from a peel. So they go together. So same thing with gas pressure. So you don't get gas pressure without a container, some sort of containment, right? So they go together.
Gas coming from
containment.
But where's the gas coming from?
Earth. You mean here on Earth?
From Earth.
Yeah.
It comes from the seas and from the ground. That's where gases rise from. They all start at ground level.
So at some point, wouldn't the build-up be too strong? It's going to pop.
We live in a dynamic system.
What do you mean?
It's always cycling.
It's not like it's filling up with water.
So the gas gets used up and becomes something else, and then more is produced. And gas is used up, and then different byproducts are used by different things, and plants grow then, or raindrops happen, or stuff like that. And then evaporation happens, and gas happens again. It just cycles and cycles, falls into the ground, gets absorbed into the ground, and then comes back out as gas again. That's how it works.
What about gases from a car?
Big deal. Trees love those.
Again, we don't. It's not as silly. You don't have to. I know we're talking about something that seems like a tough pill to swallow, that we're inside of a closed system, but it's not as silly as we're inside of a balloon. We just keep pumping it up. We live in it's a dynamic system. We have weather, climate, the water cycle, and all different types of things. I mean, it's a complex system.
Wait,
it doesn't have to work like a balloon. You just keep pumping it up; it's going to explode. I mean, that's just. It's a kindergarten understanding of what we're talking about here.
No, it comes out enough to keep a constant 14.7 psi pressure against the walls of its container, though.
I'm curious about the water cycle point. If that water cycle was to occur and precipitation and stuff, if we
it does occur. So it's saying if water cycles occur is really
I'm saying it does exist. But for rain to fall, in the case of a container, when precipitation occurs, it doesn't fall in the way that rain does. It would just stick, and then it would go down the sides.
What are you talking about, dude? We're talking about gas pressure here.
Is he talking about condensation?
I'm saying you're bringing up this point
condensation.
Of can I talk? You're bringing up the point of it has to be a container for there to be gas pressure, but for the water cycle to occur, it's not precipitation goes up and sticks to the top of a container and then drops back down.
But why would it have to do
would happen in the case of a container with
no, dude, come on, dude.
Water vapor.
You don't have to make up your own Earth to debunk, man. If
I'm not
if
making.
it was a
that
container,
is
then it
that.
has to work the way I say it should. No, it doesn't.
I am saying that if you have a container and you put water vapor in it, it's not going to stick to the top and then fall
Again,
like
we
it
don't.
does
We're
with
not
rain.
inside of a balloon. It's not as. Again, this is a kindergarten understanding of containment. We're not inside of a Tupperware, like a freaking Ziploc box, dude. I mean, we live. The
Okay,
Earth is
yeah,
complex.
that's what I'm a bit confused
We
about.
live in
Because
we live in a complicated system. Okay, there's a lot of things going on, clouds and stuff. Come on, man. Doesn't have to work the way you say it should.
Yeah, there's a fallacy going on here in regards to scale. Not all things are exactly the same as you scale them.
Gospel Bear, I was going to show the picture of that guy with the bottle with the, that's sealed up.
Sure, but
And
again,
you know
we're
that
talking about scale,
produces
though.
it produces its own rain, basically. That's why the
Yeah.
plants keep growing.
So he's right about condensation in a small vessel. The problem is pretending that exact same thing would happen on a larger scale is an assumption.
And it also doesn't really get away from the point that you still have to have the containment for gas pressure.
Yeah.
So.
Well, the guy put that plant in that bottle and sealed it in 1960, and it's still growing. And it has its own ecosystem going on. It produces gas. It breaks down the gas. It reproduces it again. It has water cycles. He watered it once right before he sealed it in 1960, and that was it.
Yeah, it's a version of a perpetual machine.
The gas pressure
all
thing
it
is
needs
probably
is
the toughest
sunlight.
pill to swallow.
Sunlight and dark. It just needs a light cycle, and the thing grows.
Right, but it's for the youngsters that are here with us. Like, I'm sure this point is a very tough pill to swallow. Probably the toughest pill to swallow of them all. It's easy to understand that your house doesn't move. It's easy to understand the water doesn't form into hills. But when you tell someone that when you go outside, you might actually still be inside, that's hard to wrap your mind around. But it's important to understand that we're not in a medium floating around or any of that stuff. The Earth is the place. We don't exist somewhere else.
But like,
it's also
what about the proof of us being in space?
We just debunked it, my friend.
My God.
And
there is no proof.
You have to prove that you can have gas pressure without a container, Tickley. That's what you have to do first. That's how you would prove that you've been to space.
Okay.
If you can have gas pressure without a container, then you're not leaving any contained system anytime soon.
And I'm on board with going in rockets then, if you can prove that.
So you were saying, so you were saying before, this was quite a while before, that for example, the atmospheric pressure can still be split up, even though it's in them. Yeah. Okay. Now, the pressure that we are feeling, right here, it's not like in a can where it's going outwards. It's going downwards. The lower you go, the more pressure there is. It's going downwards.
That's incorrect. All the pressure starts at ground level, so you're going to have the most pressure there. So start with that.
That is what he said, though, isn't it, Eli? That's what you meant, isn't it?
The higher you go, the pressure decreases, and the lower you go, the pressure increases.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Well, he said it was pushing down, creating more pressure down below, which is not true. It starts there and goes up.
Yeah, but Eli, just to be clear, we did already cover this several times. We can talk about the layers again. But again, that doesn't get away from the fact that you still need containment. So bringing up, I sliced the banana up in different slices. Well, it still came from a peel, dude.
How do you explain?
Okay, but why?
Gravity?
Okay, so why is it that the higher you go, the less pressure there is?
But again,
the lower you go, the more pressure there is. Why?
It doesn't matter because you're just talking about the different layers of the banana. Well, I sliced it into different slices. Well, again, our point it doesn't matter Because to have gas pressure layers, gradient, you still need gas pressure. And to have gas pressure, you still need a container. So talking about the different layers doesn't get away from the fact that you still need containment. If you want to get away from the fact that you need containment, you need to provide a demonstration of gas pressure without a container.
And he is also talking about the pressure gradient. So, I mean, in that term alone says you need a container.
How do you explain gravity, though?
Well, tell us what you mean by gravity.
If I throw an apple, it'll come down.
Oh, define gravity.
I want you to define gravity.
Oh, so listen, you're going to bring up, this is your point here. So don't bring something up if you don't understand what it is. Because if we have to teach you and educate you what gravity is, then your point kind of doesn't really work, does it?
I still want to know how in the flat Earth.
But we need to understand what is your understanding of what gravity is? Because clearly you brought it up as if it's something important. So what does it mean to you?
A force that attracts any certain amount of body towards the center of another body.
Okay, so what if I told you that that's not the correct rhetoric?
What is correct?
According to what means is it not correct?
What is the correct version?
Okay.
For about 100 years now, it's not been that.
What is it then?
Well, okay, listen, we'll answer that. We'll get to that if you let me answer. You're talking about Newtonian's mass attracting mass. That was superseded and replaced over 100 years ago, my guys. So the current rhetoric, if you let me finish, the current rhetoric is that it's not a force. So when we ask you, you bring up gravity, and we ask you, what is it? And you say a force. You've already revealed that you guys don't even really know what you're talking about. So here's George Musser, who's a writer for the Scientific American. I believe he's a PhD.
Gravity is not a force.
Okay, so gravity is not a force. So the current rhetoric is it's the bending and warping of space-time. Einstein. So if you're going to bring up a point about gravity, make sure you know at least what you're talking about.
Okay, but isn't that still space-time?
What?
Two concepts.
Space.
What?
What gravity explanation do you believe?
Well, I'm more into science. You know, I adhere to the scientific method. So if someone wants to propose a hypothesis, well, let me finish, Tickly. Let me finish. You see, you don't know what science is. So we're going to teach you what science is first, and then we can talk about why that doesn't have anything to do with what is the Earth. Because science is about determining cause and effect relationships through experimentation. So if you want to propose a hypothesis to me, and you can run an experiment, then maybe you'll have some science for something, and we can take a look at that. But gravity doesn't have that. And so science doesn't have anything to do with measuring things, right? If I go to Foot Locker, I want some new shoes, they don't conduct a scientific experiment on my feet, they just measure it. So that's how you know the Earth is flat. You just measure it, dude. It doesn't have anything to do with conducting an experiment on the water. You just measure it.
How do you measure the Earth, though?
Well, here's the thing. They claim they already measured the globe. If I go to Google and I look up who measured, how big is the globe, the number pops up there. So you should be asking yourself that question: who measured the globe?
But how big is the flat Earth?
Well, we're not saying how big it is. We're just measuring the surface. Remember,
Who's
flat's not a shape.
Who's just asking the questions?
Tickly.
Wow. Because he keeps asking the same questions over and over.
We're more than happy to. There's people listening, so we're happy to answer.
Okay.
But remember, flat's not a shape. It's a description of a surface. So all we have to do is measure the surface to see if it's curving or not.
Maybe ask him what he thinks flat Earth is again, just to get the audience in on it. Because if he says the same thing that we said before, then he doesn't understand what we're talking about yet. What's flat Earth, Tickly? When you get it in your imagination, what is it?
In my imagination, it's just flat. It's not like, it's got layers, you know what I'm saying? It's got the top, it's got And at the bottom, it's like dirt.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Like Minecraft.
You ask someone what flat means, and they just say flat. Like, come on, dude.
Well, it has like layers or something.
So it's not a disk in space anymore?
I never said it was.
Oh.
Well, just listen. We're talking about description of a surface, right? So imagine a hood of a car, right? Imagine generally they have some curvature to them unless you drive like an old Cadillac or something. So what we're saying when we say measure the surface, imagine you want to determine whether the hood is curving or not. You shine a laser over the surface and you look for any deviation away from your straight edge. If it's deviating away from that straight edge, well, then it can't be flat. It's impossible. Something can't be flat and curved at the same time. So that's all you have to do. So we go and do that, and there's no curvature there. So it's that simple. And again, if someone did measure the globe, there's no debunking that. If I'm 6 foot and I present measurements for that, you can't debunk that. You're going to call me a conspiracy theorist?
Particularly, I have a question for you. Say you and your friend go to the beach, okay, and you both have equipment. One has a camera and one has a laser. One's 10 miles down the shoreline, okay, so you're both at sea level, and he shines a laser and you get it with the camera and you can see it. What would you think?
Pretty powerful laser.
Yeah, so, at 10 miles, it's a 66-foot drop of Earth. That should be a hump in the middle of you and the camera, the laser and the camera. But when you see it, now what do you think?
Didn't people already do this?
Yeah.
And it was like, they couldn't see it.
I'm showing a picture right in the live stream of 13.7 miles of hitting a laser to a camera. So I'm asking you only about 10 miles.
I don't really know about miles, to be honest. I'm not in America.
Far away.
Such a besides the point thing.
And he's
I don't think I'd say it.
running out of sincerity.
I reckon we'll be holding it a little bit
He
higher.
was going to get booted from just the other room earlier, so maybe that's just going to go on.
But why?
Well,
because we're showing you stuff. Sorry.
Do you have any intellectual fuel?
What?
Yeah, if you need to refuel, that's fine. You can take a break. That's fine, brother. I'm sure this takes a lot of brain power. Like, if you need to take
I'll
a break,
refuel for a bit. I'll let someone else speak.
Cool. All right, well, you're welcome to come back anytime. I'll make sure
He's
you
a jolly good fellow.
I'll make sure you have roles to return.
Yeah.
What a guy.
I reckon Rick should speak or something. He's got his
I was gonna
profile
ask a
picture of
question.
the Earth.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to be right back.
Debunked this yet? So I'm asking this. I was wondering if you guys can explain this. What about like seeing other planets?
Wow, that's a lot of mic problems there.
Yeah.
So you're roboting pretty bad, so we can't go back to you. Like I told you before.
Wait, is Earth a planet? Because last I checked, Earth doesn't move. So how is it a planet? And
it's not lit up like a star either.
Yeah, I would say
Well,
like
I'm asking you. Can you guys explain?
Yeah, I'm trying to. So like, I don't see anything in the sky that resembles the Earth. So like the Earth isn't like those things in the sky. I don't see any trees up there. Do you?
That's what I'm asking about. I'm asking what about those things in the sky? Like what are they compared to?
We would ask you the same thing. We would ask you the exact same thing. What is that?
How is it possible, if I see all these people that have dogs, how is it possible that I don't have a dog? If I keep on seeing people that have dogs, how is it even possible that I don't have a dog?
How does that make any coherent sense? What are you saying?
Exactly.
No. Hold up. What are you saying? How does that relate at all?
He just
if you're
applied the
looking
same
in the sky,
logic.
if you're looking through a telescope, because I have one and I use it, and I've looked at the moon and I've taken really good photographs of it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I have a camera
Yeah,
How
too.
the hell does that have anything to do with if you see someone with a dog
Yeah,
body?
yeah,
not
yeah.
having-
Is Earth in the sky?
I believe the Earth is a spherical object that is
Wait, Eli,
rotating
before you
in
recite
space.
the story, before you just retell the story that everyone already knows, the point we're trying to get at here, before you just calm down, right? He talked about the dogs because he just used the exact same logic you guys apply when you look in the sky. You see things in the sky, the quote unquote dogs, and you wonder why you don't have a dog. It's like there's nothing in there. There's nothing in the sky that resembles the Earth. I don't see any trees up there. You see some lakes up there? So like when
So
you
what
say,
are you
well, what
looking
about
at?
all the other planets? The Earth isn't a planet. It's not like any of those things in the sky at all.
Why?
It's
Who told you it was?
This goes even to a lower level, a more base level. Okay, there needs to be a presupposition in order to even ask that question in the first place. By looking up in the sky and thinking that the thing that you're on might be the same thing as all the things you see in the sky, that requires a presupposition. You would never conclude that naturally.
Right.
Never.
That's just the narrative. That's the narrative.
That's the same thing. That's the same exact thing as the trees. If you grew up in a forest, you would not think that you were a tree.
This
Well,
is
you would if you were told it. If you were told it enough, apparently.
Yeah, if you were told by your group of people that we're all trees and those are trees too, then of course you would believe that. But somebody would come along from a city and say, "Dude, you're a person. You're not a tree."
Well, that's what you're doing with things in the sky, Eli. You're seeing things in the sky and saying, "Well, I must be those as well."
Exactly.
Okay,
That's the problem.
Okay, so why is Earth different?
Well, it doesn't seem
Oh
like
my
any
God.
of those things
Already
at all.
is.
Do you
Not
see any trees in
why.
the sky?
It already is.
Okay, so what makes it so?
What do you mean?
Well, it's not lit up under my feet when I walk outside at night. There's
I
not
know
light
what-
shining from it.
I know what he's asking, guys.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to like wrap your head around.
I know what he's asking. Hold on. He's asking, why is Earth special if the entire universe just exploded and made all this stuff, why would Earth be the special thing? Well, again, your question is based on a presupposition that the entire universe exploded from nothing and became everything. So your presupposition is your problem, not reality itself. Maybe nothing didn't explode and make everything. Maybe that's not our reality.
Somebody could have made that story up too.
Do you think that we're the center of the universe, my friend? Do you think everything revolves around us?
Hell no.
No. Okay, there's your first problem. You need to bring yourself back to the point where you understand that you're standing on the plane and there's nothing that tells you that you are revolving around anything.
And
Everything
there's
that you
nothing that
hold
tells
on.
you that we are.
Eli,
This is my point.
Relax.
You need to step
defend
back
anything right now. Just make observations. Go ahead, Keith.
Exactly. Make observations. This is what I'm saying. There's nothing that you can stand anywhere you want on this plane, on the CN Tower, Statue of Liberty, wherever you want. You can watch a plane fly by in the sky, which tells you that the plane's moving, but there's nothing that you can reach or touch or ascertain with, because in order to tell that you're moving, you need 2 points of reference, and there's nothing in the sky that will tell you that you are moving. This is the point. Stop looking at the things that man has created for you to look at to believe what you are, and start taking that power back into your own hands and believing what you witness with your own eyes.
Sure, I witness a different constellation at the southern hemisphere than I would at the northern hemisphere.
You've gone to both hemispheres and witnessed this yourself?
Yes, I have.
Travels all over the place with this telescope.
Yeah, because because I've taken a look. No. I've kind of taken a look at photographs from here, and I've taken photographs from Europe.
This is my
where I've
point.
been,
And again, you're using
they're different.
photographs, which is man-made creations. Now, when you get to the point where you get to the southern hemisphere across the equator, and you stand in the correct direction, i.e. with a compass in your hand facing north, then we can start to extrapolate why the things are turning differently in the two different directions. But until you're able to use a compass in your hand and take pictures of the sky facing both directions, or facing that same direction in north from both hemispheres, we cannot have this conversation. Do you understand that?
Well, I won't be going international for a year, so.
Well, no, that's fine. But I'm saying to you that north is one place.
Hold on. Eli, what cardinal direction do stars go?
What cardinal direction?
What cardinal direction do the stars travel 100% of the time? And did you know that that was the fact?
You know what cardinal directions are, right, Eli?
Yeah.
He has a telescope.
What
He should
direction?
know which way they go.
Hold on. What direction does the sun go?
Right.
From what to what?
Doesn't it go from east to west? I believe.
It does
I'm not sure.
every time.
It does.
What direction do the stars go every time?
That I'm not sure of. I haven't.
The same. What about the moon? What about the moon?
I'm guessing the same.
Yeah, the same. And did you know that that was true north, south, no matter what your alleged latitude is? Did you know that that's still true?
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that I can see the things around my house and you can't because you're not here, and you can see different things from different places? Did you know that?
Yes, but if the Earth was a plane,
But if I presuppose, but if I presuppose a lot of things and I build a straw man, then I can set a straw man on fire because it's really easy.
Yeah, don't say if the Earth is flat. You guys don't know what that means, so don't worry about that. We can teach you.
Or you can figure it out for yourself by making observations.
Actually, figuring it out for yourself is like the best way, because then you don't have to even argue with anybody.
Yep. Except yourself, because you'll probably have stages of grief.
I'm sure they're experiencing some right now. They're at level 1 or 2, some of them.
Yeah.
Mate, it's 2 a.m. I'm not in the mood for this shit anymore. I'm tired as hell.
What you ought to do in life is ask yourself, do I have any presuppositions here? And really be honest. Do I have any presuppositions with this matter? Am I presupposing anything? And really scrutinize. Be honest and heavily scrutinize with that question. And as you do, and you peel away those presuppositions, test them. Test the presuppositions. If they are untestable, they ought to be discarded as unscientific. Do you have a rebuttal?
Do
you have a rebuttal to my statement that we ought to reject presuppositions that are unscientific? Do you have a rebuttal for that?
Not at all. I agree.
Okay. Cool. Well, that's my recommendation to you.
Well, Eli, thanks for hanging in there, buddy. Take care and feel free to recharge the batteries. We'll be here for the next round 2.
Round 2 tomorrow. I'll see you guys then.
Sounds good. Take care.
Oh, he must be Aussie. Aussie hours. It's pretty. Yeah, it's good. It's 1:44
for us in the morning.
What's
left? Who's left on the Globe Brigade that came in?
We have Rick and Tick.
Okay.
Yeah.
And anybody else, if anybody else wants to bring up a point or have a question or anything, you're more than welcome.
Can I ask you something? Do any of you guys have like an image that you can send in chat of what a map should look like? Or like the world map?
Yeah, I'll show you a map from World War II that they used for flying, so that they could fuel and not get lost and make straight paths to each location. That way, it's very easy to see. This is what they used. It says right on the map. There you go.
Which map?
There's a map you can use if you want to fly somewhere right there.
If I was going to ask a globe earther, which map is the one map that represents the globe, what would you say to that?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Well, I would say the standard map that we're taught in school.
Which is what? if you want to like go find it or post it so we can take a look. Because when I was in school, they had a map that was like a rectangle, but they also had desks with globes on it. So.
And when I was in school, they pulled down a thing from the chalkboard. They pulled it down, and there were maps on it, different layers. You could look at the United States. You could look at other countries. They're all flat, but yeah.
We should have put this.
I'll shoot you a DM, and you can put it there, and I'll post it for you. Because we get this question from time to time. Well, where's the flat Earth map? But the problem is, as we're hopefully we'll demonstrate here in just a second, is that there is no one true map of the world. There's many maps. I'll post what you posted here. This is the one that's 46 minutes past the hour. It's the one he sent me. That's one of many, many, many maps, right? I'll post another thing.
Where's that WG? Where's the official one?
I'm not sure. This one I posted it may seem like a low quality image, but it actually is a high quality image if you open it. On my phone, I can zoom in and see it pretty clearly, but you might, if you're on desktop.
That was just one I downloaded off Google.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So yeah, the point is that there's many maps because they're projections. There's no like this is the map of the world, you know, for either side. So like,
I think Drace from where I can see it on my notebook. He posted a picture of a bunch of cows.
So yeah, we don't have a one true map of the world, but really the globe doesn't have one of those either, for real. They're all projections, really.
But the one they did use during the war, I posted. That's how they knew how to fly from place to place without getting lost. So if that helps you at all, you might want to use that one if you're going to go flying.
They also had a version of that map on Air Force One and many other military-related things. They generally use that map that you showed scientists.
Yeah, because it's point to point, and it's got the miles on and everything. But the one they do have on Air Force One is that same one.
Where's the map? I'm not sure where it is.
Scroll up to 11:45 where I posted it.
45 minutes past the hour. Are you in the live stream voice text? Rick, maybe he doesn't. He might not have the role for that. Hold on 1 second. Oh, he doesn't have the role to see. Give me 1 sec. I'll give you the role so you can see the chat. One moment. Okay. Yeah, right above this VC, there's a live stream voice text.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and 45 minutes past the hour. From Dr. Scientist is the one he's referring to.
And this is the one I have on my wall. And pretty big.
And I posted the one you requested at 46 minutes past, and then a bunch of other ones were posted below that as well.
Also, the UN uses the same map for their flag, so they're actually just advertising all over the place that the Earth is flat, but they want you to think it's not for some reason. It's kind of goofy.
So, Rick, was this was this question out of curiosity, or were you wanting to kind of debate a point here?
It was curiosity.
I figured as much. No problem.
That was a bad word.
Yeah.
So, on a scale of 1 to 10, if like 10 is you're a globe, definitely a globe, and 1 is, maybe it's flat. Where are you on the scale as of now? This isn't a gotcha. Even if you say that word, you don't have to be a flat earther. I'm just curious. Did we put a dent in your confidence today?
A little bit.
That's cool, man. That's cool. I mean, I would probably, if I was new to this topic, I'd probably come in pretty confident as well because, yeah, go ahead.
Can I ask something?
Yeah, of course.
From this, I'm looking at this map. Is this like, so if I were to travel, this is the map I would use?
Google Maps works pretty well too.
If you were in the military in World War II, that's the map you would be using if you don't want to fall into the ocean.
That's the map that gets preloaded into autopilot for planes when they're flying over the plane.
It's got all the mile markers on it, different airports, everything. You can go from point to point to point, and it doesn't require you adding fuel for going around a ball or anything. It's just a straight shot.
You can even plot out layovers and gas stops and realize that they become linear than on a globe.
Well, pilots say they only see it's just flat anyway, and they don't see any curve. So,
and they're retained professionals. They're not allowed to lie because they can sign passports, and professionals aren't allowed to lie.
And my cousin is a pilot, and he says, I just see it's flat. He flies from Detroit all the time, even though he lives in the Cleveland area. He just drives twice a week. He flies. That's all he needs to fly to keep his paycheck going.
Okay, well, thank you guys. I'm probably going to head off to bed now because, as I said earlier, it's pretty late for us.
Yep.
Hey, well, we appreciate you. Someone said some nice words about you in the chat as well. So, keep up the good work, bud. Hopefully we'll see you again for round 2.
Don't let this keep you up tonight.
Probably will. See you guys. Thank you.
All right, take care.
You know what surprisingly is difficult to find, if not non-existent? A time lapse of a compass on an airplane. Need to do a transcontinental flight where the camera is doing a time lapse of the compass.
I'm pretty sure I've seen flat earthers do this. I think it was D Marble or something. He recorded his compass during the entire flight and was looking at the inboard claimed flight path and heading, and it didn't match. So it was weird. There's some anomalies there. Definitely, it's something that's worth looking into.
Yeah. Because in regards to that whole issue of they're going in a straight line, that would be just, at least on a transcontinental flight, that would be discernible. You'd watch the needle move. Anyway.
I've got a question.
Yep.
It's kind of popped into my head. Then, what made Earth?
The one who made it.
Yeah, how was it made?
Somebody created it.
Ask the one who made it.
A creator.
Earth or the water?
I'm guessing.
Earth or the water? Like, pretty sure Earth is mostly dirt from trees and stuff, dead animals.
Oh yeah, it's all.
You know what? I created the fucking Earth. All right, now Earth measures flat. Let's focus on that.
Lad's here. What's up, homie?
Wait, Tickly. That's
yeah.
Hello. How's everybody?
Could you ask yourself that same question? Like, if it's a globe, how did that get there?
It's scientifically proven in the globe how it was made.
What?
Well,
I'm a scientist. I didn't prove anything, Globe.
Science can't prove the Earth's existence, my friend. The Earth is here first, and then science can find its place along the way when it's needed. But when science attempts to understand the creation of Earth, science falls flat on its face.
Science doesn't prove anything.
So
it has.
But that's not even flat earthers saying that. That's Vsauce, who's like a globe proponent. So what do you think about that?
It is a three-dimensional spheroid. However, I don't know that, and it has not been proven. Science doesn't prove anything.
Okay, so that's people on your side. So I just want to just get clear. Like, you said it's scientifically proven, which obviously that's not true. But how did the globe get there?
I mean, it's like most people in the world believe that it was the Big Bang or whatever.
Okay, so
and that's just commonly believed.
Okay,
I think it's the most accurate one.
So you're saying science created the globe, though? That's what you're saying, correct?
No.
Because science attempted to understand what we're on, right? And if science has created this globe that you're envisioning we're on, then obviously from your purview, you're witnessing, right, the science you call, right? I guess it would be a religion at this point, but science, the religion, has created this globe, 23.4 degrees off tilt, off 90, making 66.6 degrees, has created this thing that you think we're on, simply.
I think it just proved how it was created.
You proved something? I've yet to witness that, my friend.
I didn't prove anything. I think science did.
No, you just said you proved.
Science doesn't prove anything because you just heard that, but now you said science proves stuff, even though
science doesn't prove anything.
So science doesn't prove anything, but science proves things. Is that what you just said?
No.
What I'd like to know is what you witness in your purview. What have you observed versus seen in an experiment that tells you otherwise? That's what I'd like to know. What have you witnessed, my friend, that tells you we're on a globe?
It's like outside, for real, not on a screen.
Like, forget about sky science. Let's even forget about the pictures.
The world was like curving.
How? Where?
Well, I was on a plane. I don't know.
So you're looking out of a window, which was created by a man.
Wait,
yeah, but like
still, but even still, Tickley, before you like hang yourself here, you know that you can't see curvature from an airplane, right?
I don't know. I think I could see it.
No. He's talking, but he's looking through windows that were created by a man. So his right off the hop, his material, his media is discounted. Okay, I need more than this, because when I go to Lake Ontario and I look down the coast of Lake Ontario and I see the Sky Dome, which is only 300 feet high, that's a distance of 66 kilometers. There should be a depression of at least 700 feet, and there's not. So I want to know from your purview, what have you witnessed that tells you we're on a globe that's not in the sky?
Kiwi, don't derail it. Let them finish at least addressing what he's talking about before you want to move to something else.
Apologies.
I mean, I'm surrounded by like trees a lot, so I haven't really experienced a giant like empty area.
Well, you said you saw curvature from an airplane, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, but on the ground, not in the air.
No, but you said you saw it from the air, right?
Yeah, but he told me to explain it on like not in the sky.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah, we're going to address that first before you move on, and then you can try to explain it somewhere else other than there. Once we've shown you that both Neil deGrasse Tyson and high-ranking experts of your religion tell you that an airplane is way too low and close to the ground to ever see any curve in the horizon. Even the ISS is way too low and close to the ground to ever see any curve in the horizon. It can only see 3% of the Earth's surface. So there's no way to see the horizon curve except for the picture I gave you here, where it shows that straight lines are actually being curved by the lens of the window. So you can give yourself the illusion that the Earth is curving if you line that curve up right next on the horizon, but that straight line is still straight outside the plane.
So it was the window's fault.
Well, yeah, it's not like you saw a curve in reality. Mathematically, that's impossible, as he just explained, and your high-ranking officers will also explain. So, do you want to explain? Do you need that explained to you?
I mean, maybe.
Okay. Well, so maybe you've heard of the Red Bull jump, right? Have you heard this before?
No.
Felix Baumgartner apparently jumped from a very high altitude balloon, I believe it was, Faust,
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
a few years ago, right? So what altitude does an airplane fly at generally, commercial airplane, the one you were in?
I don't know, it's like 17,000 feet.
17.
I
That
don't
seems
know.
pretty low. That seems pretty low. I would say it's probably double that if you just. So you don't even know your claims, but generally commercial airplanes fly around 30 to 50,000, 35 to 55 maybe. So, do you know how high the Red Bull jump was? Probably a little bit higher
No.
than that. Right? It's about 128,000 feet. So 100,000 feet more than what you thought it was. Okay, so what does Neil deGrasse Tyson say about that?
You see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
So what did you see?
I mean, I guess I saw the window then.
Okay, well that's fine. That seems honest.
Windows are curved, actually. They're made that way for pressurizing, and so they don't blow out when they're at high altitudes.
All right, so take it away, Kiwi.
What?
Maybe he's busy, but yeah. So you didn't see curvature from an airplane. That's mathematically impossible.
Okay. Well, my second point is, like the moon and like the shadow on it.
Allegedly, shadow. Allegedly,
like sometimes you only see a quarter of the moon, and it progressively gets more.
So you're talking about the phases, correct? You're talking about the phases and not the eclipses, correct?
Yeah, not right now.
do you have an understanding of why the phases happen?
Yeah.
All right, tell us.
The sun, like it gets covered by the Earth or something, and then it doesn't light up as much as the moon.
So
see, now you described eclipses, but you were talking about phases.
Yeah, I'm talking about like
the two are different. Phases is when the moon is oriented towards the sun relative to your location, so that you can see only a part of the illuminated area in the globe model. That's totally different from something blocking the sun and going in between you and the moon. That's eclipses.
What do you think the phases are then?
Phases, we don't have claims on what is happening in the sky. We don't need to do that. We don't sell you a replacement cosmology. We just debunked your religion, the same religion that we used to have, and we don't believe in it anymore because it has no basis in reality.
But like, why does it not have any reality?
Why doesn't it have any basis in reality? Because it's just a story. And the story itself is based on the idea that the Earth is a ball, and we have debunked that completely.
How did debunked it?
We measured the surface of the Earth, and it wasn't conforming to the sphere we were told it was, and the size of this sphere is how they created the whole solar system and the cosmos. They calculated it based on the radius value. So now you don't have any cosmos or anything. It doesn't exist. We have debunked it all.
So you don't think the space is real?
So you think you can go to a gas law violation now again after you went through this for an hour already?
I thought there wasn't any pressure in space.
Well,
so there's no pressure, so it's a vacuum, right?
Yeah, I guess.
So you can have gas balls in a vacuum? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
I don't know, maybe.
No, the answer is no, you cannot.
I think you can.
Well, why do you think that? Is there some evidence for that?
I mean, probably. I don't know it.
There actually isn't, and we can prove that the Earth cannot hold gas against less pressure and hold it in at greater pressure. Otherwise, simply vacuum cleaners would not function. You would not be able to exhale because gravity would be holding your air in your lungs. Your ideas are unsustainable and don't function in reality.
Well, I thought that air isn't meant to be that heavy. So it's already affected, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, air doesn't have weight. Weight is a measure of something in air that falls relative to the air. Once you have something that rises, it has 0 weight.
What if I like lift something and throw it in the air?
Okay,
Then you lifted and threw something.
It's still more dense than the air, and so it will have weight in the air. It's kind of like if you take something that falls in the air but floats in water, and you have a scale that works in the air and a different scale that works in the water, then you'll see that the scale in the water shows 0 when you have the ball floating above it, but it shows full weight when it's on the one in the air, because weight is a conception that we have made while looking at things in air. That's why when we try to weigh gas, it's impossible. We have to put it into a container and we have to pump it up and calculate and assume it.
I don't even understand that.
That's why we're here. We'll help you out, buddy. It's okay.
Life's hard.
That's like doesn't even make sense.
There's a lot of ideas that have been thrown at him so far. So I don't
Life's
know what
hard.
he's actually successfully caught on, because I mean I've heard him lily pad to quite a few different things, just saying, well, what about this? What about this? So
Think about how hard this is when you can shoot a laser straight for 10 miles and you can see it, and it's supposed to be 66 feet not there. And he said, I don't even know what he said to that. He was supposed to answer it before. How is that possible? I mean, that alone tells you you're not on a ball. So now what do you go to?
Here's what I think is happening. I don't even think that they've developed a way to understand how they're wrong, or I'm sorry, how the globe math is wrong. Like, they don't get that when you shoot a laser and then you start mentioning numbers and how much you should or shouldn't see, most people get lost. Right then and there, they're just like, fuck, I don't know. What are they talking about? They don't get that what we're saying is, you can shoot a laser as far as you want. We can't find Earth curvature. I think that's the main point. And then if they can get into the numbers, shit, yeah, let's get into the numbers, show them the black swan, and all that stuff. They can go deeper. But I think a lot of it, is just this like, they don't know how to think, guys, and it's not their fault. We were brought up in the same system our parents were, so to me that makes sense. Anyway, that's all I got.
Cog, this is a huge thing, right? Watching somebody experience a cognitive dissonance they're blowing fuses, so it's extremely hard for them, obviously, to stay engaged when you're blowing their fuse right off the hop. But what I'm trying to find out is there any level of understanding that we've been able to present you with, or anything that we've been able to present you with that brings you to a level of understanding that begins to open your can of understanding?
I mean, I'm willing to accept something else, but I just don't think it's logical to be Earth's flat.
Oh, so if it's not a globe, you want it to be something else but flat.
So it's a pear then, according to Neil deGrasse.
Wait, boys.
You want to go with that model?
What did he? Do we want to let him finish what he was saying? Tickle, did you finish your point?
I mean, yeah, I said I'm willing to learn.
You just won't accept
else.
this, Lord.
No, something else other than a globe, but I just don't think it's logical.
Okay.
Logical.
If he doesn't see the logic in this, folks, then it's lost.
He just said, okay, the globe logic doesn't work, but I want something other than flat Earth as a replacement.
I want something else.
Wait, so Tickley, is it logic that you like? Do you want to talk about logic? Because we got some logic for you.
I can also understand
tell
him.
me.
I can also understand him a little bit. That when you want to understand how the world works, when you think you had it all locked down, how the world works, so you were told this, it's a ball, it's in space. So you want kind of a replacement to start with. I understand that. So what is it about Flat Earth that you find the most hard to grasp or understand?
I've seen photos of the globe, like the curve, and I haven't seen flat.
Okay, so you've seen pictures of fantastical unicorns from Narnia, and you haven't seen pictures of none of those. So that means fantastical unicorns in Narnia exist in reality, and we should just all act as if that's real?
Yeah, that's some weird logic if you like logic.
But no one's seen a real, fantastic, amazing unicorn.
Exactly.
No one's seen
a globe either.
You have seen it on TV. We've
But
all
you know-
just seen the curves
People
on
have
TV,
seen
but
it.
in reality,
Oh,
they don't
God.
exist.
Yes, the unicorns are on the the screen where the curvature pictures are. So of course no one's seen that except for in pictures, just like the curve.
I have seen unicorns and globes on the screen at the same time.
So they both must be real then.
No.
Okay, then they're not. That's right. They're not real because there's no pictures of
unicorns are
Earth
real.
floating in space. You know why?
It's also not. It's
Because
also not
space
answering
is
my.
not real.
It's also not answering my question because I didn't want you to tell me what you believe in globe-wise. I want you to tell me what it is that you experience that makes you think it's a globe.
I mean, I haven't experienced anything saying that it's flat. And I haven't.
No, you do though. You do.
Actually,
I
that's
don't.
your all everyday experience. This is why I wanted you to tell me what about Flat Earth was so hard to get and what is hardest for you to grasp at this moment. Because whenever you look out at the horizon, you're looking at a flat Earth. That's agreed upon, even by the globe priests. They will tell you it just looks flat. So
Yes, they
your
say it looks
experience-
flat even though you can't see the curve. It's the curve's not there. It looks flat, but you have to imagine that there's a curve. This is exactly what they say.
Right. Your lack of experiencing the globe is you experiencing the flat Earth, brother.
You are too small to know what we are standing on. That's what science is telling you.
Yeah, and so you want pictures of the flat Earth, but every single pictures from real life that you ever seen has been from flat Earth, and in your mind you have bent it to be, oh, it must be on a globe, but there is no globe.
What do you mean there's no globe?
We debunked it.
It's completely debunked. The globe belief doesn't exist.
He has to go, I think.
Yeah.
Except
Time
Why?
limit. We should put a timer on this, guys. Yeah.
It only
Why?
exists in the mind, in where you imagine it. That's why there's no actual working globe model. There's just a working idea inside people's heads.
Although it is good having him here, listen, because there's globers out there now pissed off at this guy because he doesn't understand anything.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is when you reach the time limit, like class is over, it's the
What
teachers
time
have huh? The
What
part where
time
you literally are saying to us that you can't grasp the information that we're throwing at you. Because that's what's happening. We're throwing information at you. We're
Like
trying to be as patient and loving as possible.
In university, they would just tell you to withdraw from class or they would kick you out.
Exactly.
So,
And we're like patience, giving you questions and stuff, but you're not grasping any of it.
Well, fellas, maybe he needs another refuel. Tickley, weren't you the guy that took a quick brain fuel refuel break, right? Do you need another? Do you need to refuel again?
I did take one of those, yeah.
Okay. Well, this one was a short. This your Tesla might not be charged up very long. This was a short trip.
Well, I mean, I have no question.
Okay.
Of course you.
Where is like the planets. Where are they at?
Oh my goodness! Look up in the sky. You'll see them.
Wait, let's
Sky
just
science, according to my man Glatt.
That's space. That's where you see them.
So you think looking up equals space now?
No, but like,
A story
see them
somebody
up in the
told you
sky.
says looking up
Guys,
equals space.
let's reel it in just a little bit because he's the only one here for now. So let's talk to him. You know.
I do have a
So-
question real quick about the planet, if I may.
Yeah. Yep.
Sir, I don't know your name. Sorry. What's your name?
Tickley.
Kickley?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the Elmo, like Elmo.
Okay, I'll just say Elmo. Oh, Giggly. Okay, anyway, so the planets. So you look up and there's lights in the sky, right? And those to you are planets?
No, but like those are stars, but there are planets.
Okay, so there's planets and stars, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think human beings can go to any one of those planets, or all of them, or do you think human beings can go to those?
We've been to the moon.
No. What makes you think that that's possible? I don't care what
You
people
are.
have told you. What makes you think that that's physically possible?
I think that with the resources which we have used, you can build a rocket and propel yourself into space and to eventually hit something, which in this case is the moon or like, I don't know, another planet.
Okay, and you believe that on their very first try with humans, they sent up, killing no one, a huge fuel-filled bomb, and just everything went perfectly. Nothing exploded in this medium that no one had previously been in. I don't care what kind of training you got. No one had been to space yet, and they pulled it off first try to the moon. Do you believe that? You do believe that?
I believe that there was trial and error.
Right, but what I'm saying is the first time, listen to what I'm saying, the first time a human being went to space, they didn't die. How lucky is that? So
That's pretty
when
cool.
you test, well, yeah, it's pretty cool. Listen, when you test something, you go and test the real thing at some point before you start risking lives. Okay? Right? They said they put a dog into space, a monkey into space. Oh, then now it's time for a human. Right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so the first time they put a human into space, they nailed it. Nothing went wrong. Everybody survived, right? And when did they send a monkey or a dog to the moon, for instance? Did they do that? How did we know the moon was even something you could land on, having not been there? See, here's the deal. I'm asking these questions rhetorically. So many things had to line up perfectly that day for people to go do the thing. They played fucking golf on the moon, dude. They're mocking you. They're laughing at you because you think they went there. That's all. That's all I got.
And drove a golf cart around and hit golf balls. Okay, so here's what it takes for you to go to the moon. You got to lift off, right? You got to calculate all that fuel. You got to know the size of the planet you're on so you can orbit it, right? So you need to know all that. Then once you do that, you got to go for the moon, and then once you get near the moon, you got to put the brakes on so you can release the lunar lander, right? And then you got to stay floating in space while the lunar lander goes down on the moon, makes a landing, it just lands by itself, which we've never done before, but it lands by itself. Okay, they play golf, they drive around, they get that car out of that thing, which doesn't fit actually if you measure it, but they get it, they drive around, then they get in that little spaceship and blast off again back to the rocket. They get in that bus and they come back down. Does that make sense? You could do that on the first try?
Yeah.
Yeah, they only had a handheld calculator worth of electronics on board.
I don't think he's going to get it. He's not going to get it at this point. I just wanted to see if,
Let me
because I know
finish,
there's,
though.
hold on.
You need to interrupt me, though.
Hold on. Oh, please hold on. There's audience members listening right now, probably a lot of them, that do know that what we're saying is it's bullshit. Okay? okay, because of all the Goldilocks things that had to line up perfect for everybody to survive and have a nice little cocktail party on the moon and such, okay? There's audience members that know that that's complete nonsense. Even if this guy we're talking to is being dishonest about also agreeing with that. Thanks.
Yeah, and so the thing is, they actually had to travel through the Van Allen radiation belts, and when the astronauts were interviewed and asked about it, they said, "Oh, we didn't know." So, but now, today, NASA claims that they cannot travel through the Van Allen radiation belts. It will kill humans, and therefore they cannot solve, because they cannot solve this problem, we cannot explore the cosmos. So they have to send rovers. That's literally their excuse. They can't go there anymore because the Van Allen radiation belts. And here's Buzz Aldrin. I have two admissions, 17 minutes after the hour. One on Conan where he tells him that, oh, you didn't watch us do anything, you just watch animations. And another where he tells a little child that, oh, we didn't go there.
Went down and we watched you guys land on the moon.
No, you didn't.
What?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation.
Uh-oh.
What?
You didn't hear what he just said?
That's Buzz Aldrin, right? Listen, sir. That's Buzz Aldrin, i.e. Buzz Lightyear, right? Toy Story. Again, they're laughing at you, but Buzz Aldrin, the second man on the moon, told an 8-year-old girl, "We didn't go to the moon." He said, these are his exact words. "We didn't go there, and that's the way that it happened." That's word for word. That's a quote. Y'all can post the video. Why the fuck would he ever say something like that, especially to a little girl? You know, was he drunk? Was he lying?
I think he was lying.
This is fascinating. I remember very clearly, I think anybody who was alive at the time does. I remember my parents waking me up and we went down and we watched you guys land on the moon.
No, you didn't.
What?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation.
Okay, so your argument is that he is lying to everyone about not having gone there and that we just watched animations, but we should trust the liar when he tells us the opposite a long time ago before he grew a conscience.
Has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. So in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we wanted to keep it going.
What the hell did you just say?
Yeah, in other words, even he doesn't know why they never actually gone there. Why they didn't actually continue to try. He was probably under the impression that they wanted to go there and just they had to beat the Russians and tell a little white lie.
Well, so like even on the globe side, the whole moon landing thing is debatable. Like I was strongly into the globe and everything, and I did not buy that narrative. Also, there's people back in the 60s before they even claimed to have gone who said, yeah, they're not going to be able to go anywhere. So it's debatable even on your side. So it's not like it's concrete anyway. And then you have people who claim to have gone there telling you that they didn't go. So believe what you want.
Yeah, but like when does we look up at night, what do you see?
Yeah, I don't see any rock balls in the sky.
No, like when you see stars.
Yeah, I see shining things, but I don't see any
where are
land
they?
up there.
Why would you think that we know where they are, dude? Why would you think that?
Because
yeah, I know where they
you
are.
say there's no space.
They're in the sky. That's what we call the thing above the Earth, by the way.
Yeah,
You can
they're up.
explore the sky, but you won't
How do
run
you
into
know?
any
Yeah,
stars.
they're not up in the sky, dude. We've sent planes very far, and you know the planes are up there flying around all the time. Have they discovered stars up there? Yes
Wait, but
or
just
no?
In
Well,
where? The
right,
sky.
Stars in the sky or
the
somewhere
sky
else?
doesn't end just because the planes don't go higher.
Well,
Where
just
does it
remember,
end?
remember
In space?
Tigley as well. Just remember that there's what you observe, and then there's a narrative about what stars are. So
He just asked if the sky ended at space.
So make sure you separate
Yeah.
what the narrative is, because they're telling you what stars are, but what you see is different than the narrative. They don't have to go together.
I'm going to say the sky ends where the pressure hits the walls of the container.
Yeah, that's probably right.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, so what makes you think that people have been up there? How's this? Even if you believe that, ladies and gentlemen, have been to outer space, you know what they say about the stars? They say that they're millions, billions, and trillions of miles away. My friend, how did they get that direct measurement? How the fuck did they do that? Or did they just assume it based on calculations that are also based on assumptions, not direct physical measurements? You see what I'm saying? They expect you to believe they know what is. Do you know how long it takes to count to 1 billion? Years.
Quite a while.
Thousands.
How the fuck did they know it's a billion anything? They never been there. And you're not shooting lights from the ground and saying, oh, it bounces this way and that. That is, I mean, come on, dude. You're buying that? You're buying it? I don't want you to buy it. I think you're smarter than something like that, dude. That's why you're here.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, it takes 30,000 years to count to a billion.
It's also, he said something about the sky ending where the space begins. So I want to ask, is that where like the gas of the Earth stops?
Never mind. It's not 30,000. It's another number, but it is over 1,000 years. You go ahead.
I just think space starts when our Earth atmosphere ends.
Oh, okay. Okay. So according to the European Space Agency, our atmosphere reaches far beyond the moon. So no one's been to space, according to you.
What?
Oh, you didn't know?
Yeah, you don't
Didn't know what.
You know, they came out and said that the atmosphere is actually way farther out. So
I didn't know that.
Right. That's why you should take a little bit more time and like research the thing that you believe in.
Moon's
to be
in our
stronger.
atmosphere.
That's what they're telling you, bro. But 2 seconds ago, you believed the contrary. So, like,
look it up.
You're going around with your own conception of what the world is supposed to be like instead of investigating it and making observations. So this is called defending. It's called defending
in space.
Listen, it's called defending a religion. So you don't do that. Maybe just go and research what they're telling you and see if it's true. So right now, the flat earthers are telling you what you're supposed to believe in on your side. They already came out and told you the moon's inside the atmosphere, but 2 seconds ago you didn't know that.
Yeah, man. Hey, listen. If you study the globe narrative, and narrative means story, okay? If you study what they want you to believe, what they're teaching in schools all over the world, hopefully something in your mind will click and say, wow, that seems like bullshit, and I wonder how they know that. You know what I'm saying? You can't get an Earth radius. Therefore, come with me on the journey real quick. You can't get the Earth's radius. You have to know at least the radius if it's even circular, let alone spherical. If they can't get that, how do they know that it's even circular, let alone spherical? Oh, because of space pictures. So where are the stars and satellites in space pictures? Take a look. You know, look for them. You're not going to see them. That's ridiculous. It just falls apart if you genuinely look into it.
So, like, the moon, why can't we breathe on it? I'm just being
I'm getting rid of them.
Why?
Tigley, do you need to take another refuel break? Because it seems like your sincerity is running out.
At what point does the atmosphere just die?
Again, we've already covered gas pressure and containment, correct? And you understand what an antecedent relationship is, correct?
Yeah.
So why are you confused now all of a sudden?
Because I just learned the moon isn't even in space.
That's
Apparently.
what they're telling you. That's part of the narrative. So
That's what they're saying now. They're saying now that it's like within Earth's atmosphere, and the atmosphere is actually way bigger than we knew before. That's what they're saying now. They don't say it very often because, it's kind of controversial, but they still say it.
Notice, Tickley, how, just a few minutes ago, you were, going around with, your own idea of how the world works. But that's not even matched up with what you're supposed to believe in if you're a globe believer. You know what I mean? So, your whole ship is sinking right now, dude. I'm not gonna lie to you. First learn what the narrative is and see if it's true. Then you should be asking some questions.
Speaking of ships sinking, my friend, did you ever take in the piece where Bill Nye, the science guy, attempted to explain how boats were going over a horizon and then sinking?
I've never seen that before, so not
You never
really.
saw that? So that was years ago when he first started out his career. You can research, you'll probably find it on YouTube or something. What's funny is, years later, he came out with another clip and stated that humans needed to understand that we live in a closed system and we cannot escape the closed system. Is that something that you can understand? We're in a closed system.
The Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
Thank you. Look at that. Love my DJ.
This is what he's saying, despite arguing for, a floating ball of water in the middle of nowhere. So, how are you going to rationalize that with your globe argument? How can you say now that, he was just saying this or that, but it still fits in with the globe blockage when it doesn't?
So he thinks that world is.
He thinks he knows.
Globe.
Doesn't matter what he thinks. He just dropped the truth, regardless of whether it was an accident or whatever. He just told you the fact, right? The Earth is a closed system. You cannot leave the Earth, which is kind of backing up what we've been telling you this whole time. We're inside of a closed system. Gas pressure requires containment. But you keep asking us, well, if we leave, where are you getting that from? There's no leaving, dude.
There's no magic source that constantly pumps air into our closed system. Our system runs on a renewable. Everything just renews itself. Air gets created, water gets created. Everything is a closed, self-contained unit.
I like to do corrections because math is fun sometimes. Around 90 to 135 years to count to 1 billion if you count 16 hours a day every day of your life and allow yourself 8 hours of non-counting. So between 90 and 135 years to count to 1 billion.
There you go. So how do you get a direct physical measurement of 1 billion when it takes 900 lifetimes or more? Pretty funny.
You could probably use light or something.
My scientific calculator told me so.
Probably use light.
The calculator doesn't lie. You lie to yourself. And you punch that data in.
Exactly. This is my thank you for that was an alley-oop right there, and you dunked it home with 2 hands. Thank you so much for that. That's my point. We further their lie by punching and creating the numbers that they're telling us to create with. Do you not see this? Again, I'm going to say to you, bring you back to the original point I made half an hour ago, is take an opportunity to step back from the story and the picture that they're painting for you and see if you can witness something that tells you something different. Because you just said you want it to be something different. So find something for you that makes it different for you.
And how are you using the speed of light when, in order to use it for it, you would require to know the medium because the speed of light is dependent on the medium it's traveling through?
I don't know. People have their ways.
Yeah, now that's just guesswork. That's not actually science.
In science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method.
That was Michio Kaku, right?
I gotta get the other one. Shoot, my bad.
That was Michio Kaku talking about how they don't use science. They only use pseudoscience or guesswork.
It's also the one who said that when it comes to correcting ourselves, we're off by a factor of 120 with 10 zeros after it or something like that.
Cosmology, we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120. This is the largest theory experiment in the history of science.
Yeah, he's talking about the cosmological constant problem or the vacuum catastrophe, and how vacuum energy, which has been experimentally validated through the Casimir effect, is, or would, if we imagine that the whole cosmos is made out of vacuum and as big as it is, wouldn't work. So the expansion rate is accelerating currently, according to what they find out. So that doesn't match it, and so it's a complete mix match between what they theorize is out there, the vacuum, the globes, the stars, and what we can experimentally validate here in reality. So if what we can validate in reality is true for out there in their fantasy land, then their fantasy land would just collapse.
Yeah, exactly. Here's what's going on for the people who need a Nickelodeon explanation, like myself. Okay, here's what's going on. Yeah, so in classrooms, they're saying globe, outer space, stars are out there, and there's this distance, blah blah blah. Right? They're saying we know this stuff for a fact, kids. Here's the real deal. And then in the same breath, they're showing you videos of a guy like Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that stuff is flat, no matter how high you go. And then Michio Kaku, if you never heard of him, he's a popular American. Anyway, he lived in America, and he's a science communicator, just like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Bill Nye, right? And they're very popular. So you got classrooms saying one thing, and then videos of science communicators, right, who should be at least as smart as your teachers, saying, nope, we don't know anything about space, actually. Nothing. And we're off by millions. Isn't that weird? Same school building. They're teaching opposite things in the same school building to children. That's unreal.
Doesn't Neil deGrasse Tyson think the Earth's round and a globe?
He does. But he's also saying that all the so-called evidence that they have so far, and that all the globe believers point at, is not valid.
In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
Yeah, okay, so check it out. First humans on the moon, right? Incredible. Greatest feat of mankind. By the seat of your pants? Guesswork? What? You're going to guess. Best educated. I love that, by the way. If it's an educated guess, boy, well, then it's better than just a regular guess, right? No, they're both guesses. How do you do that? You just base everything off a guess? I'm not going to risk a life I'm not even going to risk somebody getting punched in the face on a guess. Jesus.
Yeah. Educated guess is a misnomer because really there's not such a thing. It would be referred to as the process of elimination and then guessing on the remaining options. That's what people mean when they say educated guess.
Yep, and it's still not a fact, right? Facts are different from all of that.
For sure.
Yeah, and people, but that's even when I was growing up in the school, I was like, oh, educated guess. Well, that's basically fact, right? It's based on an education of the subject of the topic. So, like I said, it's better than just a off the cuff by your seat of the pants guess. Like a science communicator for the world says it is. What?
It should be based on deductive or inductive reasoning, not any guesses.
Yeah.
Wrong.
For the record, that educated or science communicator Neil deGrasse also said that the Earth was more of a pear shape. It's what is it, fatter at the equator because of the spin of the globe?
A little chubbier. Yeah. Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped.
Yeah.
Why would you ever say that? Look, listen. Yeah. Listen, they've been showing us a globe, a quote-unquote perfect sphere, right? With rough edges, whatever. But from space, boy, they knew in the 20s, in the 30s, Universal Pictures, what? They got a globe. You don't even know that shit yet. You ain't been outside the Earth to see it. However, they start pushing it before they know. Okay? And then all of a sudden, you got a guy, probably half drunk at South by Southwest, celebrating whatever, going, you know what? Let's just say it's pear-shaped. Fuck it. Let's see what people buy anymore. How does a sphere... I'm almost done. How does a sphere turn into a pear shape, and then we got to go back and redo what? All the Universal Pictures shit, everything that we've shown you from quote unquote space. What, dude?
No, it becomes a really good excuse because in the South there is problems with navigations and there are anomalies in the South. And so it's easy if you have the mental image of a pear that you imagine, oh, yeah, okay, the bottom is just so much bigger that excuses all of the anomalies and I don't need to think about them. When they actually claim that the pear-shapedness is so tiny that it's indiscernible.
Yeah, so the question is it a pear shape or not? Okay? Why would he say that?
I think he said it because they needed to have some kind of excuse for all the anomalies. Otherwise, it's not a ball, obviously.
I think he was attempting to explain that because the Earth is spinning, that the water gets shot out to the outer edges. Like when you spin a wet tennis ball, it creates the rooster tail.
It does that elsewhere. He has oftentimes talked about how over millions of years the Earth will turn into a pizza because of that.
Oh, so centrifugal force caused the Earth to turn from round to flat. Is that where we're going to go next?
That's what he says. It's going to happen over billions of years. Okay. It will turn into a pizza, according to him.
So we're also going to get flattened. Then we're also going to get flattened. So the people at the equator are actually shorter than the people that are at the North and South poles. Is that right? Because the gravitational pull would be greater at the equator than at the poles, wouldn't it?
I thought they said that it would slow down.
Yeah, the spin would slow down closer to... Yes, you're right. I apologize. Thank you for clarifying that.
Drace.
Thank you.
Aren't you the one that was just saying the pizza thing?
That's what Neil deGrasse Tyson said. He said it would, over time, stretch out into a pizza.
That dude's a super moron.
Forces.
Yeah, that's stupid. So stupid. Listen, if you're taking into consideration conservation of momentum, and
it would slow down
entropy, it would slow down, and as it slowed down, the centripetal force would actually decrease. Therefore, it would become less round. More round, less elliptical.
Yeah, it would stop turning into or slowly stop turning into a pizza and stop turning.
Well, why wouldn't it just turn into a ball again if it slowed down?
It can't even turn into a ball using gravity. They need to add a sticky factor. They don't have anything.
Oh, gee.
So you spin. You know, when you spin pizza dough, it kind of flattens out. It's wider in the middle. So Earth, throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning, and it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the poles. So it's not actually a sphere. It's oblate, and officially it's an oblate spheroid.
They have to be consistently inconsistent.
Yeah,
Yep.
I like to think of it as
it's kind of a good tactic.
I like to think of it as contradiction contingency. So they have a contingency in all the contradictions. So regardless of what you say, I can excuse it using this way, but I use it. You're saying this, or I excuse it using this other way, even though it contradicts my previous thing. I can answer everything because it doesn't. Nothing matters.
That is lily padding on steroids, right? I'm going to ask you a question and agree to a what about this, and what about this, and what about this.
They do it all the time with Newton and Einstein. They like Matthew was the other day trying to tell us that things were not in motion, but they were accelerating by combining Newton and Einstein's inertial reference frames into one. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's a really weird GIF. I'm going to save this one, Drace. Where?
I think the world model is the greatest game of telephone ever played. You remember telephone when you were a kid?
Oh, yeah.
True. Well said.
Thanks, boys.
Well, that's why Tickley thinks something else, and then someone else thinks something else, and then another Glober thinks you can see a curve in an airplane. Another one thinks you can see it if you climb a tall building. So that's why it is like telephone, because all you guys believe in just a bunch of different things, and it's not even adhering to the current rhetoric. What's gravity? Oh, it's this thing. Oh, well, that's not what they're saying. So, yeah, that's a really good point. Globe is like telephone for sure.
Everybody that.
Yeah.
I was just going to
Sorry,
say.
I was just really.
Okay, go. Flat,
go
you go.
ahead.
I'm shut up. No, you go.
Okay. No. Okay. So, yeah, and it's unfair, right? Let me pull on your heartstrings for a second. It's super unfair that they can't tell you straight up, this is it every single time. This is what This is what it is. Is it a sphere? No. All of a sudden, it's oblate. It's rounded. It's at different places. Oh no. You should never say it even once like that if the science before it was correct. So it's unfair to all of us that they sit there and they just make up shit, tell us that they're off by a factor of 10 to the 120th power. That's unfair. I feel chipped. That's actually not a good term anymore. I feel robbed. I feel like someone is just messing with me, and they're saying stuff just for the sake of it. It should hurt your feelings, bro. These people are getting paid millions to say, I actually don't really know, and neither does anybody else. And they're not even apologizing about it, dude. They're just up there laughing.
But wait a minute.
That's fucking cool.
Who said anything about having feelings up in this? Why does it have to be a victim mentality, like feel bad or anything like that? I'm not asking you speaking out loud, right? I'm saying, why can't people... Hold on. You asked the question, why can't people think for themselves instead of believing what the news and everything is telling them, programming them, television, versus I can just go outside and look at a plane flying by me that tells me I'm not moving? I'm done now. Thank you.
Yeah. And I'm saying that the feelings are involved. I guess I'm pandering a little bit to the Globers who come in, and their cognition is based on an emotional reaction to being told that what they think has actually been incorrect their entire life. So instead of the feelings about that, it should be feelings that make you go, fuck those people. I'm going to find out the truth. Are you fucking kidding me? What? Anyway.
Exactly. Thank you for that work on that. I fully agree with you, dude. 100%.
Cody is here. Does Cody have questions?
No, I don't have any questions. I'm really just listening in.
Okay. Hey, I'll take a quick survey because I'm just gonna take a quick survey, completely off topic. If you bought something for $500 and you got it, and you're like, I don't really like this, and you were wanting to you want to send it back, and you want to get a refund, would you intentionally break the thing and then put it in a box and think that you were still going to get a refund?
No, because you're being extremely ignorant at that point in time. If you're going to break something and send it back, that's evil.
Okay,
Yeah,
and then
I just feel bad.
What's that?
Yeah, just the thought of someone doing that makes me feel bad.
All right, so let's take it to another level. What if you spent? Let's pretend. For me, that's a lot of money. But let's pretend for you that $500 is a lot of money. So whatever a lot of money is to you, pretend that you bought a thing for like, I don't know, 3 months' wages or whatever. Not that I make $500 every 3 months, but just hypothetically, guys, I'm just saying, pick a big number that would hurt the bank, right? If you were returning a thing, wouldn't you do everything? Like logically, naturally, wouldn't you do everything in your power to make sure that you're not just throwing a fragile thing in a box without any padding or any protection, that you're hoping to get a refund? I mean, isn't it logical that you would want to protect
your return? Because it's your product, technically. Because
Yeah.
until it's returned to the person who sold it to you, you're the person that owns it.
So there's an uptick. So go ahead, Trace.
Yeah, I always repackage everything right as I found it when I have to return something, because I don't want it to get destroyed because of me.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, I'm noticing a trend. I'm noticing a trend in a decrease in apparent intelligence, and I'm seeing customers saying and doing things that are getting much more concerning, like great grandpa with Alzheimer's, and you start going, oh no, it's happening. Oh no, he's losing his mind. He doesn't remember who I am. Like, but like it starts with the little things, and then it gets bigger and bigger.
But do you guys take a picture of the stuff before it gets returned? Because shouldn't it be like a picture of the item, of the damage, and then when it gets returned, you guys take a picture, and then you're able to close off the file and say it was a successful return versus it was returned with questionable damage.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. These customers aren't using any level of. I'm just noticing trends, and I'm pointing out in a general way. I'm noticing some trends of really weird behavior that is counterintuitive to self-preservation. It lends the question: do you hate money? Sometimes I want to ask people that question. Do you hate money? Anyway, we'll move on. I figured I'd ask a little survey and rant a little bit again.
Can I explain to you why I think that people are starting to act that way?
Brain damage?
Well, it's ethics and moral damage.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't disagree with you there.
It's psychological, like, okay, they're teaching things in schools that I would never even bring up to anybody. Okay? No one. I wouldn't talk about it with anybody because it's inappropriate. And they're teaching it to children. And instead of us being outraged, we say, let's just accept everybody. There's no rules. Fuck it. So the back of their head, it's subconscious. I don't need to try that much harder to do the right thing. It's just this and that. It's laissez-faire. It's lackadaisical. Okay, it's blasé. They're dumbing down the ethics and morals of people, and it's working.
First, you get.
Have you guys ever heard the term, or not the term, sorry, but the saying, comfort breeds complacency?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's what COVID did to a lot of people. It made people, it made some people, sorry, apologize, sorry, damn it.
Just speaking a little code,
Yeah, no, I think the last 3 years have made a lot of people comfortable and have made people complacent. And I'm thinking that could be the potential contributor to what you're speaking on.
Absolutely. I can bring it back to Flat Earth real quick. I can bring it back to Flat Earth.
I can segue. No, go ahead.
Okay. Well, here's why it comes back to Flat Earth. If people can start to just kind of give up on serious matters and just believe everything they're told, well, by golly, Flat Earth is going to be funny to them. They're just going to be like, and why would I even care in the first place? They don't know that it speaks to cognitive deficiencies being nurtured and being accepted. And also, people want those things. They want to say, hell yeah, I believe it. Because isn't that cool? Yeah, we all believe it. Fuck yeah.
Yep, that's exactly where I was going to take it. Is this type of mentality lends somebody to be complacent on all matters of potential importance.
So, I have my smartphone that I can reach at any point in time and pull up pictures of space that show me Earth as a globe. How comfortable and easy is that versus me having to get up off of my ass and walk outside and watch the plane fly by me, which tells me I'm on a stable plane and the plane is moving, not me. That takes work, which is the opposite of gravity.
And that's a fact.
Yeah. Well, thanks for the going down that trail with me for a moment, guys.
That was awesome, dude.
I'm frustrated with people's weird behavior.
And you know what's funny is when you're in the service sector, right? You have to deal with other people, right? You end up taking on their energy because you end up trying to understand their energy when they ask you questions. Like you want to, in your own headspace, you want to attempt to understand why they're asking you said question. So when they return something that wasn't destroyed to you, right? That was just damaged slightly when they got it.
No. Perfect condition when they got it.
Oh, great, perfect. Okay, there you go. Perfect condition, and it's not what they thought, and they return it, and it's damaged. And in your headspace, you're like, why would you do this? Why?
Yeah.
I totally get it, dude. Oy.
I've written several strongly worded letters. I'm just waiting for a response.
Hey, I tell you what, I just had another run-in with a big corporation, another multi-billion-dollar organization, and over and over again, I tell you what, I am really thankful that the Better Business Bureau exists. I don't think it works for everybody, but I have many success stories utilizing the Better Business Bureau system. Complaint system that they have. If you have a legitimate issue and it's not just a trifling, nothing burger, but it's a legitimate injustice of some kind, gross oversight, or whatever the case. Use the Better Business Bureau. I highly recommend it. If you can. I guess it's an American thing. I'm not sure that it's everywhere. But yeah.
It's here in Canada. Unfortunately, it's for sale.
What?
You can buy your rating from the Better Business Bureau here in Canada.
The rating doesn't matter. Their strong arm is what matters. I don't care about the ratings. I don't use it for that. I use it because they're like a big. I'm not going to call them a big bully, but whatever they're able to do, I tell you what, I will do. What do they call it? Manager escalation. But there's a special word for it. But you escalate an issue, escalate. Oh, you go to tier 2, whatever. You get to the higher levels as you can,
Yep.
and you still wind up not getting what you need.
The chain of command.
Yeah. You try your best to get all the way up, and you run into a bunch of walls. But BBB it gets you straight to executive, and stuff happens really fast. Really, every situation I've ever had where hundreds of dollars were on the line, and I tried for weeks. That my way, I go to the BBB. The issues, I've got money in the bank in under 72 hours. So they may, I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, I think they send out a letter at first.
I think it's really simple, guys. I think you go to these businesses and some have trophies, tons of trophies, right? Beautiful crystal trophies that they have on a shelf saying Better Business Bureau, recipient 10, 15, 20, 50 years, okay? All of that stuff is for show, and it looks great on paper. The Better Business Bureau says, if you don't escalate this issue properly for this person, it's going to be a mark. And you get too many marks, we'll pull the shit from your place, and it'll be illegal for you to say you're part of the Better Business Bureau. Yeah. That's what I think is going on.
It's a seal thing. Yep.
Maybe.
Sure. It's an association.
Whatever it is, I'm just thankful it works, or it has worked, the handful of times that I really needed it. So.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a service that should be provided in the first place, so it's good that it exists. I don't care why it exists. If it helps people get from point A to point Z without having to go through all the other letters, I like that. That's fine with me.
Mm-hmm. That's the BBB I like.
That's what it is. They are an accredited association. I was looking for the word, but myself, I deal with the Ontario Association of Architects, the Professional Engineer Association for engineers and things, right? So it's just an association, which is awesome.
Mm-hmm. More yeehaw. So any people that think we're living on a spinning water ball in the chat?
If you don't, we're going to report you to management. Or if you do.
Belligerent ball believers.
Willing to de-belligerent yourself.
Here's a question.
Billions and billions.
Which stone got damaged? I wonder what that stone said.
Oh, you think that it might have been one of special significance? I don't know.
The one related to the 500,000 call.
That's maybe. Thinking. I thought it was 500 million.
Oh no,
Pretty sure it's 500 million.
500 million.
Yeah, 500,000 would be insane.
Well, 500. A world of 500 billion people, I think is actually just as plausible.
What? Okay, so do you think the world's population that's posted is legit?
No, but yes.
Okay.
And I'll explain why no, and I'll explain why yes. So on a small scale, I know how many people are in my town. I know that the numbers that they say are accurate. So then allegedly you could multiply that out for all the areas that have a similar quote unquote legitimacy to them. Like specifically in America, you can trust and just do the math and kind of work out. So that's
Except
the
when they're
yes.
voting.
Yeah. And now on the no side, they from the horse's mouth, they literally say that population is modeled. MODELED. It's modeled.
Mm-hmm.
So on that face, it is easy to understand that the number isn't exact. So, for instance, it would be completely ridiculous to actually call somebody the actual 8 billionth person born. Like, you are number 8 billion in the world right now, and you are the only person that will have that status. Now, if there were perfect knowledge of all people at all times, that would be, a title that was true. I don't think that title could ever be true based on our lack of perfect simultaneous world knowledge. So it's an impractical thing. Populations are modeled, but on the other hand, I don't think that we're living in a world of a drastically different number. Could it be 4 instead of 8? I don't know what difference. I don't know how we would discern. I haven't done enough population studies of all the different cities of all the different countries all at the same time and charted it out myself in order to see just how plausible it is.
Imagine how difficult that would be, right? So you've got your local town, not hard to prove, right? You get a little survey, you're probably on the money, give or take. And that's cool. Then you go up to the big city level, then the region area, then the state level. But it's almost like a story. How blurry do the lines get to the point where you just don't even know as you go up in numbers? That's kind of where I'm at with it.
This is where if I speak.
The big problem, just a second, you'll need to fix your mic. The big problem with it is the larger places like India,
Holy shit,
the continent of Africa.
Yeah,
these are places where modeling really, really shines, and true data does not shine. So, who was it that just piped in and said, "Can I speak
Cody.
now?" But their mic was super low.
Cody.
Yeah, I gotta be very quiet. Sorry, it's pretty late for me.
Okay.
All right, we'll turn you up.
Population is definitely not what they say it is because, I mean, look at YouTube, the most popular site. When you look at the most popular videos, they usually have around I think 10 billion, 12 billion, but you might think that's a lot at first, but when you consider how much people rewatch the videos and the ones that are the most popular are usually the ones that are like music videos, so you listen to like 5 times, which most people listen to. You think it's actually a lot lower than what I think it is. My guess is probably like 2 billion. But yeah, that's all I have to say.
Would that not be assuming that the vast majority of people have internet access, use the internet, use YouTube?
That's my assumption.
Gotcha.
I don't know, if everyone has the internet. I think most people do. But that's my guess.
Fascinating topic, though, and it's something I definitely think about when I fly. I look down, I'm like, wow, there's a lot of area. We're all crowded into these small spots,
Yeah.
What kills me when gospel started talking about
exaggeration.
Glad, go.
I'm sorry if you can hear.
Glad's roboting for me.
Sorry, I'll just go away for.
Jokes. What freaks me out when gospel was talking about India, when you get into countries where poverty is an issue, right, and people are living on the streets and stuff, how do you start counting or even be able to begin to ascertain what the population is of the homeless? Right, because you can't even start to rely on statistics, or not even stats, but like residential counts for housing, as an example.
I have a question for you guys. If you think they are hiding the statistics of the real population, tell me why you think they are.
Same reason they would lie about Santa Claus. Same reason they would lie about the shape of the Earth. Same reason they would lie about the Easter Bunny. Right?
And-
They know the answers to these things. We don't.
To justify smart cities, pushing all the population into smart cities.
What's smart cities? I haven't heard of it.
You haven't heard of Agenda 2050, 2030?
No, I haven't. I'm still new to all this.
Well, create panic and fear, right? This is the way you do it. You tell a vision, right? And these are levels. You make a very, very good point, my guy. Thank you for that.
Wait, so what's the plan?
Yeah, if you can crowd everybody into a spot, you can control them a little bit easier, right? Like some animals. But if we're all living out like on our own, off the grid and stuff, it can't really do much. But
yeah, I'd love to live off the grid.
Right.
That'd be beautiful.
So I think that's what he means by smart cities. They built up these big cities, LA, Toronto, New York. Where does everybody want to go? LA, Toronto, New York. So yeah, just get everybody in one spot.
Mars.
Easier. Yeah, Mars is the next spot. Yeah.
I think something everyone wants without realizing it, just like how everyone likes certain things, like everyone loves good food. No matter who you are, you're gonna like good food. I think something everyone wants deep down inside is peace, being out in the wild, being able to be self-dependent, like have your own little house. I think that's something everyone wants without realizing it when you have to take a deep thought about it.
What do you do with the people who are physically disabled that can't take care of their own little house?
They'll have help.
Like you have to understand that you can't blanketly speak for everybody as to their wants, right? It's an understanding that the common good is one thing. I'm playing devil's advocate to your statement strictly.
Yeah, I understand. I know people disagree with me. It's an opinion. It's just because I think it's something that is the only thing that can really one of the only things that can really fill the hole inside you, compared to doing drugs and all. That's something that'll never fill the deep hole inside you, but something like peace can.
Continue.
Reading the Book of Enoch recently, and I found out that it says that people will basically what happened to us today, where people would stray away from the ways of thinking the Earth was flat. It's very interesting when you read it.
Yeah, I would agree with that. We have also joined by, I just want to give a quick shout out to anybody with the VC verified that's here. We also have a Parallax who just joined. I've seen you in the chat, so welcome to the panel. Please let us know if you have any points you want to bring up or a question or something. But we're just hearing from Cody. It's nice hearing from you as well. I see you have the VC verified, so I think if there's a moderator around, love to give him the seem sincere role, if you guys can do that. But yeah.
I was on here, I think it was yesterday or the day before that, and I was talking to, who was it? Let me see. I think it was I think it was Northern Rebellion. I was talking to him.
Oh yeah, he hangs out here a lot.
And another couple other people, but I forgot who they were. I remember, I think Dave was there, and the other guy earlier, I think it was like Globe, Flat something his name was, he left
Flat.
a moment ago.
Yeah, he was just here. He had to bounce out for a minute. Glatfloop.
Yeah, he left.
But yeah, dude, so the brass tacks of it, what do you think about the the thing that we're standing on, the plane. What are your thoughts on that?
Did you ask me that?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know you were talking to someone else. Oh, I think it's
No, Cody, I'm talking to you, my guy. Thanks for being here. We appreciate you.
I didn't know if you were talking to me or not. But yeah,
Let's Kiwi.
I personally think it's flat.
All right.
It took me like my whole life to realize that.
Hmm.
It's kind of.
What brought you to that conclusion? And you say think.
It was simply one person telling me, like one person who believed it, saying to me the Earth's flat, and I was thinking to myself, you know, like you gotta have a good reason to believe in something, like as what was the word? Contrary. That's it. Contrary to what everyone else believes in. So instead of being what everyone else thinks, like instead of having the normal reaction, like oh this guy's crazy, I was thinking to him, I wanna listen to this guy. Like I wanna hear his views and I wanna learn more about it. And then my mind was still biased, even though I wanted to learn more about it. My mind was still leaning mostly towards what I've been taught my whole life. And then he showed me some videos. I forgot what the videos were, but it made me do my own bit of research looking into it. I mostly looked into what I believed in because I didn't even know what I believed in, and I found out what I believed in was wrong. It's actually and it gave me a huge shock at first. I was basically standing there, like just sit down, like not a mental breakdown, but just like I guess you could say like maybe a mental shock because then you
Cognitive
realize
dissonance. Cogdis, as we call it.
Yeah, you
Cogdis,
realize
yeah.
you realize your whole life you've been lied to, and then if that's true, then what else is true? Like if I've been lied to just about this, then what else have I been lied to, and what is the truth? Like what's the truth? And I'm personally obsessed with the truth. I really want to find the truth to everything. I don't know why. Maybe it's in my genes or something, my soul, but I just want to know the truth. I cannot stand lies. I cannot stand being lied to. And I'm still doing my own little bit of research today, trying to find it out. But yeah, I personally think it's flat.
My nigga.
Yeah, paradigm shift. Gospel swooped in with that one on the correction. My bad. But yeah, paradigm shift. Just and again realizing that what you thought things were actually quite different.
Oh, is that what's called? Okay.
Yeah, man. Which is great.
Same reaction? Like, did you like just sit down? And you're like, oh my.
Nah, man. It was more of what happened with me was it's just been a mental programming of you sit down, you watch movies, you see the round globe at the beginning, and it's just programs and programs and programs. And then over the last 7 years, a lot has changed for me on a personal level. And over the last 3 years, specifically, I started asking the question and realizing that the Creator, I've been walking with Scripture for 42 years, realizing that the Creator created this firmament, the lid, on the second day. And that's what led me to unpacking the idea that we live in a closed system, which is what I heard Bill Nye, the science guy, state, that we're in a closed system and you can't leave it. And that pretty much was locked, sealed, and loaded for me. And that was it. But the last thing for me was standing on 50 feet on top of the penthouse in my building, and I'm looking at an airplane flying by, and I'm looking at this thing, stating to myself, if you're not talking, if you can mute, that'd be great. I don't know what we're picking up, but slightly distracting. Looking at this plane flying by, and there's nothing that I'm witnessing that tells me that I'm moving. The plane's moving, yeah, but I get in a car and I watch the plane move. I know I'm moving and the plane's moving because I see everything happening. But when I get out of the car and I watch the plane's moving. I'm not. So that's me, anyways.
What got me was when I started looking, because when what's it called? Like I know a bit. I don't know exactly the words.
Okay, and that's good. I like that. I like that story. I'll tell one quick. That a lot of people, most people haven't ridden on the Concorde, and I did ride on the Concorde. And we were at, I think it was 58,000 feet. I don't know if it was 60 or above that. They just said that they're at their normal cruising altitude, which is double what a commercial airliner flies at. And so I don't know what you think about the curvature or where you can see it. I don't care. I'm just going to let you know that at the top of Snowmass Mountain, and I've snowboarded there a shitload, I couldn't see any curvature. I could see cities far away, hundreds of miles away. That's 14,000 feet almost. Then you got your commercial flights at 30,000 feet, right? And that's just commercial jets. Still can't see the curvature. Go ahead and try. You aren't going to see it. And then now we got around 60,000 feet, double a commercial flight. I did not see curvature either. That was in the year 2000. I was 19. So that's crazy, right? Where is the curvature? And that's just a personal testimony.
And I jump from the planes and I do not see curvature. So there's more personal testimony.
You don't see the curvature of the earth.
I just won a debate against the globe earther like 2 minutes ago.
All right, let's do it again. I'll be a globe earther.
Nope. Why?
Weird flex, but okay.
Yeah, let's put your flat earther badge on the line.
Oh, wait. Can I use my arguments first?
Yeah, of course.
And you can wait. Let me translate that real quick. Yeah,
were you arguing with somebody in your own language or something?
No, I think he's just going through the notes.
No. Look, 100 miles in the ocean. You know, there's 6,000 feet of curvature every 100 miles. So there must be a 20 centimeters curvature per square mile. So every mile there should be 20 centimeters of curvature. And my question to you is, why are there laser tests that people shoot lasers from one point to another point, and you were like always able to see it, even if it was like 6 miles long? Which
well,
I don't think
that the Earth is so big.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, you just don't understand that the Earth is big.
No, because you don't know the spherical trigonometry.
Yeah, but there's atmospheric refraction.
No, did you ever see how a refraction works?
Yeah. You don't believe in refraction?
No, it's not a refraction. You just don't know how that works. I can send you a picture or a video how a refraction actually works. And there are like pictures like the Chicago image. And if it would be actually a refraction, I can send you the video now how this actually works. Or maybe if it's a mirage, it still would look different. So,
do you really think all the experts could possibly be lying?
No. Why would they lie?
Exactly.
They're just telling the truth, and you can test it by yourself. Just find a lake or something. No, just go on a beach and look a ship which is disappearing after the horizon. Then zoom in with a camera, and you can take the ship back. Pretty easy. And
But
then
you don't have the proper equipment to see curvature.
Just make sure you pull your.
You can use a telescope too, which has not the best like zoom effect, but I think 3 miles or something are enough to prove that there's no curvature. And I sent.
But we wouldn't expect to see the geometric horizon because there's refraction.
But if you're a glober, you gotta pull your head out of your arse first.
I can send you a video how refraction works, but it won't let me send it. I don't know why.
Oh, so you don't understand?
No, I mean, it won't let me send this video. I don't know why.
Oh, so you can't explain it?
Yeah, I think just wait. There. That's how refraction actually looks like. And just look at this. How can you get such a perfect shot of the Chicago skyline, the tallest building would have disappeared 9,000 feet under the horizon line.
Yeah,
Can you explain how this works?
Exactly.
And what you're seeing here is a mirage.
No, it's not. You just don't. No, it's not a mirage. You just don't know how the mirage works. You don't know how this works. That's how. You know, this is how a mirage would actually look like, and the refraction. You just saw it. I just sent this in a live stream voice text. How it would look like. You can't get such a clear shot from a refraction, and how it's gonna bend this light over 57 miles to get such a clear shot. That's not possible. That's straight facts. And also, water is always level.
Yeah, but
And
level means curve.
as we know that gravity is just a theory, then I don't think there's an argument that to counter that
Yeah, but
water is always level.
Level just means, to the center of the Earth. So level can mean curved.
No.
Well, that's what the experts say.
No, I have a picture. I'm gonna send this real quick.
He's doing pretty good. He's doing pretty good, CB.
I know.
Can I have a try?
Yeah,
Actually,
he's
but
awesome.
The problem is that
He's like 14.
like in my I'm 14, but I turn
So
turn
good.
15 next
Keep
year.
going, dude. You're doing amazing, man.
Yes, and man, I'm just 14. Imagine how much knowledge I'm gonna get when I'm like 18 and stuff, because I'm learning 24/7 about flat Earth.
Nice plug there. That was a nice plug.
I'm taking notes. I'm like taking notes about everything what I hear in the live.
Yeah, he's in sponge mode. He's not. We're gonna call you Sponge. What's your nick again?
Seiya.
Seiya. We're gonna kill Sponge Seiya.
Yeah, I sent the picture in the live stream how this what level means actually. I have extremely a lot of pictures, which is a proof, 100% proof that an airplane is flying over a not curved surface as the gyroscope.
Well, it's too small of a scale. So if you scale it up to the size of the Earth, then it would be curving.
No, because you know why? Look, the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles an hour. That's what globe Earthers say.
Correct. Yeah.
But I mean, why is there land at the equator? I mean, if it
gravity.
actually were like the water would be collected at the equator, and as we know, gravity and plate tectonics are just a theory, so you can't use them in
But
a
how
debate.
else would we have tides?
What? Tides?
The moon makes the tides, so that's gravity. So that's why the water doesn't pile up at the equator.
You mean in space there's gravity?
Yeah. How else would it work?
Wait, I have a picture about this. I have a picture about everything, man. Just look at this.
Okay. I just don't see why they would lie about it.
First of all, space is a hoax, and gravity is a hoax too.
Wait, I have a question still though.
You don't believe in gravity?
Artificial. Can we go back to the artificial horizon though? Because you talked about planes.
Yes.
I want you to explain to me how artificial horizon works at some point, please.
So, artificial horizon is if a pilot can't see the horizon in midair, so there's this artificial horizon, and the artificial horizon is based on a gyroscope. So you can always change the surface of the gyroscope, and it would always stay up.
All right, Clapley.
Who's making so much noises right now, man?
All right, Clapley, you can go do your construction elsewhere.
Clapley muted.
What?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, man. You're doing a great job.
Yeah, you can always change the surface of the gyroscope, and it would always stay upright. So if a plane is actually flying over a curved surface, then that means that the gyroscope would stay upright. So the artificial horizon would roll back, and it would completely manipulate the flight.
Okay, so you're saying that the artificial horizon is completely, there's no internal veins or adjusters that adjust for a globe or anything like that. You're saying it's strictly weight related, i.e., bottom is down,
look,
top is up.
when you ask a pilot why doesn't the artificial horizon roll back, then he's going to answer that the artificial horizon has a extremely nice electronic that knows the location of where you are on the Earth right now, and it ensures that the artificial horizon rolls back. But Dave Murphy actually went to the builder, to the person who built these artificial horizons, and he said that an electronic like that does not even exist.
So there are no electronics built into that. It is strictly a mechanical instrument.
Yes, but when I used this argument, and there's someone that said, yeah, but nowadays they use electronically
manipulated. Yeah, there's internal adjustments.
But they are manipulated.
You can't manipulate an artificial horizon because it's a mechanical instrument. A mechanical instrument is just like a square and compass, right? What we observe with the square and compass is what we observe with the artificial horizon. It's just a weighted instrument that sits in a ball.
Yeah, but it's a pretty. How can you find a picture of proof that it's mechanically? Because actually, when I look for proof, I never find one. But
my first question is, you have to plug it in. If it was electronic, you have to plug it in. Do you have to plug in the artificial horizon?
No.
Exactly. That makes it mechanical.
Whoa. Wait, I'm just gonna take notes.
Off the dot. Where is that, Clay?
I have an extremely good video that explains this. I had a pretty annoying debate against someone extremely annoying because he used theories and stuff, and he said there are experiments that prove that gravity is 100% real.
No.
There aren't. Or am I wrong with this?
No. When you witness a piece of paper falling to the ground, are you witnessing something pushing on it, or are you witnessing a piece of paper falling to the ground?
Yeah, that's a good argument. Actually, I'm going to use this.
To me, it looks like the piece of paper is floating in the air. It's meandering around, and it's looking to find a place of rest, which is what we do at night. We lie in our beds, and we rest. We don't go and lie in my bed and fight against the laws of gravity. Because if my body was fighting gravity, how am I supposed to rest at night?
And did you know that if gravity actually was real, then fishes would not be able to swim in the water?
Oh no, they're defying gravity the whole time. The water allows them to defy gravity.
Better yet, you take two pieces of paper of equal size, shape, and weight, and you crumple one into a ball, and you leave one flat, and you drop them both. Which will hit the ground first? If gravity was pulling on them, they'd both hit at the same time, right?
Exactly, because gravity is an evenly 9.6, whatever the heck the constant is that they apply for gravity.
Constant.
Oh.
But the problem is
they don't. Hold on.
Okay,
hold on.
Go. Yes.
It's not a constant. They don't even say it's a constant. It's an average.
Thank you for that, Gospel. Very well stated, I didn't realize.
My point being, if the force was pulling on both equal objects equally, they would hit the ground at the same time, and they
don't. Exactly, because they weigh the exact same. That is such an amazing statement, my guy.
Bro, this person just texted me back and he asked me, why would the government lie? That's actually a question. I never heard had a debate against a globe earther who didn't ask this question. They have all the same arguments. It's like since 2000 years. Like the same arguments. Globe earthers are so retarded, man. They just think slow.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Well, it's the same reason that they lied 500 years ago. So why don't the Globers go ahead and figure out why they began the lie, or began to tell their story, and then why don't they figure out if the sources that they find hold the justification for this story? How about starting there?
Why would they not?
To be honest, globe earthers have nothing but insults.
Well, if a glober
They like to believe in the round Earth. It gives them a bit of comfort in a sense.
right,
They like
comfort breeds complacency.
because they don't like, because when you believe the Earth is round, then that kind of and everything is useless, and pointless in life, and that kind of gives you more freedom compared to if the Earth is flat, where there's more likelihood of there being a god. So there's that. They don't like that. It's more of a nihilism belief, believing the Earth is round, and they actually like that. A lot of people like that. Honestly, kind of sad.
Look, they tell you that you believe everything you see on the internet, but they think that above the Earth there's a atmosphere, a pressurized atmosphere without a solid barrier, and above this atmosphere is a vacuum without a solid barrier, which makes no sense, because both have to be contained in a solid barrier. And when you ask them why are they just free like that, they're gonna answer with gravity again, because they have nothing else. They just have two arguments: gravity and why do ships disappear over the horizon. Oh my.
Interruption.
Yeah, well, the good thing is both of those are, well, one of them's easily dismissible because there's no evidence or science for it, gravity, and the other one's easily debunkable with the water hills. So
the water hills are funny.
Ships don't disappear over the horizon. You just don't know how the human eye works.
Exactly.
That's my latest
vanishing point.
Well, the problem is the horizon is what the horizon is. So the question is, what is it we're seeing? Well, things go over the horizon, things go into the horizon, things disappear beyond the horizon. Okay, well, really the only one there is the going over the horizon, because that's like kind of stating that it's going over this hill. So, but we already know that's not the case, because you have the formula that they, give you online. The formula tells you where the horizon is, and it's never there. So,
everybody, do you guys ever do the vanishing point drawing in school? Grade 3, grade 2, right? Where you put the 1 point right in the middle of the paper, and you draw all of your lines, your reference line, everything, all based off of that point. That's what the sun is doing. It's disappearing out of our purview, right? Versus when a car drives over a hill, a crest of a hill, and it goes down and it disappears. That's what a crest will do. Vanishing point.
Yeah, well said. That's a good way to put it. I might use that, the vanishing point thing. That's good.
Appreciate that.
Well, yeah, they seem to think that, well, it's sunset. It's going down. It's like it's not actually going down,
Yeah, just like the plane is crashing into the ground as it leaves your ability to see it.
Right.
I wanted to add something about the horizon. Everything over the horizon is gonna sink, and everything under the horizon is going up. So we see kind of like pyramid shaped. There are all kind of waves going up and down, but we can't see them because they are beyond our ability to see. So that's just how the human eye works, but globe earthers, they will never understand. It's not that they can't, but they don't want to understand the truth. Pretty simple.
I just stepped away. I came back and it's quiet.
It'd be like that sometimes.
I sent some pictures. I'm sending some pictures now in the voice chat, so it's pretty easy to understand. This with the horizon, you can just send these two pictures, and I think it's completely debunked.
Well, the other question I have is when I watch a plane take off going away from me and the plane flies away from me, how come I don't see its belly if it's flying away from me? Because it should start to go right, like over the crest.
No.
How
No.
how would that work if it was on a globe?
No. So if it were on a globe, every 69 miles that the plane traveled, the plane would tilt 1 degree. Can you see a plane that is 69 miles away?
No.
If you could, it would be 1 degree tilted. 1 degree.
Pick that up. Check.
Yeah. So the plane, there's a meme that floats around in FE circles.
Yeah.
That shows the plane,
the belly,
with the belly going down over the horizon. That is a straw man and complete misunderstanding of the globe, and it makes flat earthers look retarded. So
it's a gross misconception.
Yeah. So yes, it would be tilting, but not perceptibly unless you could see thousands of miles. Like just according to the math, it would need to be over 3,000 miles in order for it to be at a 45 degree. Hold on. More like 1,500, 1,600 miles or whatever, for it to be at a 45 degree angle. It'd have to be at the halfway point between the quarter for it to be at 45 degrees. I mean, just you can't see a plane that far away ever. So it's just it's just a bad point.
This person that lost a debate against me is saying now that every human with a normal brain knows that the Earth is a globe. But look,
that's what happens, man. When they start to lose and grasp at straws.
She already lost.
Yeah, they start calling you crazy. Stick to your guns, dude.
Also, a lot of people, at least the people I talk to about it, love to make up their own stuff. They say, "Oh, what about this?" Like they literally make up their own theories on the go, and then you have no answer because they literally made it up on the spot. Like they say, "Oh, scientists proved this wrong," but they made it up. So you obviously just know, and you just say no, and then they'll be really scared and they'll say you're crazy and stuff like that. It's like their last resort.
Yeah, they do that a lot with the flat Earth as well. They create a flat Earth in their mind that's obviously really ridiculous. They offered to us to defend.
I told my parents about it, and they literally made up stuff on the spot. And I said, I know they're making up, so I'm saying no, that's already been disproven. I know my model's true in that. So just because you make something up saying scientist says this and that, I know you're wrong, and you're making it up on the spot to see what I'll say. So don't get scared when someone makes something up on the spot.
Did one of you guys...
I was going to say, they're your parents, right? So it's worth your time. Instead of challenging them, why don't you try walking with them outside and asking them to show you stuff that would make you think that the Earth is round versus flat.
The thing is, the funny thing is, I feel like what we should do to convince people is to not give really our proofs, but rather them try to give us proofs. Because when you do that, then it gives them more time to think about what they believe in, and then they start to realize how ridiculous and how they can't even prove it, and then to start waking up and start realizing what they believe in. Because that's what really got me to become a flat earther. So I think they'll help others too.
Yep, that's true. You'll notice a defense mechanism when you do this is they'll start asking you to, oh, well, how do you prove it's flat? Like they'll try to relieve the pressure by asking you stuff about flat Earths that they don't understand.
So I feel like most of the time they always put the pressure on us to give us them answers. Whereas when you do the opposite, then it gets them to really think about themselves. And I think it's a really good thing.
Are you guys familiar with narcissists?
Yes. In other words, prideful people, yes.
It's not. There is a difference, but go on. What's your point?
What's the difference?
I was just illustrating that I find there to be narcissistic behavior runs amok in the globe Earth community. They shame, they browbeat, and then they resort to calling names when their story falls apart, and they look to team, right? Because they immediately will come back with like a gaggle of fans with them all to repeat the same damn thing to try to beat you into submission.
Can I say something real quickly? I'll just say this real quickly for like a couple seconds. The people who do that are usually the people that have issues, is what I found out personally. That's all I want to say. Go on.
Yeah, glad you were about to chime in. I know you're fresh in your mind, aren't you? Like doing school right now, right?
Yeah.
Do you have narcissistic personality disorder kind of at the top of your? I just know that just labeling somebody prideful as a narcissist is not fair, because narcissists are scary people, and I don't mean that like the boogeyman. I mean that like they're as scary as axe murderers. They're as people with personality disorders are people that are very predictable, and also as a result of them being predictable, their prognosis for future behavior is extremely not good.
Yep, that's true. The way I break it down simply is the best way. So just think about the implications. The best way to piss off a narcissist, or to get them, right, get their goad, piss them off, is to ignore them. That's all you got to do. That's it.
Yeah.
What's the definition of narcissist?
Because they're going to want to control every situation.
Just a moment.
They're going to want every single thing to be, every decision made is signed off by them or developed by them. They came up with the idea first. God forbid anybody else have anything to contribute to the project or whatever. Everybody else is just auxiliary compared to this person, if you know what I mean. That's the way they think. And a lot of it, my stepdad's a narcissist. I grew up with shit. When I study it, I'm like, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I guess. But like, you got to live with it to see it. But anyway, there's all kinds of narcissists, and narcissist is like a broad term anyway.
I'm putting it in the chat.
It's kind of like autism, in my opinion. It's like there's a spectrum and all this kind of deal, because you've got people who know they're narcissists, but a lot of them don't, they wouldn't agree. They wouldn't agree if you sat them down and explained all the tenets of narcissism. They'd get angry, because you'd be holding up a mirror to them. But even if they're smart enough to understand what you're saying, it's just like, you're right, it's just like a Glober saying, there's no way I'm wrong about this. There's no way. It doesn't matter if you have facts. There's no way I'm wrong.
Look. There are a lot of different people with a lot of different ways of acting. Narcissist is specific. So based on what I'm reading here, So they have a very high esteem for themselves.
Oh, so I guess
They also need to be regarded as that higher self, higher than the others around them. That goes into the belief that others are inferior and they lack empathy as well.
Mm-hmm.
That isn't many people.
I put it in the chat.
I feel like everyone's in some way
That,
prideful.
Well, let me put it to you this way. In my experience, there's a lot of narcissism in my family, and I'll tell you, I used to be one. You can probably hear it in my voice. I used to be a big one, and it's a problem. But you can stop it. It's a choice.
Guys, so I have, from a standpoint of identifying not the people, right, but just the behavior. That's one thing. And the thing that Glatt mentioned that is so important is it is the aspect of ignoring them. Now, what I always say is I look at these conversations that we have with people as investments. And if I'm investing, I'm actively pouring into you, and you're not willingly taking it on, then I'm not going to pour into you. Forget that aspect of it and pour into something else that's willing to receive that. The whole aspect of narcissists and their behavior, they like to put the rules to the game in place, then bring you in and play with you. And when they're done playing with you, they will dismiss you very quickly.
There's a lot of narcissists in this world.
Did you look at the criteria?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, the way that psychology works, if it is to whatever degree it is a legitimate thing, the way that it works is by meeting a certain set of symptom criteria. As it lines out, you have to have at least 5 of the 9 symptoms in order to be classified as having the thing. That should indicate to most logical people that the thing is not like if you have a broken bone, you have a broken bone. It's not like, well, do you have pain on your arm and is there blood gushing out? Like, there's symptoms, right? No, if you have a broken bone, there's a broken bone. In regards to psychology, it doesn't work the same way. So, as legitimate as it is, just be aware of, psychology is what it is. I'm not here to defend it by any means, but when you call somebody a narcissist, they ought to have these criteria, no less than 5, and it is disruptive to one's life, so on and so on. There are people that are prideful, yeah. There are people that act similar to narcissists, may have 1 or 2 traits, but
pride,
it's not a thing until it becomes quote unquote full blown, or what they call clinical, 5 out of the 9 or higher.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, they call it just chronic narcissism, but I'm always careful about using that word, throwing it around, because I've seen people be called narcissists their whole lives and became one specifically because of that. I've watched them develop in ways that I was like, you aren't that way deep down. I've seen it. So it can do all kinds of things. Yeah. So the criteria, right? But just like you said, broken bone, that's medically, scientifically, always provable. You can't prove a level of pain in somebody. You have to take their word for it. And that's, yeah. So I hate when somebody's diagnosed with OCD or ADHD. You cannot diagnose that. These are cognitive issues, and even say chronic, like chronic narcissist. Well, technically that means eventually you're going to die from the thing. I don't think narcissism is a disease, right? But it is definitely, a screw loose, something that needs to be tweaked and can be tweaked. Absolutely.
I've seen people in my life, a lot of people who have a so-called, because a doctor or something said to them that they're depressed, they think because they're because they think, oh, I have depression, I can't do anything about it. No, I can't do anything. That's what they think, so they don't do anything about it. And it's just so sad. Like they just put themselves in the trap. Like they're obviously not gonna be able to fix their depression if they don't, look for it, look for an answer, look for a way to fix it. So they just sit there helpless. It's so sad. And there's a lot of other people who have like some anxiety issues. Like they can't talk to people, and because they went to the doctor said, oh, you're chronic, whatever, and all this. Like you're very bad. Like take some pills, and it's just so sad. Like they can fix it themselves if they put enough effort into it, but because the doctors say otherwise, they just don't bother anymore. I've seen a lot of people like that. And I tell them, and then they don't want to believe me, because if they believe me, then, well, that would make them have to question a lot of other stuff.
You know, we're living in a society.
Quetzal, are you there? I know that it sounds off topic, but ironically, this came up because we were addressing the topic, or I guess Cody was addressing the observation that these behaviors are coming from the Globe Zealots. So that's
correct.
the relevance of.
Couldn't have said it better.
I threw up antisocial personality disorder up there too.
Yeah,
I'm aware of it. I'm aware of the
what's it called?
the personality disorders they got, the Globe Zealots. But not much to say about it, to be honest. It's,
when I talked earlier with someone about the artificial horizon, and he said the thing that you have to plug in electronically horizon.
Yo.
Who was that?
Me. What's up?
And you said something else. I forgot to take notes about this. Something
It's a mechanical instrument.
Yes, proof. You proved it to me, but I forgot to take notes about this.
Well, no, just based on what I understand of the artificial horizon, it's a mechanical instrument. It goes into the dash or the cockpit, the dash of the cockpit. Obviously, things have to be, presented. It has to be lit. But from a standpoint of the actual instrument itself, it's a mechanical instrument because it doesn't have to be plugged in. Electronics have to be plugged in. Those things require calibration and calculation, and would be able to ascertain for a curvature of the Earth. But an artificial horizon is a mechanical instrument, right? Exactly, just like the gyro on a camera. Oh no, yes. Gimbal. Sorry, gimbal, not a gyro. Sorry, gimbal.
And you said something with you can't manipulate.
Up is always up with a mechanical instrument like that. It's 2 points that are fixed on either side, right along the x-axis, and up is always up and down is always down. And there's a weight, and wherever you take that thing, the artificial horizon, the line always sits flat, no matter where you take it. It's like having a coffee.
Always stays upright.
You can have a coffee, like a coffee cup, right? A coffee sitting in the top, and a weight sitting on the bottom that is weighted heavier than the coffee. And if you pin those two items, or you pin that in a cage, exactly like the gimbal that's posted in the chat, that coffee will always stay upright, regardless of if that was like a cup holder in a car. It will always stay upright, regardless of where that weight swings. It'll counterbalance it.
Okay, and thanks for the information. And do you have maybe a video about this? Because I only have a few.
I'll look for it. I think there's a breakdown. Hold on.
If you find one, send it on DM, please.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. I actually had a debate against someone who built parts of the plane, actually, and which was pretty funny because he couldn't counter this argument with the gyroscope. He was just 16, so I don't think he was actually working with building these plane parts, but as he said, he did. which is pretty funny because he didn't even know his own job. Or probably he didn't counter because he knew it was mechanical.
As far as I'm aware, the calibration happens on the ground before they take off, and they don't touch it at any point in flight. So they stick to that. Doesn't matter. What else are they going to be telling you?
Did anyone in the server ever had a debate against the Globe Earther? And in the final, he said, "Yes, okay, you beat me, and you proved me that the Earth is not a globe." I think this would never happen because they always gonna defend the globe, even if they can't even counter one argument. Like that's what happened to me since I got Flat Earther this year.
You are right. The Kosho was here and he was posting things in this morning, and I did said to him, "Can you prove space?" And he was silent. And then I posted that rat from the SpaceX supply, and this is on NAS YouTube channel. So NAS.
And you can actually see a rat on the SpaceX rocket.
Yeah, and I asked him, "How can a rat be on space?"
Did he answer? No, probably not.
No, and then let me. Is this one? I have the link for the original video.
Yes, send it to me, please, because I need this in a debate. Because it could be pretty funny.
So they want to talk about space, but how can a rat be on that space rocket? And okay, this is the link.
Oh, someone.
If you click it, you will see it on that time. And before NASA, 1 year before NASA was 1958, and 1957. Let me get the document. There's this document that was unclassified for the year 2000. So they were at Antarctic talking about flat Earth and the firmament.
Yes.
So this is a CIA document. So they have no proof, but we present proof.
I actually think behind the South Pole there is extraterrestrial means extra land. Do you think they're hiding land, or is it just the dome behind the Antarctica? Because I actually think that the Earth is bigger than we are told. That maybe there's land behind the Antarctica.
Yes, there was an
Richard Admiral Byrd.
Admiral.
There's a land
exactly
as big as the United States.
Yes, and there was one helicopter pilot and other people that work there, did work at there, and he says there is more big. But anyway, there's more land beyond this size, but inside this container, the firmament. And one team from Brazil, they did release an high altitude balloon next to New Zealand and Antarctica. They have access through the Brazilian Navy, and they saw beyond the ice other huge land mass and water, and so maybe there's more, So, but inside here,
I think that there's more, 100%. Keith, you send the link from the gyroscope. Thank you.
No worries, man. The major thing on that, if you look at the section, I know if you look at the section of it, it's all gear driven.
Okay.
Right, which it relates to like gears are just like a clock. It's mechanical.
Yeah. So that's 100% proof that a plane is flying over a flat surface and not over a curved one.
When they calibrate the gyro on the ground before takeoff, it has to be leveled. There's no other way. And that's it. It's set for the whole ride after that. That's how they return back to their reference frame. So, in case they go into bad weather or bad visual view, whatever you want to call it, they can rely on the artificial horizon, basically. So they know they're not, dipping or climbing.
Bro, you guys have so much knowledge about this stuff. I'm probably the weakest flat earther debate on this server, man. But
no, you're definitely not.
No, you're not. You know why?
Yeah, you're not at all.
Because Earth is with you.
You underestimate my power.
Love it.
Okay,
That was awesome. That's so good. No, dude, you're doing amazing for 14 years old. You're doing great.
Yeah.
yes, I'm actually learning it every day. But did someone actually talk to this Indio guy? Because, bro, he's insane. He has so much. I think he could win a debate against anyone. He's insane. This Indio, the admin of the show.
He's the opposite of insane.
Yep. Listen, I want to put out in the ether, and if we could really make this happen, just no way he could say no somehow. It might probably not happen, but I want it to happen. Neil deGrasse Tyson and Indio or Miggy. Okay, let's go. We're Quantum Eraser. Woo-wee! Let's go. Right?
Yeah.
Imagine you against Neil deGrasse Tyson debate.
I know. Listen, a boy can dream. It's a pipe dream, as if there ever were a pipe dream. That's the one. But I'm just saying, wouldn't that be nice? That'd be great. Fuck you, Neil. You're done. Look at this. Live television.
Neil deGrasse Tyson. He talks so much shit, man. He says you can never fly high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. And then he says after that, ships disappear over the horizon, over the Earth's curvature, which is 3 miles. That's completely. That's stupid.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is like that. That not even Globers wants to use him for anything.
Yes, because he talks so much shit. You can actually use him in your debate and ask people, why would someone like Neil deGrasse Tyson say something like that?
Turns out there is a magic speed.
Hey, did any of you here saw? There was a man that proved the geocentric model. He filled water in a telescope, and somehow he proved the geocentric model. Actually, is someone familiar with that?
Ask again. What was you saying?
I heard of someone that he filled water in a telescope and proved that the Earth is not spinning, or the geocentric model, something like that.
Oh, that sounds like the Ares failure experiment. Or which one was it? Or the Bedford one? I don't remember.
Is there a way to debunk the Bedford level experiment without using refraction or Fata Morgana or mirage? I mean.
I don't know. No idea. I mean, it would have been debunked by now. Someone would have known that.
But I think the best example are the Navy ships, the water that is always level, and the Chicago image.
Yeah, I mean, if you repeat the experiment and you get one black, what do we call it, black swan, and that's it. You don't need 100 of them. Just one is enough. It disproves the globe.
They can't prove the globe without using something like calculations, theories, or the NASA.
That is 100% correct. The globe cannot be proved without
proof created by some dude. Period.
They can take you out.
You make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
What the hell did you just say?
Exactly. Oh man.
In cosmology, we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120. The largest mismatch between theory.
So what happened to the Georgia Guidestones? I heard some kind of sabotage or something like that. They ruined the
Yeah, somebody blew up one of the
monument.
stones.
What did you say? I didn't hear.
Somebody blew up one of the stones.
Well, good. Listen, here's what I think that is. Just my 2 cents, my sarcastic ass 2 cents on this. The Georgia Guidestones, it means nothing. Oh, good. It looks at the North Pole all the time. Who gives a fuck? You kidding me? You think the kind of people that run this place, well, run societies, don't know about that? Can't make a little piece of stone, put some $500 million on it, scare the fuck out of people. Get out of here. It's just for people like us to waste time talking about. It's just some stones. Oh, they got blood magic on top of it. Okay, so they killed a person on top of it? They killed a lot of people doing a lot of weird shit, guys. They don't need to tell us any of that shit.
I didn't want to go into details like that and relax.
Anyway, they don't need to tell us that stuff. They're going to do it anyway. It's just for us to go, ooh, look, my 2 cents.
All right, thank you for your rant. Cheerful.
Yeah, there's many structures all over the world that point to Polaris. There's one right in North Dakota on the top of a mountain. You just look through it and you can see Polaris all year long.
Dude, that's hilarious. I did not know they did that.
Who? What?
Sorry, the Guidestone thing, that's just freaking hilarious. I just Googled it. It's so funny.
Oh, yeah.
The narratives these days are hilarious, bro.
I just want to know specifically which one was destroyed and what did it say. That's what I want to know.
Well, you could find that out, I'm sure. But also, if you destroyed something about it, wouldn't the whole thing fall down? Wasn't it all just kind of supporting itself from the top, the 4 things, or am I off base? Literally. Anybody catch that?
I was distracted by answering something in the chat, personally.
Not sure. Were they supported by the top stone, or is it?
Okay, so
no?
I think so. What it was is the stones are rectangular shaped. They're standing vertically, and there's a thing on top that it's just another rectangle on top. It's just kind of a roof for it. I'm not sure why, but so anyway, if you take out one of those columns, wouldn't the roof fall down? Or am I?
3 points to find a plane, so there's potentially still enough support with the 3 points.
Okay, yeah. I was just thinking of it like a chair with 3 legs kind of deal. But yeah, okay.
It all depends on how balanced it was, or out of balance, potentially.
Sure. So it's ruined now? They fucked it up?
Well, one of the pillars. Yeah.
Okay, well, let's get the rest of them.
Is it a pillar with a hole that looks up towards the North Pole?
I don't know.
Or the others?
Guys, I don't think that any of the articles that have talked about this Silly News have clarified. And then you find out which one it is, and you make speculations about the meaning behind it. Then what?
Yeah, the whole.
My potatoes are doing incredibly, by the way. Just figured I'd throw that out there.
Look, it's like, hey, we'll destroy one of their effigies. Really? And then you figured out all the languages, Sanskrit, Hebrew, and all this, right? You figured out every word of it, you decoded it, super duper. Why? What are you going to do now? You're going to move on to the next rabbit hole. What you going to do?
Gonna wind up having more potatoes than I can store. Just 80 square feet, though. It's experimental. What can you do with approximately 80 square feet? What can you do?
Grow potatoes.
Yeah. I'm gonna see how many in scraps.
Does someone know maybe a good book about flat Earth where you can find like a lot of information? Because I think there are some books, but I don't know which one is actually good.
Yeah, the old one that's over 100 years old is still useful.
I think Flat Earth Banjo has one as well. Like it's a really thick book as well. You sell.
I have one.
Samuel Robotham, the TEDx Astronomy.
Yeah.
That's a good one. Here's another one. Eric Dubé's 200 Proofs. If people need it in a book form, I think he has that too in a PDF. Am I wrong about that?
I just posted the TEDx Astronomy one.
So you might even be able to get a hard copy of Dubé's 200 Proofs. I think it's a PDF too, if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you.
What the hell is this?
Elevator music, man. You gotta have some elevator music when you're waiting to get to the top. We're moving on up to that D-Light apartment in the sky. No.
I guess we could just give a quick shout out to anybody VC verified. Desi, there's a Davey Z. I've not spoke with them before, so welcome. Panel's here and open if you have any questions or anything. And I think that's it.
Yeah, what's up, Davey Z? Did you watch The Jeffersons?
Who's Goldie Longer?
Deluxe apartment.
Yeah, that's what I said.
I thought you said D-Light apartment. My bad.
I don't think so. That'd be crazy if that came out of my mouth. Davey Z, Grain.
What's up, Grain? How you doing? So many new people around here. What is that? From an
Zelda, right?
Oh, Zelda.
Choose your character.
Oh, it's Smash.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Smash Bros. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Choose your character.
Always been more of a turn-based guy.
This guy made a 3D print of Zelda. Those are the
No, they need to start getting nuts with those characters in Super Smash Bros. They need to start doing like Bugs Bunny and all kinds of shit, right? Tony the Tiger. Can you imagine Tony the Tiger? Great. Anyway.
Checks out.
Earth flat.
Game Boy Advanced SP. Damn. Good old times. Game Boy. Was that the... yeah, which one is it? PlayStation?
Xbox. No, it's the Xbox login. Yeah. As soon as you said it, I'm like, I know what he's going for.
Oh, that's the PlayStation. Yeah. That's the one. PlayStation 1. Oh, yeah.
Does your mic work, baby? I mean, you got the voice verified, so it had to have worked at some point.
They get here and the camera's bothering them. They get nervous. They don't want to fight. They don't want to do this.
The on board with the audio cover. Nicely done.
All right, Goldie.
Goldilocks. Who's Goldie Longears? Look at him bending.
Shout out to Flatman. I could just see what the astronaut's thinking. I'm going down. No. Oh, oops! They got me.
Goldie, say hello. Goldie long ears.
Welcome to the room, Goldie.
I'm going to ban Goldie if they don't say hello.
Give us a P. Give us a D. Give us a R. Give us a I. I think I know what it is.
Who do you get? The P Doctor.
Hey. Man, I should.
Wait, is that
Man,
Dr. P?
Guessing, man.
Dr. Pepper?
Man. I'm so good.
Mm-hmm. Well,
yeah.
I just wanted Goldie to say something. I think he said that and left the server.
Yeah, he left before it gets banned.
I had the button pulled up, but my mouse slipped and I didn't hit the red button. I clicked out of the window, so it canceled my ban action. I was ready and I choked it. Oof.
Yeah, he likes playing games. You have to find a way just to trigger him a bit to come out with new accounts like that before he speaks.
He's obsessed. He really is obsessed with us.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do, man?
Hey, can someone explain Atmo blockage?
But what?
Atmo blockage.
Atmo blockage?
What?
How did you say? What?
Just Atmo. I
Can you
think
type it?
isn't that? But wait, isn't that the reason why we can't see like unlimited?
Air. Just say air. Why is everybody saying Atmo all the time? Just say air. What is wrong with the word air? Why is everybody not saying air?
I mean, when someone asked one time, why can't I see like Mount Everest? Because when the Earth would be flat, you could see the Mount Everest from everywhere. And someone said Atmo, like blockage.
Yes, I know. People keep saying Atmo. I don't understand why they keep saying Atmo.
Okay, maybe an air blockage. Okay, but can someone explain why?
There's particulate.
Yeah, there's shit in the air. There's all kinds of stuff. You've got water.
The oxygen is not clear.
And listen to this. Listen to this. There's gases up. You know why the sky is blue? Because there's gases excited. Hydrogen, nitrogen, neon, all kinds of shit up there being excited, and those are gases. So down here you have gases too, all the same ones, just organized differently. And all of that stuff has to go between your eyes and the thing you're observing. Eventually, there's going to be too much stuff for you to see.
Do you have maybe a video or something which is which explains everything pretty simple? Because I don't think that's anywhere here in this server, I think.
Yes.
Vanishing Point?
Have you seen... No, it's not about the vanishing point.
Because I mean, I'm looking at thinking about... No. Again, hear me out. I'm thinking about the fact that he's talking about he can't see far enough, right, due to the distortion in the atmosphere. And I'm also thinking that if he were to reduce or change the distance that he was looking at, he'd be able to see further, in essence. That makes sense.
I mean, it's a shit ton of factors. Objects, they shrink in size the further they go, like away from you, like, or you go away from them.
Wait,
like, how the fuck are you gonna see anything at a certain point? We have limitations, you know.
The further you go away from something, it's going to disappear. And yeah, there's a crap load of stuff in the atmosphere that's going to prevent you from seeing to the exact distance that you can see. On a clear day, you can see for distance, for forever. Not forever, but for a far distance away. But when there's... Exactly, but when there's fog and it's a humid day and there's things in the way, yes, that's going to affect how far you can see. So
Yeah, yep. And another thing, how would you know something's going away from you unless it got smaller and blurry? Thanks.
Boom, 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 boom.
Oh yeah, Mississippi River.
Oh, I think that's the video where they like photoshopped the horizon so it looks like a curved one.
From that video?
No, wait just 1 second.
Who photoshopped? The Globers?
Yes.
Well, just show them the original one. Debunk that.
Show them the river. Show them the river of Mississippi.
Yes. Because the horizon looks in this video kinda like curved.
Yeah, but how much of visibility we have of flat plane? This is one of 25 parts of the Earth.
Mm. Is this a good video that Sasha sent in?
This is the best part.
Yes.
You have Tolan. He has also from mountains, not only from airplane.
Is this video from Globe Earther or?
No, Flat Earther.
Okay.
He's an engineer.
Okay, I think my mic's working now.
Davey Z.
Hey, I had a question. Just like with the horizon, how they claim that it goes over the horizon. Now, when we see that effect, wouldn't we see the ass end like boop, tip up a bit as it's going over that horizon?
Well, what the fuck was that?
Can you repeat? I didn't understand all of you said.
He muted himself. He deafened himself.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah,
in
he's
the
saying-
story, ships need to go over that horizon in the story.
I thought you said to do a little jump
He
at
said
the top.
something that would tell the boat that it's going over some curve or something, like making a beep noise. Beep.
Mick.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll see when he comes back. Can explain it.
He was just saying, as the boat goes over the hill, you should see it tipping forward. Like we should see the buildings in the distance tilted away from us, just like the boat.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, kind
they
of.
are not.
Depends on the conditions of the water as well. Like, but yeah.
Oh man. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Can you explain the whatever you were talking about earlier? Horizon boat thing.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just if the globe is round, the Earth is round, the globe.
Yeah.
As the ship is disappearing over that horizon, wouldn't the ass end of that ship peek up over there? That's all we seen, instead of just the straight flat deck that we always see.
I guess.
Yeah, you would think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we should be able to see that hill of water as well.
Yeah. Still waiting for that.
I seen a picture of a wave.
Oh, well, yeah. Waves are waves.
Yeah, it's round, and there's a flat spot just beyond it.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what they're claiming.
Yeah, some glowers do that for whatever reason.
Pringle Earth.
Pringle Earth.
It's keeping that spherical water shape, and it's still rotating. Let's not forget it. That's interesting.
Oh, yeah. Or they claim the moon gravity, whatever pulls, make the waves, happening, whatever.
Yeah.
That talked as well.
But not affect the waves. No, because no. Waves it's made by winds, not by gravity. And then you have two force mixing. Wind force and gravity force. And somehow wind force is stronger than gravity force. Any wind.
Yeah.
Given that, what is moving leaves a little bit, How you call wind a small wind? We have word for that even in Serbian.
You have a word for that? I don't know.
Yeah, it's
A
like
gust.
Oh,
Like the-
yeah.
Yeah.
Gust? Is it gust? I
Or
forgot about that
breeze.
word, man.
A
It's been a long time
breeze.
since I heard it.
Yeah.
A little breeze.
Breeze. Breeze, yeah. Wind breeze, gust. Hmm.
Here in Portugal we have Nazaré, where the top surfers they went there to catch a huge wave. You know, it's in the Guinness Book. So the explanation, we have wind, but under the water, there's there's a the explanation is under the water. I have to let me get a video.
Yeah, Miguel, your country is interesting. You know why? Portugal. Go to the north on the beach. Okay, that's point A. And point B in Portugal, it's south, but on the beach. How much curvature is there from point A to point B?
There's no curvature.
Yeah, but if you take, go to the beach on the north of Portugal and go to the south of, also on the beach. But now you're measuring curvature between north and south, But you are on the beach all the time. And that guy on the north and south, and you have sea level.
They did at Brazil. Let me get the information. So with this, so with this equipment, they even use the GPS, and there was between these two buildings there was not found any difference between the bottoms and the bottom and the tops of these two buildings. The measurements were the same. On the Google Earth, the distance is this one. So this is Brazil next to the coastline.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good example. Because now, let's say that you are down. Okay?
Oh, down, yes.
And then you're watching up, and there is a curvature. My God, a big one. And then, okay, all the mountains on the left side. How we measure it? Do you understand? Because there is
how
a
to
curve.
measure the mountains?
Because on the right side is a sea, ocean. That means there is a curve. That means the curve should to be also on the land.
Exactly.
Yeah. Where is the curve on the land? How we measure elevation when it's in the middle of the end curve?
This according to the sea level, because the
yeah, but sea level is curving.
is not. So that was more amazing, They did.
Look at the land. The land is also curving. That means you need to imagine now the line, the level line under the ground that you can measure elevation.
So no curve on water, no curve on earth.
Especially on the earth.
And this is a long distance. 1877 miles. 1877.64 miles. But this
Now
is
listen, this is
between
ridiculous. Now ridiculous thing. This is retard. I will be sarcastic. Now put that all ocean flat, because this is ridiculous. And then you have sea level, and then you can easier measure all elevation easier, but that's ridiculous.
Miguel, what's this picture that you sent in with the globe?
Yeah, I did went. You know you have the coordinates there. I did went to Google Earth to see the distance between those two buildings, and I even use Google Street. So I saw those two buildings; they are real, and so the distance I get 3,021 kilometers. So it match with what they. So you see what they say 20 the same, you know, almost the same, the 3,021.77 kilometers. So
and what's is there no curvature in this 3,000 kilometers?
No, so these two buildings, the height is for 64 meters. And they are next to the beach, you know, next to the water.
Beach. Okay, yes, I understand.
So they did this according to the sea level, and they measure because they use expensive, they did contract surveyors from INCRA, is one of top 10 in the world. You know, they use expensive equipment. You know, I did post the equipment, and they INCRA is a federal government institution, you know, so they are mapping surveying Brazil, so and they use this equipment let me see, L1 G, you know, this is so expensive, this equipment, and I have a link. Let me get it. This one. So this article talks about them and what instruments they are using. So they measure the the top and the bottoms of these two buildings, and they get the same measurement. So in the globe they should be tilt, but they are not in reality. So
so they measured, but there was no curvature
between them.
Okay. So, and has anybody debunked this argument, or is it still
no? They have
not even Matthew. I think Matthew's was. Yeah. Did he ever comment this experiment? From this,
I did change Matthew to go there and debunk these guys, and he did nothing. So,
it's not going to do it. Come on.
Yeah, the Globers don't like to go to the field.
No field work, man. No field work.
Which argument was debunking?
Were you able to see the one house from the other house with a telescope or something?
No, by the way, these guys went to Peru, Lake Titicaca, one big lake. You can see 69 miles with the telescope and no curvature on the water.
Whoa.
So let me get this.
And yeah, so it's the same thing with Chicago, Michigan, when someone. Yes. Okay.
So they choose the time of the year with lowest humidity in the earth, you know. So yeah, they did that, and at night with the flashlight, and a laser too. The other team could see that on night.
Okay.
This was water level, you know.
I think I heard of this experiment.
Yeah. See, yeah. So, but I mean, I'm not talking about the that Netflix documentary.
Oh, this Netflix documentary is the biggest trash that I have ever seen. They say that they proved the Earth's rotation with a ring laser gyroscope. Everybody knows that you can't prove the Earth's rotation with this ring laser gyroscope, but everybody who believes this I think the globe paths in the video weren't even like.
Do you want one? Do you want one? What is not from flat earther? It's from guy who is working with Nikon. He is not flat earther.
Do you mean a video?
Yeah, video. It's only Nikon zoom test. It's not flat earther. It's a guy who is.
Can you send me? Can you send me, please?
Because he's testing the photo camera. He doesn't know what he's doing, but he is doing for us.
Okay, but can you send the video?
Yeah, I will post it.
Did someone hear this? Is familiar with this video that someone cut holes through a wall, and he shined through it with a flashlight, and he proved that the Earth is like a globe. And I think this experiment, a lot of globe Earthers like to use this. No, he used a flashlight and shined through these holes, and he said that I just proved the Earth's curvature.
Wow, dude. So I feel like you don't believe that, right?
Yes, but because Indio said it's because of some light diffraction or something. Because when light is through a hole, it outspreads. You know. When
absolutely. Listen. What? How the fuck does a very local light doing what it does make the Earth measure to be spherical? What?
But how many miles was this experiment?
Right? Leaps in logic, like they say, seat of their pants. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, buddy.
How many miles did they test this? I mean, I think it wasn't such a big distance, so you could measure the Earth's curvature. Yeah.
And the Glovers will be like, well, you do the same thing with laser tests. Yeah, but we quadruple. We go 10 times what the globe math says, and we still can't find any bend, not even by a degree. What's wrong with that? Something else.
Do you maybe have do you know someone who debunked this theory in the internet or something, who has uploaded something about this? Maybe a video or something. But Indio said that it's just because of light diffraction, and that's all you have to say when someone uses this experiment as an argument. Is this could I just use this, or will I have to add something?
Indio's completely right, dude. Indio's completely right. Light diffraction. Basically, this is what I understand about it. The diffraction, there's a limit of diffraction. Okay, there's a scattering of light, and there's no way that you can measure, get an accurate measurement of anything. It's a distortion. What I'm trying to say is that diffraction is one distortion for the light. So you already have something preventing you from seeing what's directly in front of you.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's like the same argument, like identical argument with this Netflix documentary. They are so popular, and everybody thinks they proved the globe Earth, but they don't actually know that these got debunked. I think someone said.
I just don't think they care, my friend. So many of the people that come here, they know the deal. They know what's up. So, yeah, I just think they don't care.
I think someone said in the server, I don't know, I think I talked with Drace about this. He said that you can prove that the Earth is flat with a mechanical gyroscope, I think. He said something like this. I talked with someone and he said you can prove the flat Earth with a mechanical gyroscope. But I don't know if that's true or something.
By the way, I did post about that Lake Titicaca. So there was other team, they tried to debunk these guys and they went there and they gave up. So they give up. Maybe they found no curvature too, and they give up.
Where is this? With Titicaca?
Peru.
No, I mean, where did you post? Where did you post it?
47 minutes after the hour. Just a little above.
47.
I can copy the link of that message.
But it just shows up this with the Nikon P1000.
No, this is a Newtonian telescope.
Okay.
I did post all the equipment they use. Is this one? Let me get it.
Okay.
So,
just want to give a quick shout out to anybody that's joined recently. I did send out a ping to some people that had the VC verified role. So these guys are just chatting. But yeah, we have AK Gamer and I think Tom joined. So if you guys have any questions or anything, feel free to pipe in at any time. But fellas, please continue.
It is this telescope. So yeah.
Wow.
So this is 69 miles.
Wait, I'm gonna type this in the flat Earth calculator and look how much curvature there should be.
I did post 72 feet of missing curvature, but you can use it. So this telescope was the height was 1.5 meters, 4.2 feet.
How much is this in feet? I
did post 4.2 feet from water level.
And how much miles?
Distance 68.35 miles.
So 68.35
miles. Do you want meters?
No, I calculated this.
Yeah. So
wait, there should be a 4,000 feet of curvature, I think.
No, I did use the Earth calculator, and I
don't know if I calculated this right, but that's what came up to me.
I have. Let me get. I did use it. So let me get this one.
Look at this. I just sent this in the live stream. This voice text.
Imperial. I have the Imperial. So let me see. Okay, it's just a second. This. So this. This is what I post on that Earth calculator.
Oh.
So target H1, target hidden height 28.72 and more 0.5 more feet. But
I used wrong. I used too much miles. Okay.
No, it's just 68.35 miles.
Okay. Well, I think that's 100% proof for that the Earth is flat. Because how do you want to debunk that?
Yeah. So Black Swan is 10 miles. Black Swan is 10 miles, and this is 69 miles.
Mm-hmm.
You just debunk it by saying "nuh-uh."
Oh, I meant yes. Okay, like okay with that.
I was saying, nuh-uh, that's not happening. Nuh-uh.
Or you say brew, bruv, bruh. Say one of those. That debunks it. Say refraction as well.
Oh my god, these guys don't know how refraction actually works. Quetzalcoatl.
It's been funny talks about refraction with the Globers in the past.
They don't even know how this works. Quetzalcoatl.
No, they make things up on their own.
Hey, you were the first person that I talked to when I came in the server. Like, in the first 10 minutes, you got me VC verified.
Yeah, I remember. We had a chat. You were debunking your teacher as well, something like that.
Yes. Every time. Every day I have a talk with the teachers and I debunk them. They just use 2 arguments. Just one. I never heard another argument from them. And then, why do ships disappear over the horizon and stuff like that? Which is, I think everybody can explain why they don't actually disappear. It's just how the human eye works.
Yeah, we have limitations with our own eyes, and then you got the other factors with the air conditions, and many things plays in the part of the visibility of an object or something in a distance. Yeah, perspective.
I think someone said in the server one time that they were like astronomers and stuff in the server that got debunked, or like professors. Is this true?
What you said?
Yeah, way back then, I think people were having debates with people with PhDs, astrophysicists, and whatever, astronomers.
I think India was the one having the debate.
Yeah, I would assume so, yeah.
Did he always win?
Yeah, every time. India wins every time for sure. And if you can find an instance where he didn't win or conceded on a bunch of shit, you let me know. But every time, I'll just answer it this way, from my opinion, every time somebody who has paperwork that says they should know more than us comes in here, they prove that they don't.
Indio's insane. Where did he get all his knowledge? Not only from the server, I think.
Research. That's how you get knowledge.
Yes, I mean, but I think maybe there are like some sources where you can get
I don't know.
more knowledge.
You can ask him how he acquired his knowledge. I don't know.
You can ask him about everything. He will always have an answer.
Impossible. Perhaps the archives are incomplete.
The archives.
Did he do a face reveal one time?
No idea.
Indio.
Maybe, yeah, once. I think I saw him. He posted a picture himself.
But I think this CJ, he's admin too. I think he's in game 2, I think. I had a talk with him yesterday, and I sent him some pictures that were like proof of the globe, and he debunked everything. Like, he gave me so much information that I could use in a debate next time.
Yeah, they're very helpful. They usually talk in lobby a lot against Globers or whatever. Debunking them.
Well, why is he never in the live stream like Indio?
He used to.
Huh?
He's been out for a while, but he used to be in pretty often.
Okay. But I think he doesn't have to debate because he knows he's gonna win, and I think everybody knows he's gonna win a debate against, I think, anyone. He's next level, actually.
Oh, please bring us in a quote-unquote next level Glober. Woo-wee! Come on now. Shit. I'm not very good at debating, but I will destroy them. That's how easy it is.
Bro, these kind of people that ascended to a different dimension or something, I can't even keep up with them anymore.
Ping level relative to what? He's pretty next level.
Next level to what? That's his name?
Next level of insanity. Level relative to what? Yesterday he was just freaking out in the CogDis chat. He said something like, the size of a ball has no bearing on where its sagitta is. Something like that.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah,
Says he doesn't need the radius to move the sagitta around.
This is the thing. They have nothing. They're making shit up for themselves, like on their own accord. Like it's yeah. A long lost battle, man.
I VC verified him because we were really hoping to get him in the live stream, and then he bounced right after I did that. But yeah, go ahead and ping him. Let's see if he'll ever get in here.
Yeah. Go ahead. Someone can ping him. Why not? Let's hear this madness of his own made-up model. Yeah. Indoctrination.
How can you get the other badges? I mean, in the server, because I just have one. Like,
I don't know. Ask
they come in time, my friend. They come in time.
Yeah, eventually they come in due time. Just hang around more with us.
You need to start saying things, badass things like, why don't you come in here and we'll make you spend all your excuses like a paycheck, motherfucker.
That's funny.
Well, I just want to, maybe I'll take a quick moment just because I invited some people from the VC check-in. We have a Tom. If you're listening, I see we're in a little chat in the VC check-in, and I brought up the moving house argument, right? So I gave you just a quick example of what that would be like with the Monopoly house on a treadmill. So objectively, we could say that that house would be moving. So they're telling us that our houses are moving. So I just want to know how we would go about proving that. So you don't have to speak, but if you want to, you're more than welcome. The floor is yours. But I just wanted to clear that up as I saw you said something about that in the chat. So, sorry to interrupt, fellas. Please continue.
Yeah, CJ is currently texting in the voice text channel. VC checking. How come they're not speaking though? Yo, Tom, come on. What you got for us? Come on, tell us.
It's one of those guys who has a cell phone with no microphone in 2022.
Yeah. Seems to be.
Oh, he's got a 20-year-old Nokia. Okay. He said my guy, too, so I don't know. Earth must be a globe, I guess. That's another great globe proof. My guy.
I got a knock. Oh, did you get VC verified? What the fuck?
Yeah, he's verified.
Yeah.
I don't know how he did that with his broken Nokia. Didn't phones 20 years ago have microphones? Oh, I guess you can't get the Discord app on there.
Probably.
What
happened to the Twitch guy that was here like a couple of weeks ago? When was it? That made some sort of an interview or something. He was streaming as well. I forgot his name.
Rekt Gamer.
Was that him? Rekt Gamer?
Yeah.
No, who's that? No, I'm not. I'm talking about Glober.
Oh.
Yeah, he was here like a couple weeks ago, asking questions and streaming it on Twitch at the same time.
Maybe I wasn't here.
Who that was? I wonder what happened to that guy. Yeah, go ahead, Saya. You were about to say something. I was cutting you off there, sorry.
Is there a explanation for, I think, like these earthquakes and stuff? Because I never had someone ask me for this, but just to be like prepared in the future.
We have a PhD geophysics guy from Brazil. I have the video, but it's on Portuguese, but you can put
there may be like subtitles.
You can put subtitles, okay. But you have to go to the settings and translate automatically to English, and then you let me get the link.
Just send it.
He was. I saw one video a long time ago, and he was talking about flat Earth. So the first time someone asked to him, and he said, "I don't know if Earth is flat or not, but I'm gonna check out." And he said one interesting thing. It's good that people can ask in these days, because when you go to school, you can also ask. You just take for granted, gravity and other stuff. So, and this guy knows a lot of formulas and equations, and so he did analyze everything, and he found that the Earth is not a ball, a globe. So, let me get the link. So it did talk about tectonic plates,
but that's a theory. Tectonic plates, actually.
Yeah.
So you can't. That's actually my first debate that I lost, is because I was like just I think like 1 week of being a flat earther, and someone used plate tectonics, and I couldn't counter it, but I didn't know in that time that it's just a theory. I didn't know why it didn't just said it's a theory. You can't use this as an argument. But yeah, I didn't know it in that time.
So let me get the link.
Actually, in Brazil, every 15th guy is a flat earther. They had like the most population of flat earthers. Actually.
Exactly. So what I did present, so since that time, 2011, 2012, and these guys, they did a little speculation in their documentary, because in the end they talk about space, but at that time they didn't know They did the measurements and the observations, but they didn't know all thing. So, but today they talk a lot with the flat Earth guys. So they found flatness on water, so they found the same flat Earth that we are living to. They were to do another documentary, Anomaly of the Stars. They put a lot of cameras in different countries, and they record the path of the sun, and that does not match with the globe.
Okay.
So
just send the videos.
Let's wait.
Live stream.
They are doing this at this day. They are traveling and doing this on the field. The video. I have to go to this channel. But in this video, he talks about this global geodesic thing. But so in the school they show this. They talk about this. They said it's red.
Yeah, I'm just in.
But actually, in this book, and actually, these geophysics guys, they say this is not red. Even in this book, it's green. So I don't know how
I don't have this topic because
I don't know what devices they use to get the green. But anyway, let me get.
I'm not in so far in these topics because I'm not even close to finish school because I have some years till I finish school because I'm in the 8th class and just for
This is the guy, you have all data from this guy, PhD and that whatever. But I have to go to his YouTube channel and find the video.
Brother, let me do a real sentimental thing quickly for the 14-year-old. He said he's in grade 8, level 8 here. Right? Is that right?
Can you repeat that?
This is the video.
Are you 14?
Yes, I'm 14.
Okay. Listen, I got to tell you, I've told you this before, but I'll try again here. Hold on, let me reconnect.
Okay, I just posted the video, the link. Then you have to select CC, and then you have to go to settings and translate automatically, and then to English.
Is it the bottom video?
Yes, yes, that one.
Because it says part 2.
Yeah, it says part 2, but dynamic. It talks about the Earth's dynamics. So part 2 is talking about tectonic plates. It says there's a problem. The crust is so hard. How do you say strong? It's not weak. So
Yes, someone said that the Earth crust is thinner than a paper. Thinner than paper.
But they know that is how you say the word.
Just translate.
Hard. Hard.
yeah, I know what you mean.
Not weak, and I don't know what instruments they use. To get the green from the ground, but it's not. They say it's not red, and there's that book. I have to find that book too. Maybe it is in English. The Solid Earth. It's a global, but what they give us on school, it doesn't match what they know in these days. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, but they give us the most trash in school. It's so annoying when I'm in school and they talk about something like tectonic plates or gravity, and I know it's all just a hoax theory, or something when they talk about space, about a nebula or something. It's kind of so annoying because I could not actually say what I want to say, that it's just all fake, because that would like downgrade my.
Exactly. You know what you see on television is CGI animation.
Yes, I know.
And
that's pretty obvious because Robert Simon says it is photoshopped because it had
to be.
Yes.
It had to be because they have to hide the truth from us. What's on Antarctica and the North Pole?
Yeah, Richard Admiral Byrd already said land as big as the United States behind the South Pole, and I think that's enough proof that it's extraterrestrial.
You know, even these guys from Brazil, they talk. There's another landmass beyond this ice on Antarctica. They saw with an high altitude balloon. They release a lot on there, and sometimes they stop. You know, so like there was something, you know, like a firmament, going to inside. So less height to more height.
But did you hear about this NASA worker that died, and he pointed on his grave that the Earth is a firmament?
Yes, Werner Braun.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, you're not allowed to go to Antarctica. Like when people say that, why don't you just go to the edge? Yeah, go to the edge, and they're gonna they will be there with weapons and bring you back and maybe kill you because nobody's allowed.
There's a video. I don't have the link, but
yes, I know some people went to the South Pole and they just came up some people with weapons and stuff.
Yeah, a Navy patrol come up. Werner von Braun. Let me get it. So
that's pretty obvious.
I did put there. You know, I did show you this unclassified document from 1957. It's a CIA document, and it talks about flat Earth and firmament. Some Russians were there, and they even share this information. But anyway, this was 1 year before NASA, and this guy Werner von Braun, he asked to put this on Psalms 19:1, and if you go watch it, it talks about the word firmament. So they couldn't say direct it was the truth, but even the Stanley Kubrick, you know, in the movie The Shining, he did change a lot that script, and you can see a sweater from Danny, Apollo 11. Isn't that amazing? And more subliminal things there.
Yeah, I think that's enough to know that some stuff.
There's this book. You know, you see at the bottom of there, you see Brett Salisbury. A quote from him, but let me get it. So there's this book, and this guy wrote this book, and with more guys, you know, aerospace engineers. You can see there. So Brett Salisbury, ex-USA intelligence aerospace engineer. Dr. Lawrence Cohen, ex-Mossad agent, U.S. intelligence. Dr. John Mack, Department of Defense. Ace from NSA engineer. Third generation NASA. So they know what they are talking about. They work there. When you say satellites are hoax, you know, they are using balloon telex. But when they claim satellites on space, forget it. There's no space. We are inside this container, firmament. We don't know the shape of this container.
Yes.
So, but we have gas pressure. And when Globers say no alien goes up and stays there, how can that be possible next to a vacuum? It's not possible without a container.
You can find this on this channel. Like, just go to Firmament and you will see it.
Oh yes, if you find the word firmament, it will give you the biblical cosmology, and there are other cultures, civilizations. They talk about flat Earth. They have other representations, but never
You know,
a globe Earth.
It would be pretty easy to mute everyone on the Earth when they would show us the Earth from above, from a satellite, as they claim, and they would zoom in some like places so we can see what's happening. But then they're not going to do.
Sometimes people go to Antarctica, do some work, and sometimes they release some info.
Yeah, I mean,
anyway, they go there, but they left everything, clothes and everything, and they are they are searching, and all the pictures they took, it stays there. But one question is interesting, how why they asked people about the shape of the Earth when people go work there. So isn't that interesting? And this guy, sometimes
there's just a little island, like 1% of the Antarctica.
Yeah,
that's where they send these guys if they want to like discover things and stuff. It's not actually Antarctica. They just send tourists and stuff, scientists, to this little island, which is 1% of the South Pole, and yes, so basically a Zilueta or something.
People can go to Antarctica, but they show that little space, for tourism. But the other guys that go there to work and do research, they have to have authorization, and they work to private companies. And
the richest people, like the rich people, they have like the money. They could buy the equipment and stuff and discover the Antarctica. They could get the nicknames, the first ones, but they just don't want to make this. If I were rich, I would probably try to make a like Antarctica discoveration or something. It doesn't matter.
There's a station, there's a place there, Rockefeller. So isn't that interesting on Antarctica? So the elites are there, and the money from NASA. They use money.
They get $60 million a day. The elites, I think. Imagine that. They're like playing Monopoly.
What NASA showed to us is just to the public. It's just smoke and mirrors, nothing more. The use money, it's for secret projects, even at Antarctica. Yeah. And maybe North Pole.
Who do you think are the elites?
The elites. I mean,
I know what they are, but who do you think is a member of them? Like, I think the most of the like presidents and stuff, and maybe people like Elon Musk or something.
Yeah, the Illuminati, Masonic.
Oh yeah.
Who control us?
You can, if you would actually join the Illuminati, and you would get rich immediately, but if you try to leave this, they would kill your whole family and stuff. That's why people don't leave it. It's pretty insane. I think, did you ever heard of something about Project Bluebeam?
Looming? Yes.
I mean, Project Bluebeam.
Ah, blue beams, yeah, yes.
So it's like this theory that they're gonna fake an alien invasion, and the whole government is gonna get together, and they're gonna control us, so we're all gonna worship a wrong god. Pretty insane theory, but yeah.
there's a game, cards game from the Illuminati games card, and let me get it. So it
I
talks
think
about.
I heard something of that.
Let me see, Illuminati. Oops, here. So they show the moon, hoax. So even that
I
made
saw
in a
this on
studio.
WikiLeaks. There's WikiLeaks.
And he talks about us, but not mocking with us, so he said, people love, but the flat earths know something. So we know something. so we are not talking about fairy tales.
Yeah, you can just like when you have a debate against someone, just ask if we were outside. How would you prove to me that the Earth is a globe just by showing it to me? And they're not going to respond. You can like have a proof that the Earth is flat. Just go on a beach, watch a ship disappear with the horizon.
This
with a camera and
exactly. This helicopter pilot, he has access because he did born inside one of these third families. And they have to do work. But anyway,
what family you mean? The Illuminati?
No. This the third 13 families that rule this world. But he asked to an engineer from NASA.
Okay.
This guy is his friend. So why don't you guys point the Hubble telescope towards to see the the Earth as entire picture? And this guy didn't have the it was surprise for the answer for the question, but he didn't have the answer.
But did you hear about in a couple of days the NASA will release like pictures that they took with a new telescope?
But anyway,
the astronomer said, "Yeah, these pictures made me cry and stuff." I don't know what he said.
The real Hubble telescope is aboard an airplane. It's called Sophia.
Sophia?
Yeah, there was a student guy that he found the data from Hubble telescope actually was from Sophia. I think maybe you can search.
He called up NASA. I think his name is Sabrell. He called up NASA and he called up all these different agencies, and he got to speak with the director who is in charge of Sophia. And according to him, whenever the Hubble takes any pictures, they fly the Sophia and take pictures of the exact same location. And then the final picture that you see that comes from Hubble is a composite made out of both, they say.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Yeah, I didn't know this about the Hubble telescope, actually.
The funny thing is that the telescope on the Sophia is identical to the Hubble in every way. It's the only sister telescope in the world.
Okay. There's actually no picture from space of the Hubble telescope. They're just all CGI and stuff.
And there's next NASA employee, Matt Boyle.
Okay.
He's a flat earther now.
But I think, but the NASA employer that just wouldn't they get killed when they would say the truth?
No, not exactly. He's an ex-employee, but sometimes people that belong to these elites, like Illuminati and so on, sometimes they can be killed. But anyway, even Buzz Aldrin did confess to a 8-year girl about the moon landing. So
they want to keep us enslaved. They just want to keep us enslaved They tell us that we are
Exactly.
just one of a septillion other planets, and that our life has no meaning, that we evolved from monkeys, and our life is simply nothing. We are just one of a septillion other planets. We are like a little sandcorn on an endless beach. That's what the elites want to tell us.
It would just give credibility to the things that these people say if you killed them afterwards, instead of it's much easier to just try to discredit them and bury them somewhere in obscurity.
Did you hear about this guy that invented that he could make like wait one second, I'm gonna look it up.
There was a lot of videos from this guy Matt Ballin. Sometimes he changed the surname to Matt Powerland, and YouTube did deleted a lot of videos he did. But he was a top guy, making photorealistic sci-fi artist. I mean, he was a director at NASA.
There it is. I mean, did you hear about this guy? He discovered like he was able to make fuel out of water, and after he did that, he got killed by the government, and he got like poisoned.
Yeah, the oil companies. It's a huge lobby.
They would make no plus money when you could turn like water into fuel.
Everybody can do that already.
Yeah, hydrogen.
Yeah, you get hydrogen. You can just use that.
Okay.
So, one guy from Brazil, motorcycle, he did that. But yeah.
Yeah, many people have used it already. It's just like I've seen a bunch of people on YouTube, for instance, who are converting their cars to run off of that. For the most part, generally use just a hybrid to make it easier.
There was two guys from Brazil a long time ago, like maybe 20 years ago. They invented a lamp that could, could longest, how you say the word, could stay, could light for 100 years. But then the companies from one company that produced lamps went to these guys and just pay money to forget about that.
Yeah, it's kind of like with the car tire companies. There have been a few recipes of rubber that doesn't tear and break down, and so you would only have to buy one set of tires for your car, and they would just last a lifetime. But because those tires would get them out of business, they buy up those patents and then never produce those tires.
Yes. Drace, I think you can prove flat Earth the most easy way, because I think you said you live in Iceland or something.
Yeah.
And you said that you can prove the flat Earth like every day by looking at the sun or something.
Oh yeah, that's one of the things for me that feels only works on a flat Earth. In the globe, you have to imagine you're seeing around the ball, and the sun is there. But then, if I have to imagine all of the sunlight is spent around the ball to get to me, then all of their excuses for the globe just die because they require parallel light.
Yes, you can just see it like through the clouds, how the water, the sunlights actually are. Like, I can send a good picture about this, I think, in the live stream by Sticks. Yeah, you sent it pretty good. Hey, you told me about this last time. We had this nice long talk a couple days ago.
Yeah. It's quite obvious to me. It's just going in a circle around me, and I'm the one turning in a circle to try to chase where the sun is going. The Earth isn't turning in a circle, and it's not wobbling, so it doesn't work.
When it goes like kind of like down, that means that it's just going further away.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Here's one thing I just thought of the other day. When somebody was talking about the tilt being the cause of the seasons, if the Earth were tilting in its orbit around the sun, then all of the stars would tilt with it, and we don't see that.
Yeah, they kind of like say something that the globe Earthers. And they say that I think they move with us or something. I don't know. Which is.
It's all compartmentalized. The seasons don't account for any of that. They're just there to try to give you an excuse for how seasons could work. If you turn the globe a little bit, then yes, you could imagine that the heat from the sun really far away would change where it is centered at, and you would get different seasons. But if you start turning the globe was supposed to be like rotating in place, and that's how we see the stars moving around us. But if you start tilting the globe, all of a sudden you tilt all the stars, and it just becomes real bad.
Yeah, if they were actually what they tell us they are, light outspreads. So if you're 1 inch away from a wall with a flashlight, and when you're like 1 meter away with this flashlight, you can see the light always outspreads. And I don't think actually it could even get to us if the stars are actually what they tell us they are.
Are you saying the stars don't tilt?
Don't tilt?
Yeah, the stars don't tilt.
Yeah, the stars don't tilt with the acclaimed tilt of the Earth as per seasons. So, yeah, that is a bad excuse for them.
Wait, can you type in the chat tilt because I can translate it real quick?
TILT. It's when they say the globe is tilted. It's angled to the side a little bit.
Yes, I know. I translate this. Okay. So the stars must tilt, but they don't. So that's a proof.
Yeah, you can think of it this way: if the Earth is rotating, and right above it appears to be at the northern point appears to be the Polaris, the North Polar Star. So, and if the globe is going to start tilting now, that North Polar Star would appear to change and would be some other star, and the sky would just change as it's tilting.
Yeah, that's. I think I can use this as in a debate actually too.
How many degrees is the Earth reported to tilt? How many degrees are we talking about on the summer and winter?
I don't know. Just.
Well, they say 23.5 degrees relative to the orbital plane. I'm looking here.
Well, if it tilted 20 degrees, wouldn't that take Polaris off 20 degrees?
It should.
Polaris is always at the same spot. I don't think. Actually, how does this work? When the Earth is spinning 65 times faster in one direction and 600 times faster in the other direction.
Oh, I remember now. It's not that they. It's not. Okay, I remember now. They imagine it's tilted like this to the side, pointing at Polaris, and then as it swings around the sun, it just stays still tilted like this, which is real weird. And then it'll get tilted like this, still looking at Polaris, they think, on the other side of the sun. It's just...
Hey, can someone explain these compasses? How these like actually work?
Compass points north, so it would guide you to the North Pole. Not exactly north, but just say, I don't know a better word for it. The magnetic north, as opposed to the North Pole, same idea. But in the globe model, they say that there's a beam going around the Earth, like a magnetic beam. And they have pictures of this. I forget what it's called, but they say the compasses are actually reacting to that magnetic beam, which is in the sky.
Okay.
And that's what makes it go north. But that doesn't make any sense, because if it was in the sky, it would be pointing up, not north. So it doesn't make sense.
Okay.
But they believe it. They can't prove it, but they believe there's this. I forget what you call it. There's this kind of magnetic field, which looks like a pineapple, and it's not only there, but it's moving. So it's guiding the needle because it's moving, guiding the needle somehow north, as opposed to south or west, for example. It just makes more sense that there's a magnetic north, and the compass is pointing to that, which is on a flat plane. If it was pointing north on a globe, it wouldn't work, because if you're on the equator, for example, your compass needing to be flat level with the Earth would be facing, towards the stars and not towards the ground. So that debunks a globe right there. It needs to be flat. If you have a compass floated, it's like it has a little floaty. It needs to be flat. If you tilt it even downward or upward, it won't work at all.
But what are they then? What are they just like so they're just manipulated, actually?
Yeah, they're saying that the compass is following this magnetic field, which is going in a circular motion, and somehow that makes it point north. Doesn't make sense to me, but they believe it. And it goes around the Earth. It goes like millions of miles, like around the Earth, in this circular field motion, as opposed to just having a magnetic north and the compass is pointed that way instead of that. It's a circular motion that goes up in space, you can get a picture of a magnetic. I forget what you call it, a magnetic field.
But does the Earth's core generate this magnetic field on the globe Earth model?
No. Yeah, I suppose so. And you can find a picture of a magnetic field. You can put the Earth right in the center, and then you can imagine that these fields are circling the Earth circling a globe in this fashion. If you believe that.
Because
I posted a picture of the magnetic field in the voice text there if you want to check it out.
Okay.
Thank you, MacGyver. So now you have to explain to us how this would move a compass. Pointer to the north and not up in space.
Look, I mean, they say that the Earth's core, like the globe earthers say that it generates a magnetic field, but because the Earth's core is made of iron and nickel, but how is it gonna generate like a magnetic field when it loses? It's forced to be magnetic when it's way too hot.
That's the reason that you know that the globe model is false.
Okay, could I use this in a debate, or is there a way to maybe debunk it? But because
yes, we use it that always.
Because if it's actually like iron and nickel, which is magnetic, but when it's extremely hot, iron and nickel lose their force of magnetic, and so how is they going to generate a magnetic field?
Yep, and they have no answer for that when you ask them. It's a great one to use in a debate because you can say, look it up in a science book. It's not my claim. It's mainstream science's claim. So how can science claim that metal loses its magnetivity at a certain, which is demonstratable very easily all day long, but they can't demonstrate how molten metal could create a magnetic field. So it's a point where you can see their cognitive dissonance as a glober most of the time.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna.
And again, like I said, just we look at this magnetic field supposedly around this globe. How in the world can that make a compass point north? It makes no sense to me. If you can explain to me, I'll listen.
Yeah, Dre sent a really good picture about, a video about this in the voice text.
There's even Bladesmith. Have you ever watched Forge in Fire? They use some magnets, ions, to see when this metal loses the magnetism to do the quench in the oil. So it is interesting. So when it loses magnetism, it's the right moment to quench in the oil.
I mean, look at that magnetic field on the globe. That picture that MacGyver put. Where's north on there? And how does that work?
Yeah, the problem is with this picture. It's pretty hard to read. So, but you can read it because the quality is kind of. What I hate is that the most people think that flat earthers are dumb just because of this memes and stuff, like the Pearl Harbor attack. But if they would actually know what's behind flat Earth, they would all be a flat earther.
They don't want to wake up. They prefer to
sleep.
Yeah, they prefer to believe in space and fairy tales from space. They don't want their dreams to be destroyed.
It's if it were actually so easy as they claim, why don't they just fly high enough with a camera like with no fisheye lens and show us the Earth from above, like maybe something like 100 kilometers, but they can't because something like this doesn't exist. There is no space.
Maybe they are afraid to find out there is no curve. So yeah.
The first time I saw this picture from the Chicago skyline that normally would have to disappear 9,000 feet under the Earth's curvature, and that was like one of the first things I saw, and I was, whoa, how is this going to work on a globe Earth?
It's not 9,000 feet.
How much? I think it was. How much feet was? I think about. Even if it were 9,000 feet, is so much, man. Because 57 miles without curvature. When I first saw this, I was like, whoa, how is this going to work on a globe Earth? And then I researched, and I always found the same answers: refraction or mirage. And when I came in the server, I asked about this, and they explained this to me, and now I'm flat Earth and know that the Earth is not a globe.
Yeah, I tell you, I just really quick wanted to tell you that when I was 14, I was a garbage person. I was a piece of shit. I was rebelling against everybody and everything for the sake of it, because I was mad. Because I had a shitty childhood. Boo hoo, woe was me. I was nowhere near being cognitively, or let's say cognitively proficient. Let alone emotionally mature. The big one's emotionally mature enough to handle this topic and to be able to speak with adults about it, and to be able to also field a volley of a back and forth with a Glober. It's unreal, and I admire you and I wish that I had started as young as you are, because I might be at 40 years old as smart as you are today at 14. So, but man, good stuff.
Yeah, I only talk with adults about this. Every time I have a question, I just get at the server. I think nowadays it's normal that you get earlier like a flat earther, because back then you didn't have internet and stuff, and now you just have the internet and you see people that believe everything, and it's way easier to become flat earther than back then. So, because I think when you were same as my age, there wasn't it was normal back then to.
I'll tell you what it was like. So if we wanted to connect to the internet when I was 14, I had to have a phone cable, and I had to plug my phone cable into the back of my computer, and then I had to take that phone cable and plug it into the phone jack in the wall. Now, this is only if you had a regular touch-tone landline phone hooked up. It wouldn't work on fancy phones. So you'd plug it into your home phone, right? And say somebody needed to use the phone for a phone call. You'd get disconnected. Not only that, the speed to download one image, 1.5 megabyte image, would take at least 20 minutes, something like that. And so it would take days to download one song if you could even find a way to do it. So yeah, you're right. It was hard to get information back then, but I'm saying the crowd that I ran with, we wouldn't have given two shits or a fuck about this kind of thing, because we didn't care. We were off misbehaving, right? I would have been like, flat earth? What a bunch of morons. I'm going to go smoke some pot. Fuck you guys. And that's it. So, like I said, I really look up to you in that way. For sure. Keep it up. I know you won't change. I can tell. That's good.
Yeah,
Spread it around. Tell your friends about as much as you can. I know that you're not afraid of being vocal, which is great. That's probably number one about it. Now, the first one is being intellectually honest, which you do in spades, my friend. That means that you do it very well. And so, yeah, try to teach folks how to do that. And I'll leave it here. What's really great about your demeanor, the way you carry yourself, is very calm. And you never once have even, sounded that sarcastic. I can tell even when you say something sarcastic, you're not trying to be a jerk about it. You're just trying to say, man, that's ridiculous. So anyway, you have a very good way of doing things. Keep it up. Teach people how to do that. You can.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, but
all about.
Yeah, I can't. It's pretty hard to tell people about flat Earth. For example, my friends, they don't care about that I'm flat earther, but when I try to explain to them something about it, they just say, yeah, it doesn't matter where I live on it. So it doesn't matter if I know that the Earth's flat, is flat. They're just gonna say it's not gonna bring me something in my life, but I just talk way much to adults and stuff. For example, in this server, I think I never experienced someone in my age being a flat earther or something. Because nowadays it's kinda hard to bring someone to be a flat earther, because guys in my age, they want to waste their time playing video games or kind of trash like that. I do that too, but I like to invest my time more in getting knowledge about something like the flat earth, which I think is gonna bring me more in my life than playing video games 24/7.
Correct.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks for the nice words, Gladflow.
You got it, man. And listen, I'll give you an example. Right now, I'm arguing with one of my good friends about the moon land. Not landing, but the land on moon you can purchase. You can purchase a deed for acres of land on the moon. Okay? Purchase soil on the moon. And Yeah. Yeah. No, but get this. So I showed him that, and I was like, what the fuck are you going to say about that, man? Isn't that funny? Like, come on. Seriously? And this is after I told him what China said about China wanting to take over the moon. He goes, well, if it's a lie from China, then absolutely they say that. And I was like, nah, man, lots of Americans believe it. How about this land on the moon? And he goes, he didn't even address that someone can buy land on the moon. He just goes, well, I won't even ask you if you still think the moon doesn't exist. He says I think the moon doesn't exist. That's how bad people are at dealing with this subject, my friend. And he's 40 years old. 40-year-old moron.
I think people, this guy that you talk to, he just don't know what Cold War means. You have to understand what Cold War means. Then you know that moon landing and stuff was fake. Maybe try to tell him that there was like a run. Who is going to reach the moon faster between the Russians and the Americans? I think maybe if you tell him that, he's going to understand some more stuff.
Oh, no. This is the kind of guy who, check this out. He's a globe-believing, evolution-supporting Christian who plays in his church band. Figure that one out.
Okay. It's kind of... He believes in Darwinism.
What's that?
In the evolution, like...
He believes...
that we evolved from monkeys.
Right,
that
yes.
From
He
monkeys.
thinks that we evolved from monkeys that came from an explosion, or let's be generous to them, expansion, right? An infinite expansion happening created monkeys, and somewhere in there Jesus came down and said, yo, what's up? And he thinks that God made the Big Bang billions, trillions, and quadrillions of years ago. He believes it, for sure.
Okay.
So he's a Star Wars guy. He'll do Star Wars all day, right? He's like, oh, they ruined Star Wars, and he loves it, and he can't wait to go in a spaceship and fuck a green alien. Like, it's absolutely absurd. So what I said to him in response, he said, if you still don't believe the moon exists, but I'll pass on asking you that, real sarcastically, I said, oh, it's up there, clearly, because we can see it. Other than that, no one knows what it is or how far away it is. Absurd to even think so. And that probably pissed him off to the point where he's not going to respond. That's how you back him into a corner, but it doesn't matter, because like I was talking about with you, my friend, you have the emotional intelligence of somebody older than me at 40, and that's really great.
Thank you. Yeah, but this guy, like your friend, it's not like he doesn't, he can't, like understand the truth. Just he doesn't want to understand.
He doesn't want to, man. He's so invested. Okay, he's so invested. It's hard to compare it to anything else, really and truly. These people are more invested in this than like it's the same thing, if not worse than, like a religion telling you how to act in regards to your spiritual beliefs. It's even worse than that. People, if it were legal, people would kill other people that believed in the flat earth. It's ridiculous. That's how fervent they are with their attitudes and their emotions. This guy will never turn, not because he's not smart enough to get it, but you know what? He doesn't want to get rid of Blanky. I don't want to get rid of my little stuffy that I've had my whole life. No,
the little fairy tale. The little fairy tale.
Yep.
Yeah, he probably believes in the multiverse theory. Did you hear about?
I think what he does, it's not multiverse. We've talked about it at length about this stuff. That's why I bring him up. But he makes fun of people who say simulation theory, right? Isn't it funny though? We can stop here. I don't want to go down this route really, but isn't it funny though that you got people who don't believe in the creator, but then go and say, "Hey, simulation theory." Well, who made the fucking simulation? Someone who created it, you fucking idiot. And like I said, I'm agnostic.
Exactly.
I don't even care about any of that shit, but I just find all the contradictions absolutely entertaining. Go ahead.
Exactly.
Just like a simulation.
After you told me what your friend said, I think this guy is special. I think you can never convince him to be a flat earther or something. I never met him personally.
He'll be depressed about it later in life because he's, like I said, he's smart enough to know the truth, but his whole life revolves around stuff that is pretty much anti-flat Earth completely, and so he loves it, right? He thinks he's getting the one up on me when he sarcastically says, "Oh, you don't think the moon exists, fucking moron." He thinks he has the one up when he says that. That's the kind of dude. He's so invested, he'll bully people he loves about it. Oh man.
That's pretty sad, actually. Who is this guy? Your friend or?
Yeah, man, he's a friend of mine, and listen, I love him. He's a wonderful dude, awesome guy. I was in a band with him. He was my guitarist for about 5 or 6 years. You know, we were, as we put it in the music industry, I was married to 3 other dudes, right? Because their life becomes your life if you're in a band with them. So I know him very closely. He stole a girlfriend of mine once, in fact, back in the day. Okay, so we were roommates, right? So we know each other pretty well, and so that's why I know you're right. He's never going to come around. I'm going to love him, you know, as much as I have in the past for the rest of our lives. But and that's why every once in a while, I don't do this all the time. I'm not like constantly in his DMs giving him the fucking truth because it might ruin our relationship. Not because that I'm, you know, passionate, because I'm overbearing as fuck, but he can handle it with everything else, but not flat Earth. I don't want to ruin our relationship because he can't take something. So anyway, yeah, he'll never change.
Okay.
Does your friend know how much a globe Earth would curve? If he doesn't know that, he's a normie.
No, he doesn't. No,
he's a normie. He's a normie.
He's a norm. Yeah. Well, here's the He's still down. He thinks 9/11 was fine and all good with that and everything. Yeah, normie.
You are fake news.
There's a bigger hope for the new generation. Last, let's say, 10, 20 years. Because they don't have that patriotic loyalty to the government. And they're
Yes, I'm
more
going
inclined
offline.
to
Thanks for the talk. I'm going offline. Bye.
conspiracies. And, okay, good talking to you.
Have a nice
So
day.
that's a big barrier if you're, you know, loyal and patriotic and believe everything they put on TV. That's the older generations. That's like the baby boomers and the generation probably right after that.
Yeah. It's Generation X that I see having, like my generation, I guess it's Generation Y. I was born in 82. And then Generation X, the people just slightly older as well. They have such a big problem with this because our parents now, the generation before, so that would have been baby boomers, they had a mixture. They had, in the 60s, you got your civil rights movement. So you got damn the man, right? Damn the man. Fuck him. Not my Uncle Sam. Not my uncle. Fuck that guy. So, and then at the same time, you know, let's not go to war. Let's not be racist. All that. And at the same time, you have them teaching this globe narrative in schools still, right? So on the one hand, you got a girl placing a flower in the tip of a gun at a university where kids got killed. So she places a flower in the tip of a gun because she's rebelling, but then at the same time she sits in a classroom and says, yes, no, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, may I please have another about globe information. So you got woke-ish people learning about the globe. That's how they got our parents. But that's a good way to make people go, I don't know either way. Deep down they'll say, we probably went to the moon, but fuck it. They don't think it matters. The next generation up is us. Myself, 35, 40-year-olds. We were around, we were kids, we were children, turning into adults when 9/11 happened. And the internet was still kind of a baby back then. It was still kind of hard to get a lot of information, very specific stuff, right? No Google, none of that. And so, but you also didn't have fact checkers. But anyway, and then you get to this next generation of people who violently oppose anything that is not taught in the mainstream, right? So it's almost like they're just trying to phase out. What's the term? I don't know. They're trying to phase out real information from what they teach you and what they teach everybody. But I guess what I'm speaking to is more that, on the one hand, they say don't bully people, right? Don't bully people. That's mean. That's rude. Stop bullying. And then on the other hand, you got a lot of bullying being done from Globers to Flat Earthers, and Flat Earthers are the truth seekers, like it or not. So you got bullies making fun of people going after the truth. More in this generation I've seen than any other generation. And it just keeps going. And here's what it is. Lastly, I'll leave it here. I have to leave it here. It's, in my opinion, the controllers of the information and the money system. They are tapping into the human being's natural want for everything to be path of least resistance. Everything's got to be easy to understand. One bite. I want all my information in bite-sized pieces, or you can fuck right off. So the quicker the information, and the more you say it's 100% confirmed by professionals and scientists and all this, there's no way that most people aren't going to go, oh, fuck yeah, well, if the scientists do this, then I don't have to do any work. I'll just believe that, and it'll be as if I went out and did the research myself. So they're tapping into people's laziness, and it works. So I'm done.
I'm too weak. Oh, don't kill me, please.
How was that?
Damn it, I can't leave it there because I know I'm talking about specifically the 14-year-old that we're speaking to and other people of the same generation that are coming up that are amazingly in tune with truth. I'm trying to get back to that. Like, there's people listening right now that you're never going to talk to us, but you're learning a shitload, and that's great, You don't need to come talk to us. Honestly, truth is truth regardless of what we say. So I think that's great. And this next generation coming up, I guess what I wanted to say was they are the most challenged educationally, but they're also going to be, it really is going to separate the wheat from the chaff, this next generation coming up. Yep, absolutely. And there's a lot of wheat, a lot more wheat than people think. So.
One thing you can ask your normie friend, I don't mean to disrespect them by saying that. You can ask them what happens in the hypothetical globe model when you dig a hole right through the earth all the way through the other side. And you just jump right in. Do you all the way through, or do you just kind of slow down and get stuck in the center, kind of hovering in the center, just floating there because of the pull of gravity? Entertain Globers with that one. I think you would put a hole to the Earth and just jump down. You'd probably fall, towards the other side, almost to the outer rim, and then be pulled back to the center and kind of just float you there, kind of floating there like an anti-gravity device. I think that's probably a scientific fact that's going right now.
What the hell did you just say?
I'm trying to explain what happens when you put a hole through the spherical Earth all the way through and jump down. Nobody knows.
So I want to see if I can maybe, while we got dead air, try to, because I'm driving across country again. So when someone's like, hey, let's find the radius of the Earth. Okay. How are we going to do that? Well, how do you find the radius of any other sphere or circle? Think about that for just a second. I'll ask it again. How do you find the radius of a circle or sphere? 30 seconds.
Tape measure.
Don't answer.
Tape measure.
Hold on. All right. This is rhetorical for the Globers. I know the flat earthers know this one. This is first grade flat earth. But the Globers, how do you find the radius? And I'm going to give you the answer now.
I read the book.
No. What you do is
I ask clever people.
Well, yeah. No. Okay. So what you do is you first have to know the distance. This is the radius, the distance between the center of the circle or sphere to the outer edge. So you go from the middle to the outside, right? And then effectively, you can get a half cross section because you got from the middle to the outside, right? The middle is the center of it, and the outside, you go to the line where then there's no more of the thing, okay? Center to outside. How do you get to the center and determine the line from the center if you can't get there? Who measured the radius from the center of the Earth to the top of the ground? Who did that? Because, I know, your panties are in a bunch. I know. But listen to why. To get a direct measurement of something, you have to directly measure that something. You cannot use assumptions. You cannot use calculations. You have to go from A to B yourself. So I ask again, how did they get the radius value of Earth, which is basically half of it, half the size, without digging into the middle, digging all the way down there? How'd they get it otherwise? Because the only way to get it, like I said, I'll leave it here, is to go to the center yourself. Thank you.
If you watch movie in the middle of the earth, there is described everything.
Oh, sure, that's how they get you. Yeah, that new Total Recall that just came out, well, a few years ago. There's an elevator that goes through the center of the Earth, through the core, okay, of the Earth. They say the core is hotter than the sun, okay? But in this movie, it's just a movie. You don't get it. people are going to be watching these movies for years and years and decades and generations and generations, that when they say it's all bullshit, they're going to be like, yeah, I guess I saw that coming. No one's going to care.
And dinosaurs living inside.
Yeah, dinosaurs are in the living, and fossils. Gosh, I love that fossil stuff, right? Wow.
No, they're real. If you go in the middle, in the center of the earth, there is also air, space, and then you have dinosaurs living there.
Crazy. I love it. I love all the adventure stuff that we're told to believe. And that's another reason why my friend can't give up the belief in space and nonsense, because he grew up with it, man. It's in his DNA to believe that Luke Skywalker, holy shit, we got Luke, and he's doing some shit with a lightsaber, and even though they know it's a movie, check it out, this is the way it works. Kids are already going, fuck that, I'm Luke Skywalker. They're putting themselves thinking, pretending it's real, having a great time doing it. Shit, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Ghostbusters, I grew up with all that shit. I thought I was He-Man, right? Of course not. No one's that gay. But anyway, so, it's easy to understand why he's got such an emotional attachment to it. And it's also disappointing because, I can't talk to anybody about this stuff that still believes the globe narrative. They want to believe that one day there's going to be a thing called the USS Enterprise from Star Trek, Starship Enterprise. Yeah. They want to believe that shit can happen, and they don't care what anyone else says.
Because it's infinite, man, and it's full of everything, and it's boring of the earth, and everything is happening in the space, and we want something more to happen. Even that, I think that even they're expecting to aliens attack. Give us that fucking aliens.
Yep, absolutely. And I was raised on the alien stuff and Star Wars. Shit, I'll still watch it, old Star Wars and be like, oh, cool, yeah, I'm having a lot of fun, whatever, because I know it's fake anyway. It's just that's how you do things growing up as a kid. It's adventure, the point. And then you put it down because you got to get back to reality. But I remember my mom, she fed me the Star Wars stuff, but she really fed me the Alien and Aliens and Alien 3 and Alien, all that stuff. We watched the first two Alien movies, Alien and Aliens, all the time. We quoted together, "Get away from her, you bitch!" Right? All this stuff.
Yeah.
And we loved it, and we were both always talking about, gosh, I hope there aren't aliens out there, Mom, and shit like that. But we bonded over that stuff. So again, I have to mention the emotional connection. It's absolutely insane. You'd have to basically be taking a part of that person's brain out, a lobotomy, and then them have to learn how to fucking function without that little piece the rest of their life.
And apart E.T. and some other, maybe 2 or 3 of them, all of fucking they're bad.
Right. Yep.
They're not peaceful, They fucking want to, even they like to eat human bodies.
Yeah. Why do they want to eat human bodies? Fuck that about.
Yeah.
What? Yeah. Aliens from everywhere. So you're telling me other planets have life and all that shit, and it's all malevolent? It's all evil and just wants to eat people? Get the fuck out of here, bro. You know what? You beg the question with him and you say, sure, space, sure, aliens, whatever. It still falls apart, bro. These stories are horse shit. Absolute nonsense.
It cannot be disgusting, for some other species to eat a human body, It's like, this is tasteful. There's always something worse than animal, The animal has that point that must survive, and they feel like a tiger, And they're most worse than tiger. They even, I don't know what, they're evil, wants to eat everything, But they are not eating machines. That's strange.
There's a theory that if we meet any kind of alien life in the heliocentric world, it would have to be benign because a violent or evil culture or race would eventually kill itself. So it would have to be a peaceful, benign race that would survive the cosmos. That's the globe.
That's the way they get you, dude. That's the way they make you think. They make you think that you have a reptilian, therefore, like, heartless and evil part of your brain and all these things. And we used to be reptiles. That's part of it.
You're roboting. You're roboting.
Our consciousness only wants to destroy, and we're a virus on the. So they say everyone, because look at how we are, and we're the litmus of how big a piece of shit you can be in the universe. Like, what? Sorry, I need to stop. So
and then if you consider that the world's wars have all been fabricated by the higher ups. And the U.S. prison system, for example, has 4%. Is 4% full of 4% of the people are in the U.S. prisons in the U.S. So consider that that's not because they're bad people, but because there's a desire to fill those prisons for a monetary benefit.
Yeah, but he showed how we can kill 100,000 people without aliens in one day. And we want to ruin now this harmony.
You're not considering the infertility rate also, which is going to kill more than 100,000, or prevent. The fertility rate will prevent more than 100,000 people being born.
Yeah, but why would somebody kill 100,000 people?
Georgia Stones.
Like, why would somebody lie? Why would they lie? Why would they kill 100,000 people in one day? Because they was angry? Because of justice?
To test the population of how much bullshit we can do to them, or they can do to them. Oh, we kill 100k here, no uprising? Alright, that's fine. We write that in our notebook.
Because there was the evil there, and let's destroy the evil. It's very scary.
Georgia Stones, population control.
I would just say it's a rabbit hole that you have to delve into.
True.
I like me a good rabbit
Research
hole.
that goes into those answers, and it's hard to even cover it all.
Never gonna get it. Never gonna get it.
Yeah, we're going to get it.
A couple new names in the chat here, the panel. See, there's an Adam, if you want to speak. There's a VC check-in, if you want to pop in there. We can get you a role to speak here. Let's see, anyone else new? I think that's it. Yeah, so Adam, if you want to chat with us, just pop into the VC check-in 1, and I'll hook you up with a quick roll. Thanks.
Is there a heavy or active conversation going on right now?
No.
No,
Okay.
Sunforest kind of shut it all down. Thanks.
Okay. I just want to do a PSA real quick. I know that there's mostly young people, in the VC and everything, but just a PSA. Please be aware, and anybody you ever deal with or talk to, older people or whatever, if you ever hear somebody mention that they were talking to Microsoft or Norton or any of these things, please emphatically tell them that they're being scammed and that they need to discontinue immediately. Yeah, I just had a customer call me. He thought I was Microsoft, and I was like, "Oh no, 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 no!" And I walked him through what he needed to know, but he wound up telling me that he watched Scammer Payback and he knew about the scammers, but yet no red flags went off in his head. He said he spent a couple of hours yesterday talking to these computer repair people, and he knew that they were from Nigeria.
Oh my gosh, what?
And he had watched Scammer Payback, and no red flags went off that he was dealing with computer people from Nigeria. It's like, wow, dude, wow, you're being scammed. You need to stop. You block them. Like, anyway,
from India.
just a public service announcement. Well, Nigeria's in Africa, but there's scammers all over the world. Obviously, India's going to, by default, statistically have tons because of population. But yeah, I mean, they're all over the place. The point is, you don't call Microsoft. Microsoft doesn't call you. That's not how that company works, and they definitely don't have tech support. That's just not how that works. But anyway, public service announcement. We can go back to the regularly scheduled topic of FE. I just wanted to throw that out there because I was highly disturbed.
It's amazing how many people are still falling for all of that.
Yes, despite the fact that they have prior knowledge of the scams and consider themselves aware and knowledgeable. Yeah, it's crazy. So, Sun, you're new to the server?
Well, I've been here for a while. I've been on the ladies' night a few times with like Tracy and.
I was wondering why you didn't have the tag for ladies' night. Any particular reason?
Oh, I have no idea. I don't know. I haven't been in a lot, but I've been on numerous calls, and then I know Tracy and I were on one call. We were kind of doing the call a lot.
Okay, you have it now, so.
But yeah, I don't know why I can't post pictures either.
You might be able to now.
Oh, yay! Thank you. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I probably, you know what? It was really busy the day that I checked in. I think it was the weekend, and there was like 10 of us in the chat. I talked to one of the people for a long time, and then I stayed in for a while, but he kind of got to know me well, and I'm on other servers with people too, but I think it was just a really hectic and busy day, so I don't know.
Yep, got it. Well, it's resolved now.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I want to say something to this thing with the scammer. I don't want to be offensive to like Indian or people from Pakistan, but I think you know that they're like the most scammers in these countries.
Yeah, did you hear the part that before you continue, you heard the part where I said statistically that's the most likely? Think about it this way. If the numbers are what they say, okay, and if 1.3 billion people or approximately that number are part of India and possibly a little higher if you include some of the surrounding areas, then if you have a 1.3 out of 8 chance, you're statistically already going to be more likely. There's also probably more doctors out of India than any other, just by default of rule of large numbers, so on and so on. So there's a lot of different reasons for it. Corrupt police, they have the ability to pay off their police very easily. So there's a lot of different contributing factors. And so I just wanted to buffer what you're saying with those facts.
Yeah, and they're like a couple weeks ago there was like a guy at my door, and when I opened the door, he just said to me something like, he was like with an iPad, he didn't even have like clothes, and in Germany it's like a very like big company for Wi-Fi, and he didn't even have the clothes to be an employer for this company, and he came with a tablet and he said to me, yeah, we must check something on your internet, and can we come in and check this? And then I said, like, why do you want to check this? And they say, yeah, we have found a problem or something. And I said, like, yeah, I don't have, like, you must talk to my mother about this because she knows more about that stuff. And he said, yeah, I can just come in and take a picture of some stuff and I can go again. And then I just closed the door, and he never came back or something. So he was just a scammer, because if he would actually be an employee, I think they would have sent me a message if there was actually a problem or something, that they had to come to my home to fix it.
Yep.
Months ago, I had it with a phone call. I was like, he was saying that that my phone using terrorist, man. And I said, let's call police, fucker. It's a serious thing. And they said, no, we are from the phone company, my phone company. I said, okay, call your responsible or whatever. No, I am responsible. I said, no, call me director or whoever, and we call police now, because this is a serious thing. You are saying fucking terrorist using my phone number.
Yeah.
They didn't want to speak. They followed. But who knows what was the But it is the gospel because I'm in UK. This is like a outside story. People saying that people from, let's say, Singapore or there, Thailand or whatever, they have that kind of many operators there are working for any kind of health service, and because of that they are scamming everything. But that doesn't mean that is not all around the world. It's only when he's saying it's India, it could be everywhere.
Sure. Yeah. Well, if anybody wants the Hindi phrase for the Earth is flat, it is Prithvi Samtal Hai. I'll put it in the chat. If you ever want to throw them off their game when you get one of the calls from the Indians, just say Prithvi Samtal Hai, and they will probably hang up, but they might laugh in confusion.
That's a good one. I'm going to screenshot that.
Yeah, I wrote it out phonetically for sake of ease. So anyway.
Also on your scammers, it's not that they're still falling for these scams. More and more people are falling for them because they're preying on our old people now that don't have the capacities they did earlier in life. And these old, let's say, old ladies who have iPhones will trust these texts come into their phone. Hey, I have a check that has your name on it. All you need to do is send me $500 and we can cash it, and I'll get you half the money. These kind of scams, and they're going to believe them because they just don't have the capacity to know that they're being lied to. And that's let's say a percentage of the old population, especially in the U.S., who most of them do have iPhones.
And then there's money mule scams, which is a form of money laundering. There's all sorts of scams. Just be aware, guys. That's all.
We'll say this, it isn't just that. I mean, some of it is like local too. I actually take my name and address off all of my packages and all of my like mail, and even the little advertisements that have my address on it. I like rip out the little square that has my address and I shred all of that. My grandma used to throw her prescription pill bottles in the trash, and somebody had picked them out of the trash, put other pills in them, and tried to deliver them to her. So you really should take your name and address off of everything that you throw out. That's my 2 cents worth, and that's all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Gospel, the minds when somebody's calling you on your private cellular number, not that. I'm always asking, how did you get my number? Because they don't have rights to get your number. That means everywhere where did you leave your number? Facebook, any they don't have rights to give nobody your number. That means that guy cannot find your number in in the book because this is cellular. Yeah, that means that somebody gave him a number and he cannot call you. Yeah, and that's illegal to do.
Lists get sold all the time.
Yeah, but how are you going to charge them? What does it matter if it's illegal if people do it constantly and don't stop?
Oh yeah, you can't.
Well,
you can't prosecute anybody in India, especially. But yeah,
I'm saying that I'm not going to more conversation till I don't get that answer. With them.
Oh yeah.
Well, first of all, they did release all the cell phone numbers out. So at some point, I don't remember what year it was, but it's been a while because I'm in a sales field. But I will say that what people should be doing, and I don't remember the years, so don't anybody quote me on it, but it's either 5 or 10 years. You actually have to go back on to the do not call list and re-enter your phone numbers. So now you have to enter any landlines and any cell phone numbers and any even free Google Voice numbers or whatever. You actually have to re-register those every 5 to 10 years. Doing it once is not for a lifetime. So that's one thing, because people who are into sales and marketing, there's a lot of auto programs that check the do not call list, and so then they say that your number is okay to call. So that's just some information that you guys should go look up the do not call list and try. I don't remember if it's 5 or 10 years, but you have to keep registering. Well, yeah, because now you get a lot of phone calls from VPNs in other countries and online, so a lot of people aren't listening. But there are actually a lot of companies, like for instance, the field I'm in. Normally, if we ever cold called anyone, we did it from a program that actually checked the do not call list. But you can't stop people doing it from VPNs in other countries. But legitimate companies, you at least can cut them down, is all I'm saying.
True. Yeah.
Just FYI.
Thank you for that, but does that really stop scammers from calling you if you re-register for the do not call list?
No, but it only will stop legitimate salespeople with legitimate companies that are using legitimate apps that go check the list. It'll just stop some of it, not all of it.
Yeah.
Can't stop all of it at all.
It reduces solicitation, not scammers.
Right. You're just reducing people who are actually going through normal means to use an app or a program that actually checks the actual list. So it does reduce some, because some of the big companies make their employees use a thing that checks the do not call list. But you can't stop all the other ones.
Yeah, I've come to realize in this world that everything works to a degree.
Right, exactly.
Yeehaw. Does anybody here know who Lowe's Alexander is? I've talked about him a couple of times.
No, go ahead, tell us.
Right. He did the Let's Go Brandon song that kind of blew up for a couple of weeks. But anyway, he was doing a live stream on his backup channel on YouTube, and he grinned from ear to ear when I suggested that he do a Flat Earth song, and he was like, no, I can't do that." It was really funny, but it was just kind of interesting. He's one of the dudes that hasn't been fully grappled by the handlers. He's so far ungrappled. Loza.
Come on, man.
But anyway, yeah, Hoymar apparently got dragged in, I suppose, because I don't think you can join this VC with the cognitive dissonance role.
I have a question. I know it's a bit off topic, but I notice there are like these Navy ships that have like these cannons that can shoot something like 100 miles. Like, you can use this as an argument in a flat Earth debate because they shoot 100 miles in the ocean and there should be something like 6,000 feet of curvature. And the people say that their response to that is because they don't shoot over the like water, but they shoot in the air.
Yeah, the issue is whether or not they have a line of sight target, or if they have data that they're using to calculate their target. And the answer is they have a line of sight target.
So they shoot directly straight.
No, you must arch. That's not really, just like in basketball, you have to arch, the ball.
Yeah, I know. So kind of like kind of like throw it in the air.
Well, yeah, because bullets,
mean that?
even bullets, you're going to shoot a bullet, it's going to go real fast, but even bullets have weight, and eventually they're going to drop over time, over distance. But it has absolutely, and it couldn't have anything to do with curvature. But yes, line of sight, and really, if you get line of sight from something a certain amount of miles away, you don't have any Earth curvature right there. Not a question. That's just how the math works.
Precisely.
Yeah, so essentially what they're saying is it's like throwing a grenade over a wall and hitting the people on the other side. You're shooting the artillery over the curve of the Earth. You're hitting people on the other side.
In order to defend that claim, they would need to prove that they don't have line of sight observation for determining their target. And it has been my understanding, and the evidence that I've seen is that they absolutely do have line of sight. So really, how the weapon works and how it's shot is mutually exclusive. It really boils down to, do they have line of sight or not? So that all the other stuff is definitely besides the point.
Okay. Thanks for the information.
Yeah.
Also, if you want to be more exact, it's 6,000 feet of physical curve, right, at 100 miles.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're using an elevation, let's say the battleship, for example, maybe 40 feet above the water.
Mm-hmm.
So now you have to use a different calculation. You have to put in 40 feet, and it may only be 4,000 feet of curvature. But the point is, you want to be more exact in the discussion because your numbers have to jive. And you're the one who said 9,000. There's no 9,000 feet anywhere in the Chicago skyline. It's much less. So get the numbers right. Distance of there's a physical curve, and then there's an observed curve, like from if you include the observer height. So always include the observer height in the discussion, so you're accurate on your numbers, right?
Okay.
Pull out the Glober's calculator and look at you're citing the zero height, which is not observable. Now you need to cite the observer height in feet. If it's 5 feet off the ground, 10 feet off the ground, 40 feet off the ground, then you'll have a different number as far as curvature.
Like what I put in the chat. So let's say the guns are positioned at 100 feet. That'd be 51.
No, that's too high, I think. Oh,
maybe. I'm being extreme, but yeah, maybe 40 feet.
An aircraft carrier is probably 40 feet.
Check it out and see. But anyway, you got anywhere from 5,100 to 5,700 feet of target hidden height. So yeah, I mean, 6,000 isn't drastically incorrect or anything. You could still potentially use that number, but between 5,000 and 6,000 is a fair statement, basically.
And a fair, more accurate statement than that is to have a target of 20 to 50 miles, because that's more likely a target as opposed to 100 miles, which is probably the maximum. 20 to 50 mile target would also have a line of sight problem, but it's much smaller. It's more like a couple hundred feet of missing curvature.
Okay.
And then the Globers are going to insert refraction. We have 2% refraction and 1% refraction. That's why it's lifting the distant object up in the sky to appear flat, but it's really not. You're really seeing light from behind the ball.
We can't say refraction, for example, for the Chicago skyline, because how refraction actually looks like, you can't get such a clear shot. There's no way you could get such a clear shot if it would be like a refraction, because it moves like it's a bad video and stuff. The skyline would be so unclear, and you wouldn't be able to see like the skylines and stuff. Like, I mean the skyline, because this is how unclear.
You really need to be able to explain that really well, because the news. The newscaster said, what you're seeing is a mirage. And people
they just don't know how the mirage
So you have
works.
to really be able to explain that part, because what you're saying is this guy's wrong and he's on TV.
Anybody here know? Because, I don't know about the 9,000 feet, but I know that from when I did calculations where somebody was in the tallest building from where that person was, and they were like 50 miles out, it should have been at least, I don't remember what it was, but it was like 1,600 feet below the horizon at that point. Like the drop should have been like 1,600 feet. Does anybody know, because I keep hearing everybody, oh, it's refraction, but does anybody know scientifically on a globe model, like how many feet can account for refraction? Because I can't seem to actually find an answer for this.
Yep, they claim 7/6R. So you take the radius number, and you multiply the radius by the 7/6. So that's 1.16666, 6 repeating. So 1.16 repeating, just the 6 repeats, not the 1. So that's what you multiply the radius by in order to recalculate. Now, just like old dude put in the chat, and Drace is also, backing it up. If you use the Walter Bislin's calculator, it has that stuff built in where you can apply that ratio. In fact, he has other refraction models. The problem, if that were a defense, it would be. This is the kind of defense that is. Here's my analogy. It would be silly, but the reason that I didn't murder the person is my knife wasn't an 8-inch blade. It was actually an 11-inch blade, and therefore it's like, that's actually a terrible analogy. It really doesn't even make any sense. The problem is when you destroy the basis, the foundation of, it's like a bad alibi. Where were you on the night of the murder? And you're like, well, I was in the guy's bedroom. The man that was murdered? Yeah, I was in his. Wait, why would you? You're destroying your alibi right now. Really, it's the end of the day for me, so I feel like my analogies are just horrible right now. But the fact of the matter is, when you change the radius, you defeat your own argument, because the radius is the foundation of what must be. And when you change your argument, you're losing already. You're not justifying anything. You're changing the defense. You can't change the defense for the thing that's being argued. It doesn't even make any sense. So that's what's being done. And the argument is, well, but it's okay because this is what light does. Prove it. And then if that's the case, why are there so many alternative observations that falsify that claim of how you're saying refraction is working? And this is why I tell people over and over again, short distance observations, as in ones that curvature couldn't possibly be the explanation of obstruction, short distance observations nullify curvature, because when you have short distance observations where the bottom of the object is being obscured, but it's too short of a distance for curvature to mathematically be the explanation for what you're seeing, even like on a table, for instance, but there's other examples, like on ponds and stuff, that nullifies the curvature. And then long distance observations falsify curvature claim. So nullification, falsification, it's a double whammy. There is no foundation for refraction to be anything, because curvature has been falsified and nullified.
Yeah, it's just complicated because as you know, it always comes up.
They say a lot of the stuff over and over and over again, and eventually you're just like, all right, this is really tedious. Would you like to learn about, why you're not correct? Would you like to learn more about this subject or not? And that's why I try to boil it down to the more simple statements, like one nullifies, the other falsifies, and that's that. Drace posted a good video there or actually WebLink, I suppose, small pond horizon test. So 500 feet, 500 feet, you could mathematically, the curvature, if it did exist, the curvature would be minuscule, millimeters, really, 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 really small at a 500 feet distance. It's just tiny. When you do the math and you look at the numbers, it's like ridiculous. So if you can obstruct half an inch or an inch or even a couple of inches or whatever in a short distance where curvature couldn't possibly be the explanation of the blockage, you work out the math, that is really just as valuable as these extreme long distance observations, in my opinion.
What's the name of the nice young lady asking about the maximum refraction?
Sun Forest Fairy.
Sun. I couldn't find her on the Sun Forest. Okay, so to answer your question, this is Godric. There is no maximum amount curvature the refraction can't explain away, because they need that to validate their globe model. So if you ask the glober, we've asked them many times, you get different answers, but they tell you that you can basically see around the world, because the refraction is bending light, and I think Whitsitt even had a discussion with one of the globers, and he even admitted that if there's solar flares happening, because Whitsitt asked him, what's the maximum refraction you can have on a globe, because we can't seem to falsify this claim that you're making. And he admitted that, well, if there's solar flares, you can see right around the whole globe to the back of your head. That's what he said. So, and you got to call him out on that. You got to call him out to say, listen, this is ridiculous. You're saying that there's no amount of refraction that can happen. This is what they're saying. So that's the problem. There isn't any way to falsify the globe with their tactics, and we have to call them out on that.
Yeah, anything is possible when everything is relative. This is another one of my one-liners.
And what I find,
when everything is relative.
That's right. What I find on these discussions, what the globers will do, they'll turn the feet, the missing feet, which we can quantify and measure, they'll turn it into degrees, right? So they'll say, well, it's only off by 1 degree, which is 60,000 feet or something. 1 degree every 69 miles, right? Because it's only 1 degree or 2 degrees, then it's okay. We still have the globe with refraction. But like if you tell them, listen, they turn everything into percentage, so they don't have to measure it or think about it or quantify it. Let's say the missing curvature in feet, you turn it into percentage, and then it makes sense, right? If you ask them, if you imagine $1 billion, you're off by 1%, which is $10 million. Do you think that you would be able to keep your job if you lost $10 million? And you can think about that. The answer would be no. So you can't just turn missing feet into degrees and it'd be okay. Percentage, it'd be okay.
Yeah, it's a good point. Sorry, I had to mute. My cats were starting to fight.
It's fun.
But that's a good point. The difference with them, with the degrees and the feet.
How many cats do you have?
2, but they're running around like all crazy right now. I have 2 cats and a daughter, so trying to talk and keep everybody quiet.
Yeah, I get it. What we can do is we can show distant observations and use a Glober's calculator to get the feet and missing curvature. Like, you mentioned 500 feet. Yeah, 500 feet is basically negligible, right? But if you go 10 miles, I think 10 miles is a good marker, because at 10 miles, if you have 5 feet observer height, you should have 19 feet. of curvature. And at 10 miles, you can, on a clear day with low humidity, you can probably see a clear observation on, let's say, with a P900, and you'll see that you can see the very bottom of the object, which would mean that. Go ahead.
You're aware of why the short distance observation is important, though?
Yeah, you were saying if you can measure 2 inches at 500 feet, right?
Hi, guys.
Can you explain the rest?
Hold on. Yeah, the point is, if you have a short distance observation where the expected blockage is not expected to be there because it's too short of a distance for blockage of curvature to be the thing, then but then your observation is that the object is being blocked, then you have to come up with a new explanation for why the object is being obscured from the bottom up. It couldn't possibly be curvature in a short distance observation. That's why that's so important. You get to rule with short distance observations, you get to rule out curvature as the. I don't know who just interrupted
Sorry
me
about that,
there.
Gospel. We did just bring in like 3 or 4 new guys, so just a heads up.
Okay.
I don't mean to cut you guys off, but just
Hello, yeah, and your message is clear, Gospel. You're saying that you can see, you can observe obscurement.
Yes, things are obscured from the bottom up in distances too short for curvature to have been the explanation, and therefore curvature isn't the explanation for why things disappear from the bottom up. There are other explanations for why that happens. Curvature need not be part of the equation because it isn't part of the equation, because short distance observations and long distance observations, nullification, falsification, that's a wrap.
Sir. So we're just going to give a quick warm welcome to anyone that's joined the panel. We've got Powell, Pixel, there's a Theo, and I think there were maybe 1 or 2 more. So if you guys have any questions, if you want to bring up a point, Flower Boy as well, the floor is yours. We'd love to have the conversation, so welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, glad to have you here. So is there any of you guys think the Earth moved?
So yes, that's something that's what I joined originally. It's because, like I said, I think that the Earth is round. I think it's a sphere. I'm just intrigued, and I want to see like your guys' like views on it and like why you think that it's flat at the surface.
Yeah. Would it be fair if we asked the same thing of you? Like, what do you
is it curving on the surface?
Yeah. So for me, I'm gonna be completely dead serious as well. Like I said, I always, of course, grew up with. I have an interest in space and that sort of stuff, but I'm not really entirely sure on I'm gonna be honest, I'm still kind of learning English. I'm not sure what like the scientific terms are and stuff, but like, of course, there's stuff like NASA that exists. A lot of money is always poured into that, and there's a lot of. I think they live stream from space sometimes, and there's all these pictures of like them going on the moon and stuff, and you can see that the Earth is like round. So,
do you think you can verify those pictures? Do you think you can go to the moon and verify that it is what they showed it to be in their pictures and videos?
I mean, maybe in like a couple of years when like Elon Musk does a bunch of stuff, because I'm pretty sure he's been
future
talking about it.
So we can't prove it's a globe yet, but maybe soon we will be able to.
I mean, like I said, it's like I reckon there's too much money and just too many people which are already like looking at that sort of stuff. So in my opinion, if it was CGI or all those people were lying, like there would be a lot of people which are like lying about it.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. And go ahead.
I just want to add, Powell. I think just a recommendation for anyone new to the topic. Instead of putting yourself in one camp or the other, imagine you're in a courtroom, you're the judge. You want to be a sound judge. So saying things like, well, I don't think this party could possibly be lying, and clearly they've spent a lot of money. That wouldn't be very intelligent as a judge. You should be looking for evidence.
I understand.
Parties, right? So looking for motive or trying to find a reason for a motive is it sort of ignoring the evidence. So I would just say, like, try to be a judge between the two parties. One side is saying this, the other side is saying that. So what is their evidence for their case? Who has the strongest case? Who has the strongest evidence? So that's what you should do from you're new to the topic. Don't put yourself in as a globe earther or a flat earther. Look at it objectively from the outside.
Yeah. That's what I'm gonna do.
So they can show you pictures and videos of King Kong scaling the Eiffel Tower. If they presented that to you as if that was a fact, that was a real thing that happened, it would be on par with what they're doing with their pictures and videos from so-called space, right? Because it's not something that you can independently verify that it actually happened. You just have to take their word for it that those pictures and videos are what they're saying that they are. So, if you are to go and try to verify it, right, what you can do is measure the surface of Earth to see if it's dropping away the way that it should to be the thing that they're saying that it is. And if it's not, then it's all over. That's it.
So, wait, give me a second. 1 second.
Wait, can I ask a question?
I don't know.
Yeah,
is it going to be...
I don't know if this has already been asked, so like, who's like lying to us?
Okay, well, yeah, see, that's not the first question to ask.
Well, just remember,
hold on.
I
Pixel.
mean,
Pixel. No, you're not hearing. I said, hold on. Okay. So CB mentioned something just a little bit ago. Soundboard up above. He just mentioned something, and you guys completely ignored it. He's talking about evidence. I'm pretty sure it was CB that was talking about evidence.
Yep.
I think I heard that right. Yeah. So no one's asking for evidence. You guys are talking about moronic why questions when you haven't asked the what is questions. You need to know what before you ask why.
Yeah.
What? Not why.
Yeah. Before you ask why is there a lie, you got to ask, is there a lie? Is there a lie? You got to take the globe claim first and compare it to reality, see if there's a match or not. That's step one. We haven't even been able to do that yet. You've gone all the way to like step 5 of, okay, why are they saying this? Let's first do the comparison and see if there is any match. And if there isn't, then we can ask questions like, okay, why are they telling us that story?
So what is the surface of Earth in general? What is the word that best describes the features or the feature of the surface of Earth? That's the question. Do you know the answer?
Blue.
We're saying
blue.
No, I did not say blue. That was not me. I mean, well, for me personally, is I live in Wales, so there's just a lot of hills and stuff like that. So I can't entirely say it's flat because that would be incorrect.
Well, we're not really talking about the land. We're mostly mean the water.
The water. Well, the water is flat.
Mm-hmm.
It's
70%. They say the Earth is 70% water, don't they?
Oh yeah.
So hydrostatics, right? Water always seeks a level surface at rest, right?
Yeah.
So does it curve then?
Yes.
Okay, show us. That's the positive claim on the table. Let's just see.
So there's a thing called gravity, right?
Okay, that's a story. I asked you to show me water curving.
Show you water curving?
Yeah, let's see it.
Can you see Ireland from Fishguard or
Newport? Wait, do you want me to like stream or something? Wait, what do you want me to...
You could do an observation, a measurement of the surface of a large body of water showing that it dips off over distance. Anything like that. Just show us your observations that proves your gravity story. That water's curving.
Well, when he asked you said yes pretty quickly. So, can you show us?
Well, no, I can't.
Why did you say quick? You were so quick to say yes, though, when he asked you about
because you're asking me to like bring all this stuff up, but I can't even stream. So
well, you can't. But here's the thing: I can show you that it's not. So why don't we just do that?
Okay, well, show me how it's not.
All right.
I mean, let's not pretend like you've ever seen a hill of water, though.
That's... Oh my god.
Well, you've never seen it.
I'm sorry. I was...
Guys,
okay, yeah, show me...
I know... hello?
Hello?
You know how there's like the theory
Hello, guys. Hello, everyone.
and a disc?
Can we just wrap up a single thread here before we jump on to the next thing? Yeah.
What?
Okay, you seeing the voice text? Live stream voice text?
Live stream, yes. Oh,
so
is this where I can put stuff in?
If water is curving, like you were so quick to say that it is, at the rate that it would have to be the globe that they're claiming that it is, then the horizon in that picture has to be at 1.2 miles. But I don't see it there, do you?
1.2 miles.
Yes.
Wait, is that picture? Wait, is it the flat Earth Buddha? Is it that?
It's a picture that says bye-bye.
No, it's this is coming from the globe model. Yeah.
No, it's just hold on. It's a picture that says bye-bye. Yeah,
Wait,
I don't even think he knows what picture that we're talking about.
Yeah, I'm not sure what picture you're talking about.
Cool.
Yeah, it's a picture that
in the channel right above the live voice channel.
Oh, Bubba. Okay, I found it.
Yeah. So in that picture, the horizon has to be at 1.2 miles for the globe to be true. That's the geometry of the globe. That is the rate it's supposed to curve at. That's where the horizon has to be if it's Earth curve.
Okay.
It's not, though, is it? Because look at that furthest one.
Probably a little bit more complicated. We can walk you through it if it doesn't make sense to you.
I thought, like...
Yeah, but how tall are the, what is it? Are the oil rigs?
Yeah, but here, the thing about the oil rigs is they're just distance markers, okay? They're just there to give you a reference to the distance of the horizon. So you can see that the horizon is beyond the furthest one, which we know is 9.4 miles. So therefore, we know that the horizon is not at 1.2 miles like it would have to be if water was curving, like you were so quick to say it was.
If this isn't making much sense to you, we can explain it a little bit more in detail if you need to.
Yeah, I think you should, because I'm just a bit... Yeah, I'm going to be honest, I'm just a bit confused here, because...
I'm just showing you that water's not curving.
Yeah.
Because you said, yeah. You said,
Have you ever been to the ocean or by the sea?
Yes.
Well, when you lay down, sunbathing, yeah? And that means you are almost a 1 foot observer height from the sea level when you are laying on the sand. So from that height, your horizon distance must be at 1.225 miles far away from you.
Do you know why?
Hang on.
At that distance, beyond that distance, things begin to disappear bottom up because of the curvature, the arc curvature.
You've heard of the boats over the horizon, right? That whole thing. Yeah. That would have to be at that 1.2 miles that he's talking about for that to be true. Glatt was trying to get in there.
That's okay. I'm sorry to interrupt. That was good. All good points. For my brain, I have to see it like this. So, like for instance, the Black Swan in the live stream voice text, I couldn't figure out how to explain the Black Swan to a dummy like myself. I'm a dummy, right? And I couldn't figure out how to explain it, and now I got it. Right?
Yeah, do the Black Swan for dummies.
Black Swan for dummies. Okay, so in the picture, if it's real, which it's from a video, so I mean, check out the video. That kind of, if you're really curious, go fucking do it yourself. But so the Black Swan is important because we see 10 times farther in that picture than we should be able to if Earth were the globe they say it is.
Yes.
10 times further. So that makes it 10 times a lie now, doesn't it? We can see buildings, the tips of the building, right? Things shrink in the distance when they go away, but the tips of the building, we should be able to see like 4 or 5 or 10 of those buildings stacked on top of each other. We don't.
Okay,
we see too far. That's it. We see too far. Way too far, man.
Wherever the guy that is from Wells, are you still there?
Yeah, hello.
Yeah. So, I mean, I had asked you a simple question that I knew the answer to, but you know that from Wells you can see Ireland, and from Ireland you can see Wells.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever wondered about that?
Not really.
Yeah. but now you can, and you can do calculations, and you can go, oh, interesting. Maybe it's not what they said it was. I mean, there's about a 50-mile, I believe it was around 80 kilometers that George, the whatever it was called, I can't even remember now. George something Strait. No, anyway, what is this thing called? It's called the St. George's Channel. That's what it's called. But anyway, from Wales to Ireland and vice versa, that's pretty interesting. You know, that's quite a distance. You know, it's around 80 kilometers, 90 kilometers, and longer.
Wow.
And
wow.
And yeah, there you go. You do the math and you go, oh, well, that's that's a little awkward. So the funny thing is, I posted, I'll post the actual link. I just posted a screenshot of the link to a blog from like 14 years ago. Just some random blog of them asking the question, can you see, Ireland from Wales? And a bunch of people are like, yeah. And a bunch of other people are like, well, of course not, because mathematically speaking, the Earth's a globe, of course, and the curvature would prevent you from being able to see that far. And then you've got a lot of comments of people putting globe Earth math in that blog, and then you have a bunch of people saying, well, actually, I saw it from here, and oh, I saw it from here. Oh, I saw it from here, over and over and over again. So you just keep reading, and you see the difference between people that are basing their reality on calculations and people that are basing their reality on experience and observation.
Hey, sorry, so I can't post images in the thing, but because you sent me, what is it? That picture. Yeah, where it's like the the Bubeye ball thing.
Yeah, it's called the Black Swan.
Yeah, and if I'm honest, I actually did I looked into it a bit, and I think that's because of light refraction. And there's other images where you can see.
You don't even know what it's called. You just found out about it. You're not going to tell us what's going on in that picture.
Okay.
Well,
we've heard all of this.
Let's just keep it civil.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. No, that's fine. If you've heard of it, I'm sure you have heard of it. But could you explain that to me? Of like why in that picture it looks like
you want to go down the refraction route just a minute ago.
So why are you
We were having a little bit of trouble explaining just a minute ago how that picture proves that the globe geometry is invalid, and now you're ready to tell us how light refraction makes it valid again. Why don't you just tell us how it does that?
No, I'm asking you. Like,
okay,
I'm asking.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's cool. No, that's fine. If refraction is the reason that horizon is appearing where it is on a 39-59 mile radius globe, like they said, then that means that it's causing the globe to appear like it's 6 times the size that they say Jupiter is, because that's where the horizon would be on a ball that size at that observer height. So, do you think that's what's going on?
Yes.
Okay, so the globe now looks like it's 6 times the size that they say Jupiter is, but somehow they managed to measure it to be a 39-59 mile radius. It looks like it's got a 250,000 mile radius, but they measured a 39-59 mile radius. How'd they do that?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so you're pretty much telling me that your globe horizon, the edge of the, pretty much what you call the edge of the ball, is not a physical thing now. So is that what you're saying, that your edge is no longer physical?
Yes.
Well, welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah.
Applause.
Yeah, Paul, well, just so you know, the horizon, you're supposed to be arguing for a physical sphere edge, Earth curvature. When you say refraction, you're sort of releasing and letting go of that geometry that you're supposed to be arguing for. So the refraction bit is sort of like our argument here. So just
You're just being a flat earther with extra steps, right? You're adding curvature into it, and then you're going, oh, but we don't see it or experience it because, and then you just come out at the same place that we are, which is the globe geometry is totally irrelevant in reality. So it's a flat earther with extra steps. Yeah, you're throwing the globe geometry under the bus when you say that, because you're saying, well, yeah, but it doesn't have any bearing on anything that we actually see, this globe, because da-da-da, and then we get a story about why that is.
And that's the good news. You're throwing that shit under the bus. You're naturally coming to the conclusion that it's all nonsense, because it doesn't match reality.
I'm not. It's just the fit. Like I said before, I'm not really good with English stuff, but I still think that the Earth is a sphere.
Well,
another way to say it, you're saying that the globe is unfalsifiable, is what you're saying, because this is really not what it is. It's just what we see.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. So it's just a belief.
How did they measure it in the first place? Sorry.
Yeah.
So I had to measure it in the first place.
Yeah, how could they measure it in the first place if there are days where it looks like it's a ball that's, 6 times the size they say Jupiter is, or 3 times the size they say the sun is? It's supposed to be way smaller than that. How would they have measured that to begin with if it looks like it's all
if I Googled it and then probably read about it for like 5 minutes, I could probably tell you then.
Well, the thing is, just so you know, we've done that.
Yeah, we know the Google here. You don't.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm honest. I'm gonna be honest. I've come here like no preparation, so like you guys can probably destroy me and argue. That's fine. But if I probably did like 5 minutes of research and then came back, then yeah, I could probably.
Do you think that we haven't done 5 minutes of research on these arguments?
No, that's what I just said.
Yeah, we've done the 5 minutes of research on what they're going to tell us. We know what they're going to tell us. We could tell you what they're going to tell us and then tell you why it's wrong before you even bring it to us.
Yeah, I mean, just give us a little bit of credit, right? Like some of these questions that we're asking you, we're not asking because we don't know. We're asking because we want you to go and check this stuff for yourself. That way we're not just putting a bunch of statements in your head. We want you to go and check this stuff out.
And also, before bringing any theories, we like scientific theories, not just theories. There is a big difference between the two.
Yeah, so before they can claim that they're showing us a refracted ball edge, do you know what they have to show us?
Oh, 2 mediums.
They have to show us a ball. No, they have to show us a ball edge. Before they can say, oh, that's the refracted 1.2 mile ball edge, they got to show us the 1.2 mile ball edge. Or else they just have an excuse for why they're not showing it, right? It'd be like me saying, yeah, there's unicorns and fairies on the horizon, but they're refracted so that you can't see them. Well, I'd first have to show you the unicorns and fairies before giving you some sort of story about why you didn't see them. Because refraction exists, but apparently the ball edge doesn't. So refraction can't do anything to things that don't exist. They'll have to show us the Earth curve before they say that it got refracted away.
Well, refraction of light requires 2 different mediums.
Well, he's going to do 5 minutes of Googling, and he's going to shut the server down, so that'll be fun.
I actually kind of stopped caring. I'm thinking about what to eat.
Okay. Well, that's about what it usually comes down to for the globe. I mean, you might as well stop caring. You're not going to be able to prove unicorns and fairies.
The thing is, no, listen, no, you're right. Like, I can't prove anything, and like, in my opinion, neither can you. So it's like, there's no point really.
Wait.
A lot of people said before, it's all beliefs. So
young man, wait. We are not talking about beliefs here. We can prove, and I can tell you for granted, for sure, that the factory Airbus indirectly proves the flat Earth. Using the biggest linear encoders in the world and the most precise. These are ultra precision measuring instruments for linear precision motion positioning.
Let me ask you a question. So, do you believe that nothing can be proven?
That was for you, Powell.
Powell.
Is he gone?
I know he's still there.
So, do you believe that nothing can be proven?
Oh, that will be weird.
Powell, can nothing be proven?
I mean, what do you think, Flower Boy? Do you think that things can be proven?
I honestly have no idea.
Well, that's fine. I mean, that seems honest.
Like I'm not even very I'm pretty stupid, so I don't get any of what anyone's really saying.
Okay, could you prove that water is wet?
No, not really.
No, so when you put water on your hands, you don't get wet, or what?
I guess.
Oh,
Yeah.
you guess.
Yeah.
So then, what about the fire? Can you prove the fire is hot?
Yeah.
Painfully hot.
Yeah.
Yeah? So when you put your hand on your stove, can you hold it there or you will pull it away because it's burning hot, your hand?
Pull it away. What's this got to do with anything, though?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, we got some some youngsters
Well, we
in the
got
chat.
Pixel in the chat who says he does have the proof.
I mean, that's the point. I mean, the point was with him that he said pretty much his statement was, "Well, I can't prove anything. Neither can y'all."
Did he cut out or is it me? My end.
Yeah, you dropped off there a little bit. It is a common phenomenon for anyone listening that we do hear that a lot. It's this crabs in a bucket mentality. If I can't get out of this bucket, I'm going to bring everyone else down with me. If I can't prove it, then no one can prove anything. It's obviously kind of a cop out. It's not true. Obviously, on the surface, it's not true. But yeah, I mean we can dismiss that. So if there's anyone else.
Well, and he's just dismissing what we've shown him, too, because we did give him the geometric proof against his globe, and he went, well, you guys can't prove anything either. Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, crabs in the bucket, just trying to pull us right back in so that we're all in the bucket together. But somebody said something about beliefs. We are actually talking about beliefs. The belief would be the globe.
Yeah.
I mean, you can put it that way, sure.
The globe is a blind belief. So, by definition, it's fanaticism.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Globe is the belief, because you guys say that you have proof of water curving, and the conversation goes like this one just did every single time, just about. But Pixel says he has it, so maybe Pixel will be the one.
I said there is proof. I didn't say I have it, though.
Well, how would you know that there is if you don't have it?
Because you can just, see it.
Okay, well, where? I mean, that's what we're looking for.
Like, because I don't really understand anything you're saying. Like, I don't really understand any of this, if I'm being honest.
Maybe like we can match you up with someone that will work a little bit better with your whatever you're need. So, what is it that you need help with, or what are you confused on?
Well, I mean, there's just so many like different questions.
Okay.
But
stick to one.
Which one's to ask.
At the end of the day, I can work with them. I have the beginner's role for Flat Earth, but you guys have a go at them.
Well, why don't we just stick with one and hash it out? Take it right to the logical conclusion. Take 1 point instead of like hop, skipping, and jumping from one thing to the other to try to save the globe. Just take one thing that should prove it, and let's just take it to its conclusion.
Yeah. You mind if I talk to Pixel maybe for a little bit?
Yeah, you do it.
Okay. Well, yeah, we want you to be able to make claims and then support the previous claim. So when you say things like, there's lots of proof, Well, now we need to back that up. So maybe you could just grab one thing that you think is a good proof.
Well, I just mean literally, I've grown up thinking that the Earth is a globe. Everyone I've met thinks the Earth is a globe, so it's very hard for me to, start believing it's not.
Of course.
We're all in the same boat as you, except we started asking questions.
Yeah, I was just going to say that as well. That I'd say the majority of people here in this panel, if not all of them, were just like you. I mean, I was really passionate about the space and all that stuff as well. So the thing is, you want to go and test your beliefs, right? Like, this is a battleground. So you want to be able to charge into battle with a strong sword, a sword that's been tested with fire. But if you have a paper sword, it might not hold up very well. So go and check to see if what the things that you believe are true. You said there's lots of proofs. Well, go and grab one and see if it holds up. So let's find one and see how it goes. Is there something that you feel is like a good proof for the globe?
How about all the pictures?
Pictures? Okay.
I don't know, how we've gone to space and we take the pictures and stuff.
Usually my response to that is something along the lines of, well, there are also pictures of like the Loch Ness Monster and Bigfoot and stuff like that. So we can't just go off of pictures, right?
Well, yeah, but those are pictures that have nothing behind them. They're just pictures with a story. But
what the globe is.
Lots of people believe it. I just don't understand why would we lie? Or I just don't get it.
Yeah, well, remember, as I said earlier, I don't know if you were here or listening, but just try to be like a good judge, like if you were in a courtroom. So you wouldn't sit in the judge's chair and say, well, I don't understand why these people would lie. Why would they lie? You'd want to look for that evidence,
Okay.
Well, we do have pictures, though, of Earth's flat surface. We were just talking about it, right? And that's what I said invalidated the pictures that they're showing you from so-called space, right? Those two things can't work together. They both can't be true. They're incompatible. Either the surface is curving the way that they say that it is, the way that it has to in order for those, pics from so-called space to be reality, or not.
Let's not forget we're talking about pictures that they literally tell us that they create and how they create them. The artist imagery. They tell us how they make the pictures. Let's not forget that.
Yeah, you guys know that, right?
What? That they make the images.
Yeah, they're admitting
those images Photoshop.
NASA has to actually put all the pictures together. There's a lot of people who actually do this job who have actually shown how they actually put. There is not actually one single photo of an actual sphere Earth. It has not been pieced together. So they admit this. It's on their websites even. So there is not a single
picture from space
manipulated picture that just doesn't exist. There's not one.
And of course there isn't. Because the Earth would have to be curving to be that thing in the picture, and we checked and it isn't. So yeah, they're cartoons, guys.
Yeah, they're all cartoons.
In all pictures of the Earth, you need to use a lot the clone tool in Photoshop to create a globe Earth picture.
Okay, so if they control the images and stuff, or
when you use the clone tool to create a image, you leave a specific mark, on that image, and that is detectable with today's software for recognition of using digital tools to alter photographs or pictures.
They also just freely admit it, though, that they are pieced together photos. What's the word? I can't think of the word.
They are stitched together on
but there's a word.
It's composite.
CGI.
CGI. Yeah,
Wait,
so they admit they don't have one single actual photo. It doesn't exist. They
do pretend that they have some real ones, but
Right.
they can't anyway.
Yeah.
They can't anyway because you can't have a thermodynamics violation in the sky, and the Earth is not a globe, measurably so. So, yeah, it's not possible.
Right.
And what ordinary people do not know is that in the 80s and 90s, the US military had a secret military project called Argus, IIS. Argus is the name of the Greek mythological god, the god of 1,000 eyes. And this was a high-altitude drone with a array of 5-megapixel video cameras networked together, and they created an algorithm that was able to use all those cameras as one eye, and which had a property like multifocus imaging. So when you're taking a picture with that camera, you can actually zoom in, and you don't lose much resolution. You have, but those pictures are also very big in size, 1.8 terabytes or something like that in those times, and it was quite a lot. So the U.S. military used this drone to digitally take pictures over the world. Yeah, they built this database, and they have marked their locations of interest and censored, blurred stuff, and then they allowed NASA access to this database so they can use it. Yeah.
Hey guys, real quick,
with the whole world.
We want to make sure we're talking to the people that are here. So
we talked for a few minutes, and they're just going to check out. We have to have a back and forth.
Yeah.
Well, let's go for some engagement. Ask them some questions. See if you can have them talk. If we just talk for 15 minutes straight, they're not going to listen to what we're saying.
Yeah, they're going to check out.
I just want to say, this is how they made it. So, yeah.
Yeah, they're fabrications, they're composites, and they admit that most of the time. And they also have to be, as they say in their own words.
Yeah.
Right? But guys, what do you think?
It has to be.
Yeah. What do you think of what's been said so far, Globers?
Honestly, I don't really know. You were talking about like a database and stuff. I'll be honest, I don't really understand what you were saying, to be honest.
He's just saying that they take different pictures of the Earth's surface, they stitch them together, they wrap them around a ball, and they come out with these globe pictures that they show you. That's how it's done.
Wait, can I ask? So, do you believe that we went to like space?
No, space is a thermodynamics violation, and the sky cannot be that.
Okay.
So it's like asking, do you believe that people went to Neverland?
So
we're enclosed. We have to be enclosed to have air pressure here, and there's no adjacent outer space vacuum. That just goes on infinitely.
If you just went up, let's just say you could fly up, like I don't really understand, like what would happen? Like, would you?
You'd have to run into an enclosure of some sort somewhere.
Right. Well, I like the energy Pixel brings. Maybe we can try to match his energy a little bit. It seems pretty chill. So let's try.
I don't know. I'm trying to understand, but it's just like I don't really get any of this stuff, so it's hard.
Yeah. Well, let's try to. I'll try to help you out a little bit. So one of our arguments is about gas pressure. So we challenge just about everyone that comes here. Can you demonstrate to us or anyone gas pressure without a container? So just for an example of gas pressure with a container, like a car tire, right? If you want to have like a 35 psi inside your tire, you need a container to contain that gas pressure. So if you don't have the container, how are you going to get 35 psi to stick to a rim? You know what I mean? So that's just one example. Another example might be like something like a 2 liter of Coke. if I open the container, maybe leave it on the counter for a week, the gas pressure moves from a higher pressure area to a lower pressure area. And that's the second law of thermodynamics. So we would challenge that, you need a container to have the pressure. So this would also relate to the air that we breathe. So if there's gas pressure, then you would just logically infer that it would also need to be contained. So that's what Central or Shooter is telling you, is that there's no really, the way we see things, you can't really leave because we're inside of a closed system. So if we would be open to the idea that you could leave the system if you could demonstrate gas pressure without a container. As far as we're aware, you need to have the containment for gas pressure. And I can post some things for you as well in the chat just to sort of back that up, just so it's not like, well, this flat earther is saying this. It's not just me saying it as well. So I'll post some stuff in the chat to support what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's thermodynamics, entropy, equilibrium. The gas will disperse to fill the available volume always, and they're saying that there is an available volume of an infinite vacuum in the sky with no enclosure, no separation between us and it. How can that be?
Man, listen, that's above my head when I first came into this. So listen, here's what
we have to talk to him about it because he asked about space.
Okay, right. Okay, so what I'm saying is maybe, just maybe, we should pick one thing, see that he understands it, and then say, okay, cool, now please go research that, and then stop, because if we bombard everyone with everything every time, some people are just going to say, fuck it, I don't care.
Oh, I know. Most of them do that anyway.
Yeah, you actually didn't come down to his level. You're just spurting things at him, and he may not be getting it.
Well, I mean, what did we spurt at him? That a car tire, the pressure of the tire is going to go high to low if you pop the tire. Like, you get that, right, Pixie?
Yeah, but you're talking about the world, man. Like, a lot of people don't know how to make the connection between tire pressure and the pressure we breathe. They don't know it's the same exact thing, just on a bigger scale. They're not putting two and two together there. And another thing is it's not their fault, but we don't have to go there. But yeah.
Yeah, but they also don't know that they have any reason to think that can occur with the sky. It's just a story they've been taught. They've got no practical demonstration of anything like that existing, right? So.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And that realization can come later.
That's what we're trying to get them to.
Right. Well, yeah. Okay. I agree totally. I'm not trying to throw wrenches in gears to try to help out. So think of a basketball.
If you can bring it down for them, just do it.
All right. So think of a basketball, right? And then think of a sphere. They say the Earth is a globe, a sphere. And so basketballs and globes, right? They're both spheres. Well, for them to exist, they both have to be contained so that they can have pressure. That's it.
Inside a closed system, inside a closed chamber.
Right, sealed up. It's all sealed up. Nothing's escaping.
Yeah.
There's not even a little peep, a little tiny bit of air escaping. It's completely sealed up. Earth is, and a basketball is the same thing.
Yes.
So nothing is leaving Earth. Nothing is leaving Earth. How about that?
Basketballs get flat.
It has to be. It has to be sealed up because. It has to be sealed up because the definition of gas pressure is the number of collisions of the molecules with the walls of the container. This is the definition of gas pressure.
Okay.
So this can happen only inside a closed container.
Go ahead, Pixel.
So I was just trying to wrap up what you're trying to not wrap it up. I mean, So you're trying to say that Earth is not.
It's contained.
The Earth I believe
it's
is not
contained.
enclosed.
Yes.
But the Earth you believe is.
The world has a container.
Gotta let him finish. Please let him finish. Go ahead, bud.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I'm just looking at the images in the chat or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
This one is a depiction of a I don't know. I don't think you like this word, that like a disc with like a what, like a enclosed thing around it.
Well, that
Earth. Let him finish speaking, please.
Yeah. Okay.
So I don't get it. So is that image, like, you see the image in chat? If you like scroll up, and it's called like globe head logic, and then it's like crazy and then normal.
Yeah, that one's just a meme. That one's just a meme. Just so you know, that one's just a silly meme. Okay.
Oh, okay. Because the thing is, I haven't seen, like, I don't really know what it's meant to look like. Because all I've seen is images of flat Earth, which is like a disc. So I don't. But then you say it's not a disc, but it's just flat. But I don't know, like, what does that look like? I don't know.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, brother. If the Earth is a closed system, which is what we're trying to get at, it's not like we can leave and get the perspective like you would get a perspective on a puppet on your hand. So we don't really know what this place looks like. We can't leave and then turn around and look back. So if it is closed, that's what we're trying to argue. So I usually frame it. That's why, I don't know if I asked you in the chat, but I asked some people, what shape is a lake?
So I didn't get that question.
Sometimes lakes are shaped irregularly. I'm not saying that the Earth is like that, but what if it is? Then how could we say what shape that is for real? You know what I mean?
Okay, I get what you're saying now.
When we say flat, we really are just talking about the surface. It's a description of a surface. Flat isn't a shape, so it doesn't have to be a disc or a magic carpet or any of that stuff.
Yeah.
Yep. Flat is an aspect of a shape. Now, clearly it's some kind of shape, the Earth, but
of a surface. Yeah.
But come with me on this journey. Assume for a second we don't know the size or shape of this Earth upon what we live. We can't find the boundaries, and apparently when we try to go look, we're met with military. They don't want us to go checking the edges of shit.
Yeah.
No, you're fine. It was just a sec.
Go ahead.
So, okay. Wait, I was going to ask a different question, but I don't know if we want to finish the one we already started.
Yeah, let's wrap her up. What did you get from what's been said?
So, I mean,
what do you think?
I think what I'm getting is basically you're trying to say that we're in like an enclosed space, right? Is that what you're trying to say?
The Earth is a closed system.
And
we cannot leave the Earth.
Okay. So
that was just Bill Nye. Just a funny.
What's it like enclosed by?
Okay. Well, maybe.
So we don't know the makeup, the composition of the container, whatever it would be. Yeah. We're basing this off of gas law, the behavior of gas, right? We know that if you don't have containment for it, that it just disperses to fill the volume, right? So we don't see any possible way that there can be an infinite volume of extremely low pressure outer space right next to us, you see?
Right. But I don't understand how Flat Earth fixes that, if you know what I mean. Like why is there an enclosed
there has to be, just because of the natural behavior of gas, or else that gas that we're breathing right now would have just left, right? It would have just fucked off into the infinite volume of outer space that they say is right there, right?
Maybe we can teach him what an antecedent relationship is.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, so like what an antecedent relationship is should hopefully help you understand why the containment is important when you have gas pressure. Some examples you hear in the server, I like to bring up example about a banana. Well, as far as I'm aware, bananas come from a peel. Unless you've seen some peelless bananas in nature, please correct me there. But I would say that, you can't have a banana. You can't go eat a banana unless it came from some sort of peel. Other people might use steak as an example. If we're having steak, and of course, we're not talking about tofu or any fake things, and it had to have come from a cow. So when you ask us questions like, where is the container? I see that as asking questions like, when we're having dinner with steak, what was the cow? What did the cow look like? What color was the cow? I'm actually not sure. I can't give you that information. All we know is that this steak had to have come from a cow. So that's sort of hopefully that helps you understand what an antecedent relationship is. So I posted in the chat earlier some support from Elmer Hurst and NASA.gov who are also saying that you have to have the container for pressure, right? So we're just saying that the antecedent relationship for gas pressure is the container. We can't show you what it's made of or where it is or what it looks like, but we know it has to be there.
Well, there's one thing I could add real quick, is that we're open to the steak possibly having come from not a cow if you can demonstrate it.
Okay.
You'd have to demonstrate it, right?
Bananas come from trees.
Yeah, and we're open to a banana not having come from a tree if it can be demonstrated, but nobody ever has. Nobody has ever demonstrated gas acting the way that they say it does in the outer space situation. So that's where we're at.
Okay. So, I mean, you probably get this question a lot, so I'm sorry about that. But I was gonna ask, like, if you go in a straight line, right, then you always come back around to where you came from, if you know what I'm saying.
Well, you're thinking of a globe and going in a straight line, but here's the question: are there straight lines on a globe?
Well, I mean, what I mean by is, like, if you go straight forward, that's just you're going forward.
But the line is curving, so it's not straight if you're just going like straight on a globe, right?
So I think we can answer this question a little more simplistically and directly. So if you're going straight, if you're going straight, so what you and I were taught is the North Pole is not a pole because it's not a ball. It's a north center point. As far as we know, it's a real place. We don't really know what's there because you're not actually allowed to travel within a 500-mile radius of the north center point, or North Pole, if you want to call it that. You're not allowed to fly within a 500-mile radius of it, and you're not allowed to walk within a 500-mile radius of it. And just the same thing goes with the 60th parallel south. You're not allowed to freely sail or fly or travel on foot independently beyond the 60th parallel south. And so, but basically, to answer your question a little further, is if you start going, even if you're going north, eventually, if you're going in a straight line, eventually you're going to be going south. Do you understand that? And eventually you would run into the physical barrier that causes us to have gas pressure to begin with. Because you can't have pressure, period, you can't have pressure itself without a container. Because remember, pressure is caused by one thing pressing against another.
Way more simple than that, which is just that you're going in a circle if you end up where you began.
Well, yeah, but that'd be circumnavigation, like hypothetically along the equator or something like that. You'd just be making a giant circle around north, and so it might seem like a straight line. Certainly, at least if you're walking and doing this over years or whatever, or sailing with an actual sailboat, that would take a lot longer. So it might seem like you're going a straight line, but as long as you're using a compass and you're going directly east or west, you're just making a giant circle. You're always correcting to the north.
Okay. I still don't really...
Well, my point was when I started with the globe, right? I said there's no straight lines on it. You're just going in a circle around the globe. The same thing actually happens on a plane. The cardinal directions, east and west, they're actually just circles around north. That's kind of what Orion was just explaining. So all you've done in either case is go in a circle. So yeah, you can do that in a flat plane. You can do that around your neighborhood. The street's flat. You can walk in a circle. Yes.
Yeah.
Right. That's going due west or due east. And if you're asking about dead reckoning, Orion sort of covered that with you'd be going south. And we also said that there's certain areas of this Earth that you're not really able to just go freely travel to. So that would be a little bit of a dilemma there. But does that answer your question, Pixel, where you were asking about going east or west or dead reckoning, heading straight?
I
usually get what you guys are asking.
I mean, it's just like you're saying, like east, north, south, west. I don't really I just don't really get.
Right. Well, you said go forward on a globe. So usually, if you look at that from the globe side, they say that when they go around, they're not going north south. People go east to west. So that wouldn't be if you think about it, that wouldn't be a straight line. You're going in a circle around the globe, of course. So that's a circle there. But the same thing actually applies. You come back right where you started, right? So the same thing applies on a flat plane. If you're going east or west, you're going in a circle around north, and you can come right back where you started. Think about you walk outside your house, your front door, and then you go around and come back right where you started. So you just did a circle around a north point, a center point. You just went east or west. But if you're asking about, like, okay, so if it's flat, let's just go straight in one direction. That would be called, I believe it's called dead reckoning. If you do that, then you'd be heading south. If you just keep going straight. And the problem Orion already covered is that there are certain areas of this Earth that we just can't freely explore to, which would be the south.
So basically, if we went straight south, we wouldn't be allowed to go there.
To Antarctica.
Yeah.
Antarctica.
Correct.
We can't go to Antarctica.
The Antarctic Treaty has never been broken.
Right.
By any nation.
And in 1957, this document from that year, it was classified. It's on a CIA website, and they talk at Antarctica about flat Earth and the firmament.
Right.
Okay.
How that makes sense on your globe? So we are talking about a container, and this document is talking about the firmament. You cannot have gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container. So there's a container. So this is 1957. What happened in 1958? NASA, the creation of NASA. And if you want to believe NASA, then you have to explain why they show us a rat on space. I'm gonna post a rat on space on the rocket.
Okay, yeah.
So you have to prove if space exists. After this,
what on space? NASA shows us a what?
A rat. Let's
a rat.
Let's stay focused here, fellas. So, Pixel, I think you were going to say something.
Yeah, rat. You can check this.
Yeah, I'm just having a hard time understanding what you said. The word.
Yeah, he said a rat. That mouse that was on the SpaceX rocket fraud. That little rat that was on the rocket. Okay, so, but that's a whole nother topic, though. So let's just stay focused on what we're talking about here and drive the point home.
This is from NASA YouTube channel. So how can a rat be on space?
Dude, it's just a video. Come on, it's just a video. It doesn't matter. It doesn't mean there's a rat in space or not. Come on, dude.
Okay.
Well, I don't know what rats.
He didn't ask about that, right?
He's wondering about directions, right? He's wondering about circumnavigation, right?
So forget NASA.
I get that now. There's a north point in the middle.
Yeah.
And then we go around that when we go east or west.
That's right. You got it.
You hit the Antarctic.
You got it.
In a mile circle, and you'll come back to where you started. But you can't go north to west. You can't go north to south to north. That's the problem, and that's where the globe model fails. You can't go north to south to north and end up on the other side.
Okay. Wait, can I just talk about this GIF of this rat?
So you
now he wants. Okay.
I don't know.
We can go into that. We wrapped up the last.
I don't know what rats you've been seeing, but that doesn't really look like a rat, in my opinion.
Okay, that's fine.
Well,
what does it look?
Doesn't look, but
it just looks like it's just a bit of rocket. I mean, it's grey.
That's a space rat.
But the only thing about that though, is you can't. That's not proof of anything because somebody can easily have manipulated that video, so you can't really use it.
Does it come? It comes from NASA themselves, right?
Yeah, NASA YouTube channel. So you believe NASA?
What I'm saying is, there could be someone who intercepted it, and that's all I'm saying.
Yeah. It's better just to do measurements of the Earth,
By the way, I was there watching that live stream at that day.
Oh, you were watching it live and it happened.
Yeah, on NASA YouTube channel.
Take your word for it, but that's all I can do.
Hang on. Doesn't look like a rat. Doesn't look like a mouse with big ears. Tell me.
Yeah.
That's some big ass ears. That's some big ass ears.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So you believe NASA? This was made on a studio and more CGI. So you can still believe in NASA.
Yeah. How do bubbles in space
Hey,
happen?
I'm watching the CERN live feed from yesterday, so you guys should check that out.
There are countless anomalies in NASA's videos because they are faked in studios in Hollywood basements.
Okay. So
and in
hold on,
NASA also has
He's about to say something. Let him do it.
the
Yeah, have a
biggest
conversation.
swimming pool.
Go ahead, Pixel,
NASA
please.
has.
I don't want to interrupt.
Yeah, don't monologue on him. Let him respond and go back and forth. I'm not trying to cut you off, Gab, but just do
We want
that.
to hear from the youngsters, okay?
Okay, I tried to ask this question before, but I kind of got shut down. So I don't really know, like, if I want to ask it again, but...
Go ahead, ask.
So you're saying, oh, like, you're, like, NASA or whatever, they, like, fake everything, or they tamper with everything, right?
Yeah.
That's right.
So
they're liars.
But, like, why, though?
That doesn't help us verify whether the ground is curved or not, okay? Remember how we want to look for evidence and not motive. We may not ever know a motive. So what's the point of sitting here and speculating of why they're doing this and why they're doing that? Let's just prove whether the ground is curved or not so we can all go home.
Yeah. Do you know which human practice rituals gave birth to NASA?
No.
The circus. Back in the days, you had clowns, running, jumping, spinning on those wires, hanging wires, and they were doing a great show. And they also had, like in the 1800s, circuses where they were selling a trip to Mars for 10 cents. So in those times, it was a pure religion, fantasy. But nowadays,
what did that look like?
It's
the trip
real.
to Mars. Did they like open up the tent and it looked like a bunch of red rocks? What did that look like? No, never mind. Whatever.
I can post the picture so you can see it.
Well, his last question was kind of the why thing, right? We've been showing you the what. We've been talking about their globe claim, and we've been trying to match it to reality and finding, of course, there's no match. And now you've gone to why, as if you not being able to fathom a motive for this story means that it must be true. But that doesn't logically follow, does it, Pixel?
Well,
the last time I lied is because I wanted to cover up the truth.
People lie because they can.
But it doesn't mean that I didn't lie.
The reason I asked why is just because, like, you know, why do all this effort? I mean, I understand you're saying this, we don't know, so there's no point in asking, but still, it's just like...
I mean, I can speculate about it with you, but I just want to make sure that when you ask why, you're not going, well, I can't think of a reason why they would, so the globe must still be true, right? Because that's not logical.
Well, it's not like the...
Like, I mean, if you want to ask why, okay, yeah, the globe isn't matching reality. Why are they saying that? Like, that's valid. But to try to throw everything under the bus that we've shown you just because maybe you don't know why they would be lying about this stuff, don't do that. It's irrational.
Like if you kill somebody in court, they're going to say, we're going to let you off because we can't see why you would do that, so we're just going to let you off. Is that what happened?
Right, you want to look for the evidence. You may not ever know why.
I got a question too. For a second, okay, no one gets paid to sit here and talk to you about this stuff. You know, we're all busy. We got shit to do.
Why would we lie?
Why would we sit here and lie to you? We have no motivation. It sucks to be a flat earther in this world. It's not fun. Why the hell would we sit here and do this? It's not like we're crazy. Yeah. We've been talking for a while now. You know we're not crazy. Well, I might be crazy, but you know what I mean now.
Yeah.
So what he's just saying is we don't get money for this, but NASA gets $50 billion a year. That's posted, $20 million per day to do what they do. So there's a money motive. If you think money's important, there's a money motive why they would lie to keep their show going. And we don't have that here in this server.
Billions and billions and billions and billions.
Did you guys like grow up believing that Earth was flat, or did you
No, no chance.
globe and then you changed or whatever?
Strongly into the globe. Strongly into the globe.
Yeah, same globe indoctrination everybody else is brought up on. The only thing we did was take the claim, the model, try to match it to reality, see if there was a match, and found that there wasn't, so we went with that.
But
Honestly,
we do have a hand of people here who were raised in the flat earth mentality since they were born. Yeah.
Or Amish. Homeschool or Amish. Otherwise, there's no way you would have a flat growing up.
And the first question I asked wasn't, why would they lie? The first question I asked, well, is there a lie even, right? And once you get to the point where you're like, yeah, this isn't adding up, the globe doesn't match, then maybe you start to speculate about why the hell are they doing that. But only then.
Okay.
I've only heard two people in the past 7 years that were brought up flat earthers. One said he was a geocentrist, so he kind of left out the flat earther part. So he was kind of halfway there. And the other one was a native from Canada. She was a pilot. So a Native American who was a pilot. And she said that the elders in her community, I think her father or maybe grandfather, the native culture, they said the world was flat. But this goes for all native cultures at one point, except for, I guess you could make an argument, the Greeks and the people in the mystery schools. Maybe you could make an argument for the Egyptians. But at one point, everybody thought it was flat.
Yeah.
Well, that kind of goes without saying because it's self-evident that the Earth is flat and stationary. It's our base axiom. We observe it as flat, we feel it as stationary, and I've never observed gas pressure existing without a container anywhere. So it's our base axiom. So the only reason why any of us ever believed that the Earth was a spinning ball in the vacuum of space is because we were told it several times growing up.
And actually, the Globe Earth belief religion started becoming normal and popular only 100 years ago. Before that, it was a occult religion, so people were practicing it in secrecy. By not exposing themselves, because if they were found to be believers in Globe Earth, they would have been burnt alive on a stake.
I don't even know if it was 100 years, bro. Like, I mean, my grandfather's 94, and he had never even heard of the globe.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's Italian, been living in an English-speaking country for 70 years, but still never even heard of the Earth being a ball. And I mean, I've seen several people spoken to that are, in their late 90s or 100, and they were like, yes, it was always taught to be flat.
Yeah.
I'm glad you asked, though, Pixel. I think it's important to understand that, we definitely used to believe it. It's like people come here often and they just seem to just keep repeating, or they regurgitate the story that we already know. They feel like if I just say it one more time, you know what I mean? They don't realize that we already know the narrative already, the mainstream narrative. So I'm glad you asked to see, well, were you guys Globe Earthers before? Yeah, we were. Strongly, most of us. I know I was. So you don't have to, not you in particular, but these people, they don't have to just keep retelling the story. Like, we already know what it is. So we just want to try and prove it. That's what we want to do.
So what is like, I don't know if, like, what is your like kind of goal, or is there one? As in, let's say I believe flat Earth now, or whatever. Like, how does that change?
Just to spread the truth. Spread the truth.
Let him finish.
Yeah, man. Listen, I gotta chime in real quick. I'm doing it because I love you. I don't even know you. I hear your voice. I love you already. Okay. I don't want you to be lied to. I don't want you to sit around and have somebody get the one up on you and capitalize on how they can trick you. That's fucked up. And I love you, and I don't want you to have to go through that. That's why I do it.
Bravo, Frog.
Truth sets you free.
The way I see it, you're on your own journey. Like, this place is here for the people that make it here. We're not going out, and we didn't go to find you. You know what I mean? You found yourself here, so this is a journey for you. And we're not trying to get the numbers up or recruit people. Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's all right.
I was just gonna say, like, I just joined just because I don't know. I just wanted to see what your point of view is, I guess.
That's good. That's good. You're not going to hear this point of view from YouTube or any of that mainstream.
No offense, but outside of here, if people think flat earthers are just kind of a bit, crazy.
Yeah. Well, that's just what the mainstream says.
But I've always asked, but why? Why do they believe it though?
Mm-hmm.
What's the point? So that's why I was kind of joined. I just want to hear, your view on it.
Yeah.
No problem. Do you feel like you got a better understanding, or you still have some questions?
I mean, I don't believe it. Sorry.
Well, neither do we, though. There's really no beliefs that we have provided you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, just I don't think I'm really. This isn't really something I can really change my view on. I don't think, unless 100% factual evidence was shown.
Right. But it's not an overnight process for sure. And just keep in mind. Yeah, go ahead, Crypto.
Can I just pick up on that? You just said you don't think that this is something you can change your belief on.
Well, I mean, I don't think I could. No.
Don't you find that for someone looking for evidence and truth?
I don't really understand you. Sorry.
Yeah, they didn't come through very clear, Crypto. One more time.
It might be the feedback in my car. Give me a sec. Can you hear me okay now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you just said that this new subject that you're just talking to us about now, you've made the positive statement that you can't change your mind about it. Is that the kind of mindset that you think will lead you to any kind of knowledge or truth?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I didn't really come here looking for truth. I more just came here looking at the other, I wanted to hear the other side's point of view. I wanted to understand them.
But that's why you could, the reason you go and see two sides of a story is because you're looking for truth. There's no other reason.
I mean, I'm not really. I don't know. I didn't really come here to become a flat earther. I just came here to hear why.
Forget the labels. Forget the labels. No one's trying to convert you. This isn't a cult. No one's trying to. I don't care really what you believe. What I'm interested in is your mindset of immovable belief, right? So why do you have an immovable belief in the globe?
Because, there's just, it doesn't really make sense, I guess.
Well, the globe doesn't make sense.
No, flat Earth.
Not talking about flat Earth. I'm asking about your immovable belief in the globe.
So you're saying my immovable point of view that the Earth is a globe, as in...
Yeah, it could be a dinosaur, it could be a flat, it could be... You could be on the inside of a ball. There's thousands of different possibilities. You're saying that there is absolutely no way that anyone will convince you that it's not a globe. And I'm asking you, why?
Because this... Unless, I said if you could... I said if there was 100% factual proof and evidence, then I would, because that's
what proof have you been shown? What proof have you been shown to put you in the globe camp so firmly?
Lots of things. There's images. There's just there's lots of everything makes sense if it's a globe.
But you said 100% factual truth. Pictures aren't that.
Well,
Yeah,
no, that's what I'm saying.
But I mean, we're looking for that, right? So, again, forget flat Earth. We're just talking about your belief. Like, I could tell you I believe in Bigfoot, and you'd be like, ha ha ha, what an idiot, you believe in Bigfoot. And then I'm like, oh, but images, you would consider me loony. But this is what you're saying to me, why I should believe in a globe, or at least why you believe in a globe, is images. But it wouldn't prove to you that Bigfoot
more than
exists.
images. I mean, I can't really say everything because I don't have everything with me. I didn't come here with.
But you did say that was 100% factual.
One other thing.
No, I didn't say it was 100% factual. I said I would change my point of view if there was 100%, evidence.
But you don't have that for your current beliefs, though.
I know.
Yeah, that's the point I'm getting to. You have an immovable belief based on very little evidence, and you are expecting a much higher standard of evidence to move from that belief. That is itself called anchor bias, and it's a specific issue with people who grew up believing thing X, and it afflicts all different kinds of worldviews and cultures and different types of people. But you just have something called anchor bias. There's no reason, if you've not actually if you've been shown things that wouldn't convince you of Bigfoot, then they shouldn't convince you of the globe.
Well, okay. I mean,
Well, just think about it.
I don't really get where you're trying to go.
It boils down to two things. It's eyewitness testimony and pictures. So with the vacuum of space or the globe or whatever, you have eyewitness testimony and pictures. And with Bigfoot, you have eyewitness testimony and pictures. I don't believe in Bigfoot because my standard of evidence for Bigfoot to be real is higher than eyewitness testimony and pictures. And same thing with the vacuum of space.
Yeah, exactly. So what I'm saying to you is you're saying you couldn't possibly be convinced of not being on a globe, but the evidence standard that you're presenting seems to be quite low, and so then you should be believing all manner of weird and wonderful stuff because it has the same evidence standard.
Right. In the same way that you're looking for 100% factual proof to move you away, we're doing the same thing. We want that same 100% factual proof for the globe.
Well, I'm not trying to
Don't have a double standard here.
Really convince anyone.
But it's not about us, guys. It's about his worldview. I just want to.
If you want to believe in other different things,
doesn't matter what I believe. Doesn't matter what. We're talking about your immovable belief in the globe, right? I don't know why. Guys, you just need to.
Sorry, Crypto. My bad.
Stick to this, okay? Because this is your worldview. That no one else has given this to you, not in this chat at least. You're telling us that you can't move off the globe because they have pictures, right? But if you went into a Bigfoot server and said to them, well, what convinces you of Bigfoot? And they went pictures, you'd laugh at them. You'd laugh at them. So why are you expecting us not to laugh at you?
Because, I just said pictures as an example. That's not everything I'm basing it on, obviously.
Okay, well, what else?
Yeah, what else, bro?
I mean, you see, I already said this. I didn't come in here with a bunch of information and I googled and stuff.
That's fair. It's fine. We don't want to burn you at the stake. It's not a witch trial. All I'm saying is that your faith is misplaced. You need to actually really think about this. Don't just go with, because at the moment it seems to me like you got pictures, you got narrative, but really what you're actually convinced by is societal norms. You're very, very heavily influenced by not wanting to be the weird flat earth guy, right? And so quote unquote, that we're wrong because that's reinforced on the TV every day. That's reinforced by lots of popular people, and you don't want to be the weird flat earth guy. I get it. I don't want to be the weird flat earth guy either. Unfortunately, it's actually got nothing to do with me or you. We're talking about the environment in which we live. The earth is either flat or it isn't, based on whether the earth is flat or not. Do you see what I'm saying? The societal norms and the societal pressure to conform to the belief system X just doesn't matter. You just need to just discard it.
Well, I don't believe in globe Earth because I'm pressured to believe it. I just
But
believe
you don't have any. you don't have any evidence.
Well, we can
just get one of them.
Repeating ourselves.
Okay. We're not going to flame you. We just want to know like what things you're leaning on. If it's not just based on belief, it should be based on some evidence. So
well, no, it's based on, look, bro. If I really believed something wholeheartedly, and you're like, oh, why do you believe it? I could probably give you 5 to 10 different reasons. Like, but if I couldn't give you 5 to 10 really good reasons, then I would have to wonder why I believe that myself, and then it has to start getting fuzzy. Because if you had proper evidence, you'd have already presented it. I'm not having a go at you for not having this evidence. Most people in this debate on your side don't think they need any evidence because they already think that scientists proved it, right? But the problem is that they didn't. They didn't prove it. They're just asserting that scientists proved it. They don't actually present anything. And this is the game we're playing with people. It's normally about people's egos and it's not about the evidence.
Okay. But you see, in my eyes, we're going on about like you said like Bigfoot. You said that as an example before with images, but
yeah,
in my eyes, in my point of view, we have like gone to space and seen videos and images of Earth, and I have no reason to really believe. I have no reason to believe that they would really like lie about that.
Oh yeah, you do.
You take those pictures on belief in the first place, though. Sorry, go ahead, Crypto.
Yeah, the reason you have to sorry, I've only got a few minutes. That's why I want to get in as much as I can.
Yeah.
The reason that you have to disbelieve them is that your natural world, your environment, doesn't comport to their claims, and that's the reason you have to doubt them. So they could tell you any number of like fantastical lies, and you would believe it because they have no reason to lie. That doesn't make any sense. Like if they said to you, "Oh yeah, actually, the Earth is a dinosaur, and grass is really just tiny, like dinosaur scales." Like you would believe it because you have no reason.
You can like look at grass and say, "Well, it's not."
Well, no, but they're telling you that it's just really tiny dinosaur scales and it's just like fragmented. You'd believe it because they told you.
Well, no, because there's not just one person there's multiple different like people.
Yeah, but they're educated in that system. How do you think that people get degrees in these fields? Well, they study the books, they regurgitate what's been taught to them, and then they get those grades, and then they repeat those same answers. How do you think the system? Dude, do you have a degree?
No.
Okay, I've got 2 degrees. I can tell you that the way to get a degree isn't about being clever, and it's not necessarily about actually knowing the subject, certainly not in any kind of philosophical sense. The way to get a degree is to basically plod and tell them the answers that they want to hear. That's how you get a degree. So does that mean that you actually have knowledge in that area? Well, maybe. But most people who do degrees, and you could verify this with anyone who's done a degree, most people who have done degrees who then go and do a job in that field, most of the stuff they learned on their degree, they don't use.
Well, what about like what about like math? All right, we were told 2 + 2 = 4.
Well, math
2 + 2 = 4.
Well, that you're not in the realm of belief anymore. That's a system that we use as a tool. Okay, so yeah, I mean, in maths, 2 + 2 must equal 4 because that's what we agreed on as a convention. So it like belief that you're not in the realm of belief when you're talking about maths.
Well, I'm just don't really. I'm just trying to understand.
Well, it's an agreed upon convention. Like if when the person who invented maths said actually 2 + 2 = 5, we would all agree that 2 + 2 = 5.
Well,
but we didn't.
Because you have to explain like why does it equal 5?
Hey, fair enough. Look, you don't need a photograph. You don't need a photograph or eyewitness testimony that 2 + 2 = 4. You can be demonstrated it on the spot. You take 2 objects, you count them, it's 4. Okay, you have a faculty that allows you to determine that. You don't need extraneous evidence.
So
A better example would be like, think about the guy who said wash your hands, right? The guy who came up with germ theory. So he wasn't just some, random guy, right? He was a physician, and he said to his colleagues, like, hey, the midwives, they got a very high success rate. The mother and the child doesn't die, right? Maybe this is more than a correlation. Why don't you guys try washing your hands after you dig in the dead bodies, the cadavers, and then you go up and deliver the baby, right? They didn't know about, flesh-eating bacteria that breaks down bodies when they die, right? So what happened? Well, he died in an insane asylum from an infection. Did he know about alcohol and how it could cure his infection? Of course he did. He was a doctor. But why did he die in an insane asylum due to infection? Well, they told him he was crazy, and they locked him up, right? Why? Because of orthodoxy. Is that how science rolls? No, science always should be saying, show me. Show me what you got. Like, you bring your car to a mechanic, right? What do? You say, show me. He says, you need tie rods, show me, right? You need new tires, show me, right? And then you make a decision based on the evidence, right? You don't just say, oh, tie rods all around, tie rods for everybody, on the house, on me, whatever, right? You don't do that. You say, show me.
Yes. So the point on the table is whether the evidence and the explanation is tangible. So we'll let Crypto continue his point, if he's still available.
I've got to go. Yeah, you guys pick it up.
Fair enough. Yeah, so that's the difference. So, for example, the standard idea about Bigfoot, right, when you think about it, is that he's just some type of hominid, erect hominid, right? In the grand scheme of things, if you think about evolution and all of that, the idea of such a creature existing is not far-fetched at all, right? So people having eyewitness testimony and photographs, why doesn't it convince people? Well, the answer is because it's not socially acceptable, right? That's the only reason. It fits within the narrative in the mainstream status quo for such a creature to exist. So the point of the matter is, like, if you're not going to accept that evidence there, why would you accept it elsewhere? Like, what threshold has to be altered? Because I'll put it to you like this: there's no scientific journal or anything that's going to accept
your microphone. You keep getting loud and really quiet over and over again. Unless it's not just me.
I hear it as well.
If you have two earbuds, the range between your earbuds and your Bluetooth device changes when you turn. Oh, well, what?
That happens to me on the motorcycle. Right.
The point is, nobody accepts eyewitness testimony and pictures as proof of anything in science community. Period.
I'd reconnect. That's what I.
So, sorry. You said something about... So you said, Bigfoot, and then you said it's not unreasonable to believe Bigfoot is real because technically evolution allows it to exist. Was that?
Well, the existence of a big hairy monster running around in the woods of the Pacific Northwest, that doesn't violate any of the laws of physics, as far as I know. But the existence of the vacuum of space violates the second part of the second law of thermodynamics that states that high pressure moves to low pressure, especially in the way they describe it. 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum, trillions of miles across, adjacent to gas pressure down here that we breathe, without the gas pressure down here finding its equilibrium up there, without entropy occurring and all the air rushing up there. Very little air down here, very little air up there. No air, not enough air for us to breathe. But the point is, if Bigfoot were to exist, the existence of Bigfoot wouldn't violate any of the laws of physics. But the existence of the vacuum of space, that violates the second law of thermodynamics. So we have a damn good reason to doubt in the existence of it.
Okay, I understand. So, okay. I haven't really heard anything about like, so do you believe there's like other planets and stuff like that?
Other planets.
We observe lights in the sky. The sun, moon, and stars are just unverified lights in the sky until anyone can directly validate any claims of what they are. The sun, moon, and stars.
Yeah, you went wrong with the word other.
Oh, yeah,
no one here is saying that Earth is a planet.
I mean, you know, what
you
I mean?
would understand better.
Do you think there is planets? As you know, like in our like.
Can I just add one?
What
really
do we know about the planets? This will be a much more pertinent question.
I'll tell you what we know. They're wandering stars. They're stars that do not move with the other lights in the sky. That's it. That's all we know about them. Heliocentric lore aside.
I might add.
Somebody might tell you a story, like a fairy tale, about what they're made of, where they are, what they're doing, but that's just a fairy tale until
and
you
that
can
is
prove
belief. Yeah.
what they are.
Yeah, I want to piggyback on what Orion said really quickly. It's like, yes, there's the observation, what we see when we go outside, and two, there's a narrative, a script, a story attached to that observation. So, like, we got to be able to. The story itself doesn't verify, the observation doesn't verify the story. Is what I mean. So. We see things in the sky that doesn't necessarily mean what they're telling us about what we see is true.
Okay. What about like the sun?
We would probably ask you the same thing. What about it?
Well, do you think? Do you think it's hot? Like it makes heat?
Seems to give us heat.
Yeah.
Well, obviously, it has an about 10 petawatts output. Power output, so yeah, it is a hot light source, but it's definitely not a hydrogen helium nuclear fusion reaction, because hydrogen helium nuclear fusion reaction has never been achieved. Mankind, we are trying to demonstrate it, that this kind of perpetual nuclear fusion can take place, but it actually doesn't. So that's just a tooth fairy.
Yeah, you also got to understand.
If you look into Max Tegmark research, he's a very famous scientist. A pseudoscientist, of course. He was involved in the tokamak nuclear fusion reactor. It is a failed, multi-billion-dollar failed experiment. So, yeah.
Yeah, they tell us a bunch of stuff about the sky and the sun, for instance. Like the sun is this plasma / gas ball of fire in the vacuum, but there are also other mainstream scientists who don't think that's the case and think it might be solid. And there's all sorts of theories because they don't know.
Yeah.
Well, the spectra is continuous like you would get from the solid, right? So why do they say it's gas anyway?
Yeah, that's why many of them are leaning towards that. But it's just indicative of how they don't know, and they're just making guesses based on what they see and assume.
Can I ask another question about the sun?
Do it.
So, I'm looking at like the concept someone sent in like the channel, the chat, where the sun kind of like goes around the flat Earth. So, but when you view the sun in the sky, it kind of goes from up to down over us. But if we're looking at it like this, then it wouldn't really look like that, right?
No, you're forgetting perspective. Your eyes see in perspective. You do not see an orthographic view.
Mm-hmm. You know, like the vanishing point. Someone brought up a vanishing point. Like when you're in school, and you draw the vanishing point.
Yeah.
It's just moving away from you, so it's not actually going down towards the ground.
Yeah, to give you a physical example, just think of the airplane. The airplane is flying above you at a steady altitude, so equal distance from the ground to the airplane. But as the airplane comes out of the horizon, it appears to rise and rise and rise until it's right above you, really high above. So it appeared to rise from the ground to the air, and then as it goes over you, it appears to descend down into the ground. It's not going to crash into the ground when it hits the limit of your eyesight or the diffraction limit. It's just going to disappear into it.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't really I don't know what else to ask.
Telephone poles don't get lower. They just appear to.
Right.
I really like using the analogy of the infinite hallway, because once you have the infinite hallway example, you see how you cannot see past the point where all the ground, the ceiling, and the walls appear to meet. That's the vanishing point. That's a point where you cannot discern anything. And so when you take the walls away, that point stretches out into a long line we call the horizon.
Angular resolution creates that.
What if you had like a telescope, and then
That's fine. A telescope has a bigger aperture and therefore can see further. And so you could see further down this hallway, but that telescope also has a limit, the diffraction limit, based on the aperture of the telescope. And so it cannot see past its own limit, just like all optics are limited.
You will see the same thing.
Well, I want to say that if you have a telescope and you look at a horizon, you'll see a horizon that's too far for it to be Earth curve.
Also, I just want to add one thing too. Is like some people, not saying you, Pixel, but some people have this idea that, well, telescopes can see millions and billions and trillions of miles in space. So let me just point it down the street, and then maybe I'll see it to China. Well, how come I can't see it to China? Yeah, I just find that to be a little bit silly, but I'm sure that's not what you're asking.
Well, I mean,
weather reports, they give you visibility limits, right? And it's like 10, 20 kilometers or something like that. That's because the air is full of stuff. You can't see through it.
Yeah. And one of the best things to show that the horizon is caused by the diffraction limit is simply by taking two optical devices, one that has a really small aperture and then one that has a bigger aperture than your eyes. Because all of a sudden you have three different horizons. You have a horizon that's really close in the tiny aperture. You have a horizon that's just about right for a sphere of the radius of 3959 miles, which is exactly where they got the globe from, or by looking at the horizon with the eyes and then assuming that it is a ball. But when we look at the horizon with the bigger aperture cameras like the P900, you can actually see 10 times further than would be required on their ball. So the radius value then becomes so large that there's no way for any of this stuff to work. And we've already shown that what they assume is the radius or caused by the radius, the horizon, is actually just within the optics. So us changing optics is not changing the size of the globe from being tiny, the correct size, or way, 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 way too big.
Yeah.
What say you, sir? Any thoughts?
I don't know. I'm just kind of thinking.
It's a lot to take in.
Yeah, I guess.
I tell you what, from tomorrow, start looking at the world around you from the perspective of a flat earther. You say you are a flat earther, you know the earth is flat, and try to see, find, like, how many times they lie about the shape of this world. Count. You will find it in many ads on television, on news channel, on every news article. You know, even if you read about global warming, that's a direct pointing to the world as a globe. You know,
it's a form of hypnosis.
Yeah.
Okay. So can I just ask a question about like the sun and the moon again?
Do it.
Okay.
So how I'm trying to like envision like how does it circle around, or not circle, I don't know like how you describe it, like how does it, because the sun, when is the sun's up, the days are longer and then the nights are shorter, so the sun would have to be going slower.
Depends where the sun is, right?
Faster, right? And then the moon goes faster.
Now that you understand perspective, I can show you this image, which is taken from the north. I live in Iceland, so I see this every day now. The sun just goes in a big circle, and because I'm on one side of the north, when it's on that side, it's higher in the sky for me, but when it's on the other side, it's very low in the sky.
And the moon does like the same thing.
It's on a different route, but a similar thing.
So when like an eclipse happens, where the moon covers the sun, you know.
Have you seen the moon lining up with the sun and eclipsing it before?
Well, yeah, I've seen an eclipse before.
But are you sure that that's the moon that's causing that?
Right. I just want to remind you that there's the observation, and then there's the narrative as well. So we do see the eclipses, but that doesn't necessarily mean what they're saying is happening is true.
So they may. Okay.
The thing is, when there's an eclipse, it can only be seen from certain parts. So a lot of times there's an eclipse and I can't see it, even though like I can see the moon, I can see the sun. It all like the globe just doesn't work. I'm showing you pictures here, for instance, of the Solennilian, which is when the eclipse happens and the sun is in the sky and the moon is also in the sky, and then what they claim is Earth's shadow comes down onto the moon from above. That is completely geometrically impossible in the globe conception, but since we don't claim what it is, it's perfectly possible in reality.
Okay. I mean, so they basically so an eclipse is not real. Is that what you're saying?
We're just saying that the story.
We're not saying that.
The story hasn't been validated is all.
You're saying eclipses aren't occurring.
The heliocentric.
No.
Listen.
Wait. He just got to address what he just said, because he thinks that we're saying that eclipses don't occur. Yes, they occur. We're saying that they don't occur for the reasons that the globe model claims.
Yeah, we're saying eclipses occur. When the eclipse occurs, the sun is above the horizon, the moon is above the horizon, and so the excuse that the globers give us that the eclipse is caused by the Earth's shadow makes no coherent sense.
Yeah,
I always
Selenelian
find that
eclipse.
funny for people to say that the ground would be blocking your view of things in the sky. Just think about that for a second. Go ahead, GPG.
Yeah, the Selenelian eclipse is an impossible eclipse. It happens in daytime, so both luminaries, the moon and the sun, are up in the sky, and the Earth's shadow should be being casted on the moon. For this to happen, the Earth must be between the two bodies to cast a shadow on the moon. If it's outside of them, you can't have Earth casting a shadow.
It must also be a ball.
It's also super damning because you could if you could even imagine some kind of bending stuff, and it's all bending around the globe to make it appear to be above the horizon. If you imagine all of that, it still does not work, because the shadow that they claim is coming from the object underneath your feet is coming down from above onto the moon. That doesn't work if it's underneath.
Well, I think part of the problem is too, though, the gifts that are shown for the flat Earth are showing like a day, like a snapshot in time. But what I have heard and what I've seen on actual models that go through a whole month cycle is that the moon is losing so as the sun goes around 24 hours, the moon is like an hour off from that. And that's how we get the cycles of the moon. And then there's times of the month where you can't see the moon because the moon is actually in the daytime with the sun, really. I mean, you can see it with the sun sometimes too, but the moon is not rotating at the same on the same time frame that the sun is. So it's losing an hour a day. That's where you get the 30-day cycles. So the way I look at it is if you have a flashlight and you shine a flashlight on an item, right? And the light is there, the light is there, the light is there. And then all of a sudden you get completely opposite of the circle where the moon and the sun are completely opposite ends of that circle. The light of the sun is so far away that it can't hit the moon. And it would then, that item that you were shining your flashlight, if you keep backing up, at some point that object is going to be in darkness. And I think that's what we're seeing because it's losing like an hour a day. And I think when we see the eclipse, it's literally just because the sun's light at that moment from certain parts of the earth where the moon is seen at night, the sun isn't reaching the moon during that small time period. You know, I don't know how to explain myself, but that GIF is only showing a day. That's not what that GIF, if you spun it for 30 days, it would not look like that. It would be changing. The moon and the sun would be changing positions if you do it over a month.
Correct.
So if you've ever actually watched a whole month or a whole year cycle, which I have looked at on the models, the moon and sun change positions. They don't look opposite the whole month.
All right.
I'm not saying that though.
So what I'm saying is the time when you see the eclipse, the light of the sun is literally too far away. It just is not hitting the moon at all. And you can only see it from certain areas of the earth. Hard to understand unless you've actually seen the model go for a whole entire month. I've actually watched the models go for a whole year.
What are the like models? Like how, you know?
Well, there's programs that run the models, and if you add that GIF you're seeing is just like a day. That GIF is not a whole month or a whole year. So it's hard to envision what they're saying about the eclipse because you're only seeing a snapshot in time on that model that is on the GIF.
Where do you like see the the month model, whatever?
Well, I know people that have the programs that run the models.
It's not, so I wouldn't be able to see it unless there's someone who can.
I think people have put it on video. I've seen it on videos too, like longer videos where they've ran like a whole month cycle. I don't know who had them or who posted them, but I have seen the whole cycle. But that's what I'm saying, that GIF is just showing a snapshot. And that's why it's hard to understand. I understand like how an eclipse could happen, but it's hard to describe it without seeing it.
Okay. So it's actually midnight for me. So I'm probably gonna go soon. If that's
We appreciate your time, man. You've done a fantastic job compared to the majority of people that seem to come around here. So you've kept the emotions out of it. You've kept it very civil. So that's always respectful. So we really appreciate that. We hope you come back sometime.
All right. Thank you for answering my questions.
No problem. We're here if you have any other questions. Come back anytime, brother. Have a good night.
Okay. Good night, or whatever time it is. Goodbye.
Take care.
Let me show you how we do it in the pros. I tell you, I don't know what it is about this big winning streak I'm on. I'm in the zone. What can I say? Excuse me, I just got to get through. I'm looking for my ball.
Yo. This is exactly what this guy was thinking when he left here today.
Yeah, I'm beginning to come around. Yeah, everyone seems to be coming around. Well, I'm not.
Can't forget when you said count, man, I lost it, bro. So what are we talking about?
I missed the count thing, but I saw someone say that in the chat.